Number 23 USC, 13th ranked LSU. Coverage begins Sunday at 7 Eastern with kickoff at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Dr. Pepper.
Let's hear it for the biggest stage of all, the U.S. Open, where stories unfold.
Novak Djokovic reclaims his crown in New York.
And spectacular awaits. If you're looking for that unbreakable spirit, that drive to go the distance, you've come to the right place. The U.S. Open continues through September 8th on ESPN and ESPN+. Daytime presented by Heineken Silver. Primetime presented by IBM.
Labor Day on ESPN Radio. It's a Major League Baseball doubleheader.
That one on its way and gone! Paul Goldschmidt.
First in Milwaukee, the Brewers face the St. Louis Cardinals. Then in Arlington, Texas, the Rangers go head-to-head with Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees.
Gone! A line drive homer, Aaron Judge.
Coverage of the Brewers and the Cardinals begins at 1:30 Eastern, followed by the Yankees and Rangers at 7:30 Eastern.
Two-thirds. This ball skied into left field. That'll send Austin Hayes back. He's near the wall. He looks up. It's gone. The big man does it again on the road. Yordan Alvarez, home run number 26 on the year. And the Astros with a 5-run fourth lead it 6-0. That ball scalded to center field. Yordan crushes one to straightaway center. That's in the back of the Phillies bullpen. Second straight home run for Yordan Alvarez, 27 on the year, and it's a 7-0 Astros lead. Chazzy Fizz followed up by Yordan with a smash to center. 3 in a row! The big man is on fire. 3 straight home runs, a laser beam over the wall in center.
Welcome into Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the Sportsbook in LaBerge, Lake Charles. Joe and Sean here with you from 12 to 3. And, of course, finally, against the Philadelphia Phillies, the Astros won a baseball game yesterday. Feel much better.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is Sunday vibes. We're like, Sunday you win a baseball game. We've talked about this a ton. You feel better on the Monday show. But at least when you win the last game of a series you've lost, it feels a little bit better. Like, if the vibes just feel a little bit better, now you take on the Royals. You got most of the good part of your rotation going in this series. So, the vibes are, a little bit better right now.
Yeah, no, it's always better to not get swept than to get swept. I don't think that's really breaking news. And to really do it the way the Astros did it, where you it feels like you take out a lot of the frustration that you had. We mentioned yesterday how this offense never really put them in the position to win these last 2 games, scoring, was it 2 and then 0 runs?
Mm-hmm.
Scoring 10 puts you in a good position to win, especially when you also got the performance you get out of Spencer Getty taking a no-hitter into the 8th inning. So I think that this was basically the perfect game for us to, I don't say forgive and forget the fact that they did lose that series against the Phillies, but it definitely does kind of give you a more positive outlook on at least the future and the series we got this weekend with the Royals coming to town.
All right, a couple questions already here on the Twitch. H-Tex Rhino says, where's Gallant? He's on vacation. He'll be back next week.
Gallivanting around.
A follow-up question. Sean, where's your headband?
In my room.
Okay, so it didn't make.
I don't think I have one on me.
Okay,
no. Maybe in my backpack.
And Mac asked this question on YouTube. We are here on YouTube, ESPN Houston on YouTube, twitch.tv/ESPN 975. Mac asked, so Verlander the odd man out in the postseason rotation. We're gonna get to that a little bit more in the next segment. So I heard John and Lance, or it looks like John and Lance. I didn't hear it. Looks like they were talking about that a little bit this morning. But yesterday's game, we'll focus on that for now, and then Mac will get to your question in the next segment. But they win 10-0. Jordan gets the 3 home runs. Chaz hits the home run, is immediately sent down to AAA after the game.
Serves him right for hitting a home run.
I know it's kind of funny. It's
Takes
just,
that.
What, you think he knew before? Like, you think he knew in that at-bat, like, this is my last one of the year, maybe?
Probably have a good idea because it was pretty quick after the game that it was announced. So I'd assume that he and Espada had that conversation.
And Altuve stole home, which is like one of my favorite plays in baseball. It wasn't like the traditional.
Yeah, it wasn't like Jackie Robinson.
Like, yeah.
But
like,
it
took
was
off.
Yeah, and it was very similar. I saw, oh man, I forgot. I think it was McTaggart that posted the last Astro to steal home, and it was Jose Altuve on a very similar play where it's a pickoff attempt for someone trying to steal second, and he just takes off. And yeah, for all the bad base running blunders, really stuff like this that Altuve does, stealing home, really just makes the blunders that he makes seemingly the rest of the season all that more frustrating, because maybe it is just a case of the aggression on the base paths, but you live and die with it. But a lot of the mistakes he gets aren't just aggression based. They're just like, what were you thinking, dude? But this was a good one. Stealing home, probably up there. We can talk about this later. Probably up there, most exciting play in baseball.
Yeah, I think it's definitely towards the top of the list. It's funny. I think of yesterday's conversation, towards the end of the show when we were talking about the offense and like how far they can carry you into the postseason. I think yesterday's game is why there's always that belief that this team is capable of so much more than what they've been recently, and it's why it feels like they are the best of the offense is going to come out when it matters most. And it doesn't always work out that way, but it's just so hard to think of a lineup that's filled with Bregman, who also got hit in the head yesterday. Seems okay. And then you have Alvarez and Tucker, and when he's healthy, and Altuve, that they can just do more.
Yeah.
And then we haven't even mentioned the fact that Spencer Arrighetti, he had a no-hitter going to the 8th inning.
Yeah, have we given Arrighetti short shrift in this first 5 minutes talking about the Astros? There's a very real time because the game started at 3:05, and I was leaving to go come here to beautiful Lake Charles, Louisiana, and I was just getting alerts on my phone for everything that was happening during the Astros game.
Yeah.
So I got like of course it's Altuve, steals home alert, and then I got Jordan, another home run, and then I got the no-hitter alert on my phone with Spencer Getty. And I did have a few moments of weakness on the road where I was thinking, how sick would it be to throw another no-hitter in Citizens Bank Park after the World Series the World Series no-hitter started by Christian Javier. There was probably, I don't know, a half mile that I was like, man, that'd be sick. And then I think the next alert I got on my phone was
It was over?
It was over.
Yeah.
So maybe I jinxed it. Maybe me daydreaming about Astros no-hitter somewhere outside of Baytown, Texas. Maybe that's what jinxed Spencer Arrighetti's no-hit bid.
That's my least favorite thing in sports is the people who complain about the jinxing for a no-hitter. Like I saw, the Astros play-by-play broadcaster Robert Ford going back and forth with someone yesterday about jinxes and how they've done 15, different. They've called 7 no-hitters.
Yeah.
Since they took over in 2015, and it's like, well, every single time that there's a no-hitter, Brian McTaggart and Chandler and the radio booth,
Mark
Berman, and everyone tweets no-hitter, and there's been 7 of them.
Yeah, they've thrown the most no-hitters in baseball since they've become a team.
Yes.
I don't think the beat writers talking about it really, if anything, the other beat writers for all the other teams that throw less no-hitters than the Houston Astros, maybe they should start tweeting
Yeah,
about it.
they need. We're doing it right. They're doing it
Yeah,
wrong.
one clean inning, you should be like, hey, this guy no-hitter through 1.
Yeah, and I saw this yesterday. Greg Harvey, it's Between the Numbers. It's his website. The Astros have recorded 16 no-hit bids at least 7 innings since 2019, including the playoffs.
2019.
Since 2019.
I thought that was going to be like a since the last 20 years or since 2000 thing. Wow.
Yeah, it's the most such no-hit bids over a 6-season span by any MLB team over the past 50 years. Like this pitching staff,
pretty good.
And it's And you get it from such random people. Like, I mean, this year you've got the no-hit bid from Eric Eddy now. You've got the no-hitter from Blanco.
Wasn't
You've
there like
got
an Aaron Sanchez one back in 2019?
Yes. He was part of a combined no-hitter in his first start.
I want to say it
was his first start or his first start back in Toronto. And so I think he went like 5 innings in that game when they threw a no-hitter. You've got...
It was against the Mariners.
Was it against the Mariners?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, it's Justin Verlander was there.
Justin Verlander was against the
He was against the Blues. See, there's so many, I can't remember.
I was going to say, there's so freaking many of these things.
Let's see what else you have. You've got...
that Aaron Sanchez one just was an Aaron Sanchez, Will Harris...
Joe Biagini.
I was like, is it John or Joe? And then Chris Davinsky joint.
Joe Biagini. I remember when he came in, everyone's like, he's such a funny guy. He tried to make all these jokes in his press conference, and none of them were funny. It was just so awkward.
Let me guess, does he have an ironic mustache? No, he doesn't have an ironic mustache.
No, he's just like chilling. Yesterday was just a nice day, a nice win for the Houston Astros. Get back on track, get the win 10-0 over the Philadelphia Phillies. Hopefully some of that will translate to Houston, specifically with Yordan Alvarez.
Yes.
He still has not hit a home run at home since June 22nd. He has hit, I think it's 11 home runs since June 22nd.
All on the road.
All of them have been on the road. So it would be nice if the batter's eye or whatever his complaints are at Minute Maid can be solved, and we can, get into a better spot here as the Royals come to town for a 4-game series.
Yeah, it would be great if it was a situation where he is hot and stays hot for the next home game, but it might have been a situation where he knew he was about to have 4 home games, so he was like, let me get all these home runs in before I have to play with that janky batter's eye that they got at Minute Maid Park. But yeah, if that's part of the reason it's so hard to really pin down what we think about this Astros lineup is because, A, it is so top-heavy, especially with Kyle Tucker out and the way that the bottom of the lineup is batting. But then you also have these weird splits where one of the best hitters in baseball, Yordan Alvarez, just can't hit at Minute Maid Park where he plays half his games. So I don't know if there's really a fix there. I think if there was a fix, we would have gotten by now. It might just be just a weird baseball thing, or it might be I don't know. I don't know what it could be. He wakes up funny in the during home games.
I mean, there is a sleeping problem clearly with the Houston Astros.
Did he just have a child? I know that was the hot rumor I think he did last year.
Yeah, the people, like the players play
worse. Too many new dads, and so they played poorly at home and on the road.
But last time Alex Bregman had a kid, he went on like a tear. He had full dad strength afterwards. So it does go a little bit of both ways.
Yeah.
And maybe it just depends on, I guess, who like your lady is. I don't want to say wife because most of the time it's not in baseball or in professional sports. But like it's if you're sharing the duty, you're sleeping a little bit less. If she's taking the baby all hours of the night, things change a little bit.
Yeah.
Does
that happen with you where you're like, hey, listen?
No, I'm mostly the one.
I'm going on the road. I'm going to the Berges Lake Charles.
No, Dana's here.
Yeah. That's right.
No,
right in front of me.
Joseph is at my parents' house. So no, most times I'm getting up in the middle of the night with him.
Yeah.
At this point.
And these next 2 shows might be the best shows that we have for a while.
I did wake up though last night it's like a ghost cry. It's like there's no other way to put it. It's like I woke up at like 4 a.m. Because that's typically when he wakes me up, and then I went back to sleep.
So that's your sleep schedule is just to wake up in the middle of the night.
Yeah, at this point, yes.
Okay.
Just randomly wake up and then go back to bed. But I didn't have to get up and do anything this time, so that was nice.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
All right, Spencer Arrighetti took a no-hitter into the 8th last night. Is there an argument that when we talk about the playoff rotation, that maybe he should be considered in front of a guy like Justin Verlander right now? Or are you not willing to go that far just yet? That's next year on Gallant George, broadcasting live from the Berge, the Sportsbook at La Berge, Lake Charles, here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So yesterday, Spencer Arrighetti pitches 7 2/3, gives up 2 hits, 4 walks, 11 strikeouts in the game. He took the no-hitter into the 8th inning. Another impressive start. This is like his 3rd or 4th start. I can't even remember right now. Where he has 10-plus strikeouts. He had the back-to-back a couple weeks ago. He's really turned a massive corner this season. He gets to take back, I think, what he said about the Astros being back.
Yeah.
Since he was very good.
Yeah. He gets to say it. The other guys don't.
Yeah, he gets to say it.
Okay.
Now, it'd be nice. He can't say it again until the rest of the team joins him in being back.
Okay.
But Spencer Arrighetti's back.
Spencer Arrighetti is back.
Yes.
Maybe that's the safe way to. I mean, but back from what? So Spencer Arrighetti has arrived. If we're being honest,
that's true.
He's not
yes.
back from anything.
Okay, so here's Joe Espada after yesterday's game talking about the performance of Spencer Arrighetti.
A lot of strike ones. It was 70 pitches through 7, something like that. It was pounding the zone. When he's ahead, hitters isn't uncomfortable at bat. Hitters don't want to be 0-2 against him. So when he's ahead, he's got control of the at bat, and that's exactly what he did.
I thought he was. The weirdest thing about Spencer Arrighetti right now is it doesn't feel like this is a Kikuchi style, change. Mm-hmm. Where like they're looking at him and they're saying that, hey, you're doing X wrong, this better, but you need to just be a totally different pitcher than what you've been this entire season. And I don't think it's that. It just feels like he's figured something out. And the question, as we get closer to the end of the season, is what does your playoff rotation look like is going to keep coming up. And when we talked about this before, it was Hunter Brown, it was JV, it was, for me at least, Fromber, and then I would go Kikuchi would be your top 4 guys. Spencer Arrighetti at this point is like really making an argument that he should be the guy over Justin Verlander. That Ronald Blanco should be the guy over Justin Verlander. That 2 starts back, JV has been solid. And he hasn't been spectacular.
No.
And I think it's really hard, the idea of taking away a Cy Young winner, a multi-time Cy Young winner, out of a playoff rotation because he hasn't performing at his absolute best, because he's Justin Verlander. Like, the name brand means something, at least in the past it has. So while I'm super impressed with Arrighetti, and I'm open to the idea of the conversation, I'm not totally there just yet. I think it was Poncho here said, JV is currently your 4th or 5th starter in the rotation. He needs to earn his way up the ladder. Okay. Like, if he keeps doing this, what he's done the last 2 starts, and Arrighetti and Blanco continue to have better starts, then yes. Then JV will potentially not earn his way back into the rotation. That would be wild.
That's the thing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he has to earn his way back in the rotation, though. I think at a certain point, especially if you're Joe Espada or a rookie manager, you're like, it's the playoffs, first playoff run that I'm on the top step for. Am I really gonna say, nope, Spencer Arrighetti, you're getting the ball in a game 3 or game 4 situation over Justin Verlander, one of the greatest pitchers not only of his generation, but really of all time. And I do think that it's something where it might not be a perfect meritocracy of who is pitching right now at his best, because you don't know how Spencer Arrighetti is going to handle a playoff-like atmosphere. That is something that you don't know. Now, he might be pitching at home. I mean, I guess it depends on A, what game he's starting, B, are the Astros going to host the first-round series. But I do think that has to come into the effect, too, of this is a guy who started the season pitching in Sugarland.
Exactly.
And now we're saying that he should be starting in a game 3 or 4 in a playoff series. By the way, in an ALDS where it's a best of 5, so he is going to be starting a crucial game in the playoffs. I'm not quite there yet, although I do understand with the performance he's putting up in a perfect meritocracy. It feels you're just ordering it on who is pitching the best right now. He would be ahead of Justin Verlander.
Yeah, you're right. That's how it would go. But it's just I don't see any world in which because like JV hasn't been a disaster.
No,
his first start was fine. He got no run support. He had one bad inning in his last one. Like the idea that
he just hasn't had the dominant performances that Arrigetti's put together.
Yes, and that's why while it's impressive, I'm not there yet. So for JV, no. Now if you want to talk about Kikuchi as a guy,
I do want to talk about Kikuchi.
That is can you pencil him as the fourth guy in the rotation? Because I really do think it's very clearly always going to be JV, Hunter Brown, Fromber in some order. And then the next person is, to me, that's really the one question mark that you have. Because I just can't imagine, like you said, Joe Espada at some point saying, yeah, my first act is to leave Justin Verlander off a playoff roster. Because if you think he's coming out of the bullpen, you're absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Like, he's not doing that.
That's not happening. Maybe if you want to go Verlander is a starter and he only gives you 4, and then you piggyback him with Arrigetti, that could be a creative solution. I think also we have to keep in mind that we're kind of thinking about this in the abstract of if everyone's on perfect rest and you're
100%.
starting the ALDS game 1. If we're being honest, there's a pretty good chance the Astros are going to have to play in the wild card round, and they're going to have to pitch their top 3 pitchers, or at least the top 2, but probably all 3 in the 3-game series wild card round. And then you know what they're going to have to do? Turn around a day, maybe 2 days later, depending on the postseason schedule, and pick someone to pitch in a game 1 of the ALDS. So honestly, they might be in a situation where they need 4 or 5 starters that they actually to start all these games. So it might not be a perfect in game 1 of the ALDS. It's Fromber, then it's Hunter Brown, then it's whoever's third, whoever's fourth. It's going to be a little bit more jumbled than in years past.
Especially because it goes back before that even. Like your 6 games before that, you play the Seattle Mariners. So if you have not closed out the season, the AL West, you can't be skipping guys and giving guys extra rest or anything like that. And then if you are within striking distance of 3 games of the Cleveland Guardians, of skipping the wild card round, that's who you end the season with. So there is a world in which the last 6 games of the season are playoff games, essentially. So you really don't have the luxury of giving guys a day off to set up your rotation for even the wild card round perfectly. Like, that's why it is more, it's not straightforward, but it does. I think the top 3 is pretty easy. And I would really be shocked if we got into a playoff series and something were to be not Fromber, JV, and Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
And then going from there, like, yes, maybe it is. Maybe you have Arrigetti on a, he's ready to go as soon as Justin Verlander or one of these guys is on the mound and struggles. But I would be shocked if, no matter how good Spencer Arrigetti pitches, that they made a decision like that. I don't see how they do that. And frankly, it's just, that's where, like, it would be over Kikuchi and Blanco. He gets game 4, and one of those guys is in the bullpen.
It's also, we're talking about this stretch from Arrigetti right now in August. There still is a month left of baseball to be played.
Yes.
And we don't know. I mean, everyone on this team seemingly has had these streaky months or week stretches where they look super awesome, and we're talking about them as one of the best players on this team or one of the best players in baseball. And then they have stretches where they look like a disaster out there. So Verlander coming off an injury, maybe in a month he looks better. Maybe Arrigetti, he comes back down to earth a little bit, and now it's a little bit closer of a race. It is right now. I get the whole conversation is if the playoffs start today, XYZ, but the playoffs don't start today, and that's something else. Where it's an interesting conversation to have, but at the end of the day, we're not going to be the ones making the call. B, the guy who is Joe Espada is going to be making the call for another month. Yeah,
they got 29 games I think it is left this season, so there's plenty of time left. I mean, and that's where, like, Spencer Arrigetti, it might be just best for the Astros if he might easily answer this for you. Yeah. Kikuchi might just easily answer this for you if they continue to dominate. The one thing that's good about this conversation, which is what it just shows where the Astros are at and what their strength is of this team is that you're able to have this conversation. Like, that's one of the benefits. I think what's so clear about this team is, if we have this conversation about the playoff roster in 2 weeks, then what that means to me about who's going to be on the outfield, we're going to be talking about Chaz and not Blanco, and Hayward and Dubon and Gamble. I forgot his name for a second. I think Cole Hamels for a second. Like, you're talking about like bottom of the barrel roster spots. At least with the rotation, you're talking about guys who are having major success this season or are Hall of Famers who are a little bit of a struggle bus right now, and how you're going to make it work. Yeah, it's a positive conversation around a tough decision.
Yeah, it's not one where you're like, ugh, we're starting this guy in a playoff game, in a game 3. Oh my God, it's a situation where like there is going to be a right and wrong answer, and really, it honestly just will wait until after whoever a spot of pitches, and then we'll say if it was wrong or right based off how well he pitches. We'll just wait until the day after the game and say, oh, he picked Verlander over Arrighetti. Bad choice because Verlander got shelled, or great choice because he pitched well, or vice versa.
Last thing on this, you think a spot actually makes those decisions?
With the Astros, you can never tell.
I mean, you
can never say for sure.
You think if Jim Crane caught wind of Justin Verlander, his golfing buddy, not being in the playoff rotation, that he wouldn't step in immediately and stop that?
Just make a phone call?
Yeah. Now, maybe he only pitches 2 innings and then he's on a super short leash. But, like, I don't even know who makes that call. I guess they would, because they'll tell us they'll collaborate and they'll work on it together.
Yeah.
But
at the end of the day, a decision needs to be made, and who's going to win that?
I still think it's like Jeff Bagwell and Biggio, Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, and you could always go with the, Reggie Jackson, Mr. October, and he can drop the, I can guarantee you that when Jose Altuve's out there, when Alex Bregman, Jeremy Payne is out there, you know who they feel better with on the mound? They feel better with Justin Verlander on the mound, a guy that they've won World Series with, than with a rookie. Like, you can play you don't understand as a former player, you want the guy that's been there, done that before on the mound card. And so, I think all the chips are kind of stacked to where I think Verlander's going to start in a playoff series.
Yeah.
Where it's, again, makes for an interesting conversation of what you should do in the abstract. I think in reality, the guy who's one of the best pitchers of all time is going to play.
All right, it's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean is filling in for Paul while he is out on vacation. We're broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. And coming up next, we got some burning fantasy football questions. And we'll start with the Texans one because it has to do with one of my questions about the Texans offense this year and how much of an impact Joe Mixon will actually make on that. Before we do that, I want to talk to you about what's coming up here in Houston on September 7th. The Red Bull Show Run is an open and free event for the general public, all ages with no tickets required. You can learn more at www.redbull.com /showrun Houston. Admission is free, all ages for the Formula One racing event at Discovery Green. You can see the cars, you'll see the drivers, there'll be DJs and music going on. I know Paul Wall is going to be in attendance. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff going on at Discovery Green, so that way they can showcase Formula One in downtown Houston and what it's all about. Admission's free. Check it out, www.redbull.com /showrun Houston, and go out and have some fun. Gallant George here from the Sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Bunch of stuff going on tonight. Going to start getting busy here as well. It's football season. They were telling us last night while we were hanging out watching some baseball and tennis, whatever was on. We were just kind of hanging out in here.
Yeah.
Because it's really the last night before it's football season. Like last week was week 0, but tonight you have some top 25 teams playing. You've got Colorado playing tonight, which I think is the game that we're both going to look at. I'm probably going to go on the over 60.5 is what I'm feeling tonight.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I think also a Shedeur Sanders player prop is probably in my future, an over there, where if you are going to be a first-round type talent like Shedeur Sanders is, I think pretty much no matter who's out there on North Dakota or whoever's blocking for you, they should be able to block North Dakota State well enough to get those receivers the ball, because there's two things that no one should have any questions about Colorado this year. They have a good quarterback. They have good receivers.
Yes, and that might be it.
I'm going to guess that North Dakota State doesn't have anyone that can cover these guys. So
I know, but they're still only, they're 10.5-point dogs in this game?
That's why I'm not going to touch the game as far as the result. I think that Shedeur should get his numbers. I'm just not sure. It's really the biggest question I have is with the Colorado defense.
Honestly, I think one of them too is I can't remember what it was. There was a run of questions like last week with Dion, where he was asked about the offensive line.
Where he was throwing out reporters. Oh,
no. Not that. No, it was not that one. Where he was like, talking glowingly about Shedeur and some of the skill position players he had, and then he was asked a follow-up question about the offensive line. He then talked about Shedeur and some of the skill position players. He was asked about some of the other concerns on his team. He also then talked about Shedeur. So he was just like being asked about is your offensive line better? And he didn't want to answer the question. So I don't know if that means he's very nervous and just didn't want to put his player. Because one thing about Dion, as much grief as people give him, I don't think he'll ever really blast his players.
No, he's not publicly gonna call dudes out.
So if he doesn't have anything nice to say about you, he's probably just not going to answer the question.
Yeah.
Which means maybe Shedeur's going to struggle to get his numbers tonight because he might be running for his life again, like he was last season.
But again, we're talking about against an FCS team.
I know.
That is perfectly valid questions for week 2 when they go to Nebraska and play Nebraska, or when they play Colorado State in their third game, and then once they get into the Big 12 schedule. I'm saying for North Dakota State, if you're going to be a guy who, like Shedeur Sanders is getting mocked in the first round, possible number 1 overall pick,
you should smoke this team.
I'm not even saying win. I'm saying put up numbers against this team.
Yeah. King of Twitch says it's a 56.5. Now, I haven't had a chance to go look at the sportsbook now since I got here yesterday and see what the number's at and see how it's moved here. So if it's moving down, I think I like that, which means I like it even more.
There you go.
But North Dakota State, as Junior Bronco puts out, they're a good football team. So
they're good.
We'll see how it goes out, how it plays out tonight. I mean, the transfer portal stuff is weird because while Colorado, as we're talking about here on the Twitch as well, is they've lost a lot, they've also gained a lot. They're very much they're a weird team. I mean, they are the most they had the most dramatic makeover in back-to-back years.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to know in week 1 what a team like that is going to look like.
Yeah, they took in the most transfers last offseason. They're tied for the most transfers for a power conference school. They're tied for the most for a power conference school this offseason with your U of H Houston Cougars.
Yeah, because they needed it too.
Yes,
both
they
teams
needed
did.
it. And so I think there is a little bit of question of how early in the season that comes together. But for a team like Colorado, we saw last year they really faded down the stretch because they needed some more reinforcement, or when they did need reinforcements later in the season after they faced a little attrition in the Pac-12 schedule. That's when the wheels started kind of fall off a little bit for them. So early in the season, they should be they're going to be as healthy as they're going to be all year. It's just a matter of can they gel. Last year, looked like they gelled pretty well.
Yeah.
At least early.
I mean, really, it wasn't until Travis Hunter got hurt versus Colorado State, and then things just started to unravel.
Yeah, and then they played Oregon and USC, and then then it kind of they started feeling the pain of a conference schedule there, where they're not a deep team.
All right, so The Athletic put out a story. It was burning questions for every NFL team for fantasy football this year. And I was curious what the Texans would be. It's hard to know because since The Athletic doesn't employ a Texans beat reporter, it's hard to know like what like the insight's going to be on the team there. It annoys me.
Yeah. Who wrote the blurb for this one?
Mike Jones.
Who?
Mike Jones?
Yeah, okay.
So the question was
I want to imagine it's that Mike Jones.
So do I. That makes me laugh more.
There's that Mike Jones that wrote this.
So the burning question for fantasy football for the Houston Texans in 2024, because most of you should not have had your drafts yet. If you have, I'm sorry.
Whoops.
Unless you're in a dynasty league, that's different. Will Joe Mixon be a high-volume producer for this team? I do think that is one of the interesting questions as well about this offense. It's just like, what is Joe Mixon's role going to be? Can that, is like that one day of practice versus the Rams, like, does that mean something?
Yeah.
To where, like, they can block for him and they just couldn't block for all the other running backs? Like what is he going to do this year? From a fantasy football perspective, I would not draft Joe Mixon. He's a stay away for me. I think it's going to be one of those where I think he'll be an impactful player for the Texans this year. He'll be an important player. I just don't know in like the numbers are going to match what you would want from a fantasy football player.
Yeah, I think he'll have high volume for the Texans. I think he'll be the primary running back for the Texans. I'm just from a fantasy perspective. It's also a little bit of there's not going to be a lot of upside there. I feel like with Mixon, production wise for your fantasy team, because this team's going to throw the ball a lot. This team has a lot of mouths to feed on this offense, and really the biggest question mark we have is really the offensive line and how can they run block. And so if you're going to bet on anything, I would not bet on Joe Mixon having this awesome, fantasy season winning type of season. I think he'll be solid. I just don't think there's going to be a lot of upside there. And so for you putting him on the do not draft, stamping him with do not draft, I think I have to co-sign that. And really, this entire offense is pretty hard from a fantasy football perspective. Who you're going to want? Because the wide receivers, you don't know who's going to be the primary wide receiver. It's probably going to change from week to week. C.J. Stroud said it's whoever's open. CJ, I love you. That's probably a good mentality to have as a quarterback. Not going to help me win a fantasy draft.
Yeah, I would say for the wide receivers, if you look at like where like they're being drafted right now, I'm leaning Tank
because he's going last.
Yeah, is the guy that I want. Like
yeah.
I don't want really Nico or Stephon Diggs where they're going in fantasy football drafts. They're going too high to where they might like. One of them will probably have an incredible year.
Yeah.
But I just don't know.
Which one?
Yeah, it's how do you take that risk? Where Tank, where he's going, I think you have a little bit better of a shot that he's going to even slide past his ADP, his average draft position, and you can get him later. Because, like, I think he'll be the second best fantasy wide receiver on the team this year.
Number one will be one of
Diggs or Collins.
Yes.
And then Tank will be next because I like him in the red zone more.
Yes.
It seems like their connection's strong.
Yes.
Honestly, in terms of the red zone stuff, Tank it really was an important player last year. That's going to grow this season. So I would be all in on Tank Dell again this season. I'm not sure about the other two.
Yeah, I feel the best about Tank Dell, and that is something interesting that I feel like we talked about last season. We forgot about it when Tank Dell got hurt. Obviously, we just kind of stopped talking about it. But he really was the red zone threat for the Houston Texans last year, which is a funny thing to think about when you think about his size. And most red zone threat wide receivers or tight ends are going to be the huge tight ends that you're throwing jump balls to or something. But the chemistry that's between Tank and CJ is something that's very real. And I think that's what they're going to kind of lean on when they get it close. Because, again, as a team that has issues running the ball in preseason, do we know if they're going to be able to punch it in at the goal line running the ball? Or are they going to have to throw it more 5, 4, 3-yard touchdown passes from C.J. Stroud, and then who do you think those are going to go to? I would bet on it would be to Tank Dell.
Yeah, and the other guy I would look at if Schultz is there late. He's not someone I would invest in early.
Yeah,
like one of the first tight ends off the board, obviously. But the later he falls in the draft, the more I think he is an attractive. Like if he can be your second tight end, in a perfect world, because I look at him and I say, well, if there is a wide receiver injury, like as much as I like Xavier Hutchinson and Mechie and Robert Woods, and like I think there's still some potential there for those guys. We saw when Tank got hurt last year that Schultz's his value went up tremendously in the offense. He becomes more of the red zone target instead of Tank. So he's the other guy I would look at from the Texans' perspective is late in the draft. And then my last question here. We'll do some of the other ones maybe a little bit later and tomorrow. How many quarterbacks you taking in front of CJ? Josh
Allen, Lamar, Hurts.
The runners.
Yes. Do you take Mahomes? I would go with Mahomes, I think.
I think off name brand, you have to go off Mahomes.
Yes. I'll put it like this. I think in most drafts, Mahomes will go ahead of him.
Yeah. I would go with Mahomes.
Because there's going to be that one friend in your draft that's like, let me just take Mahomes.
Yeah.
And not worry about it.
Because even though, statistically, they weren't great on offense last year, they were carried by their defense. And Mahomes was actually not a good fantasy football quarterback for a majority of last season.
Yeah.
You still would take him in front of CJ. I would still.
What about Anthony Richardson? Talking about the runners.
I can't do it.
Yeah. Health, and I don't know if he's good.
I can't do it.
I mean, he will have value. Again, he doesn't have to be good. He just has to be good running the football. Justin Fields taught us that the last couple of years, where Justin Fields was not a good quarterback, but he was a great fantasy football quarterback. So could that be the case for Anthony Richardson? That's where him only playing in 4 games last year really holds him back in this conversation.
Yeah, there's going to be.
Is there a super obvious one we're forgetting?
No.
Burrow?
Burrow for sure. Who's the first rookie off the board? I go Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, Daniels.
I take him early.
What we're talking about, the runners.
Yeah, I would take him a lot earlier than a lot of other people would, because I think he's just going to be, he's going to run right away and be for fantasy football. He's going to be good. I just got this. I kind of don't hate the Washington is Houston comp that a lot of people are trying to make.
That's what I was saying. Or I wasn't saying they're Houston. Let's pump the brakes on that. But I was looking at their division odds last time we were here in LaBerge, and I think I feel a little bit. I don't know if I feel better about it. I just feel the same, and the clock is we're a little bit closer to kickoff, and so I might be walking out this weekend with holding a Washington Commanders NFC East champions.
Betting on the commies.
I might have to. I don't know.
When we get back, Matt Holland will join us. He's one of the assistant sportsbook managers here, getting ready for NFL season best bets in the division. I told him he has to give us a Super Bowl pick that's not the Kansas City Chiefs.
Love it.
Just because it's that's what everyone's going to say. We'll get into that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Joined now by Matt Holland. He is the Assistant Sportsbook Director here. What's up, man?
Welcome
How
back,
are you?
gentlemen. Ready for football season.
I know. That's right. Now, so I know you said this is like your last free day before the chaos. Really?
No. It turns out that Monday was the last day because now that college football is officially here, Tuesday and Wednesday, a bunch of people that we weren't expecting came in and just started laying out future bets all over the place. So it's actually you feel it starting to ramp up a little bit.
Good.
I was going to ask, do you have any, game day jitters or anything? But no, you're over those.
No, I think the first year there was because it's a new process and you never know who's going to walk in the door. But I think we've done a good job of establishing ourselves, getting to know our customers. So we, in a sense, they've trained us and we've trained them about our procedures. So they know when to show up, give us plenty of time. And new customers, it gives us a chance to, being that we're already established, we can educate them in the process as well. So we have a dedicated staff taking care of the counter. Then we have also staff going around helping new people learn the process. So it's just nice to be busy again.
Yeah, I'm excited. We'll be here tonight to watch the Colorado game, and then we'll be back in September, which I know we can't say too much, but it'll be a big weekend here at the Sportsbook, and that'll be week 3 when the Texans play the Vikings. So, or no, the Patriots. It's the Vikings or the Patriots game. So, not the best matchup for the Texans that week. So, we'll see what the spread looks like.
We don't use the L word a whole lot, but I think you should feel pretty good about those games.
Yeah. So let's look at some of what's some future bets, some of what you're looking at this season. We'll kind of rapid fire through here. Some of the divisions. Let's start with the AFC East.
AFC
Who you liking this year? Because you got 3 teams that are really you can make an argument for between the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Bills.
From a betting perspective, I like the Dolphins.
Okay.
I think the Jets probably have the best roster, but I think there's just question marks around Aaron Rodgers, and until those get answered, I think there's been a lot of public money on them, so I think the odds are a little bit shorter. Buffalo, obviously, the past couple of years has been the cream of the crop in that situation, but I think Miami's offense, I trust them a little bit more than the other 2 teams going into this year. And I'm getting on our book, it's plus 210 on that. I just like betting that a little bit more. I get a better payout on it. And I really just don't like watching the Bills.
Yeah, I wonder how much of the Dolphins stuff is the way they ended last season.
Oh, it's terrible.
And it left a bad taste in everyone's mouth, where I don't think there's that many people that are exactly at this point rushing up to the counter to put money on what they saw in December and January last year.
And going into that, I mean, how many teams are actually equipped to go into Kansas City in that environment, in those conditions, and actually succeed? It was almost like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, definitely not them.
And when it does leave a sour taste in your mouth like that, I mean, the public feeds off that. So, I mean, the Dolphins aren't getting a lot of action.
You're buying the dip a little bit.
Exactly.
Obviously, we know we can skip the AFC West. We know there's no reason to look at anyone besides the Kansas City Chiefs this year.
That's fair.
It would be a while, unless you really love Jim Harbaugh and you want to go with the Chargers. I'm not a believer in Bo Nix in a year 1 upset. But the AFC North, another division with, you could argue, maybe 4 teams. I mean, the Steelers are always at 500 or above. So I guess you'll have 4 competitive teams in the division this year. How do you view the AFC North this year?
So this is probably, for me at least, the hardest division to handicap, just because I'm also a little bit invested in it. The Bengals are my team. I've been following them for 30-plus years. I have a lot of respect for the Ravens. But losing their defensive coordinator, I think that is going to be a little bit more dramatic than a lot of people realize. You don't know about Deshaun Watson, if he's actually going to have a bounce back. The Steelers, the Steelers fans, God bless them. You get to root for Russell Wilson and Fields.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be a hard road to navigate. And as a Bengals fan, I at plus 150, I would probably bet the Bengals. But the Burrow situation is just still I haven't seen him throw a football enough.
Yeah.
And then the Jamar Chase situation kind of leading into it. I have hesitation, but plus 150, I would put my money down there.
I was going to ask, how do you take into account the Jamar Chases, the Brandon Ayuk's, and I guess the CD just got his deal, but how do you kind of weigh that when you're looking at these teams?
So for the Jamar Chase thing doesn't bother me as much just because him and Burrow have such a long history together. The Ayuk situation, I think, is a little bit unique because I think he was more important to their offense than a lot of people lead on. Everybody, it's all McCaffrey. Well, McCaffrey's coming in dinged up. And I'm actually, if you want to get further down the road, I'm actually kind of fading San Francisco this year because of that.
Okay.
Not happy about it, but it makes sense to me.
So they got the Rams then?
That was going to be my surprise pick. Yeah, I'm actually kind of leaning on the Rams. I think Seattle's going to be really competitive in that division. Getting the defensive coordinator from Baltimore, they didn't really change over too much. I just think it's going to be a little bit more modernized team. Pete Carroll, I think, had kind of run his course, but Sean McVay is still Sean McVay. Cooper Kupp's got a full season of recovery. Puku is, obviously blew up last year. Losing Aaron Donald is massive. But Stafford is still Stafford, and McVay is still McVay. And I think he's going to get creative.
We talked about this week. Are we sure Aaron Donald's not going to play football this year? Like, are you sure? Are you sure he's not just going to show up in like week 10?
Because you know what, I had a vacation. I didn't have to do training camp. Yeah. We're good here. I'll take a discount. Let me just get back out there.
Locally in Houston, we're talking about J.J. Watt coming back
2 years,
once a month.
Yes, he's going to come back in the political field. He's not going to come back on the football field. But I mean, that guy could run for governor and probably get elected.
Yes, very easily.
At least mayor.
What about because we'll circle back to the AFC South at the back end, but. What about the NFC South this year? Is that feels like Falcons' runaway is where the public has kind of gone since they got Kirk Cousins? Are you with that, or are you looking somewhere else this year?
Born and raised in Louisiana, I'm being a Bengals fan. I have Saints stuff in my DNA, so it's hard to pull for the Falcons for anything. It's just normally not allowed. I actually like the Bucs at 3-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kirk Cousins. We'll see it a little bit more with Aaron Rodgers as well, but an Achilles injury is hard to come back from, especially at that age. I like the Penix pick as far as going forward in the future, but the Buccaneers, from the offensive perspective, Baker didn't play bad last year. They still got Mike Evans. They still got White. Mm-hmm. I think the offense is going to be okay, and if I'm getting 3-1 on an investment for the entire division, I'm probably betting the Bucs.
Yeah, because I can't imagine you're going to know us offhand, but like, I would imagine most years it's like probably 50% of the teams who are favored to win the division actually do. Maybe 60%.
I don't know the exact math.
But you have to take long shots. Like it's just not going to be chalk.
You can't just sit there and pick all the field.
Yeah, it's not going to work out that way.
It never does.
Exactly.
If you look at the NFC East, I think it's 17 years consecutively that team hasn't won the same division twice.
So you're picking in the NFC East this year. Sean's going to walk out with a Commander's ticket, he said.
I'm not mad at it.
Okay.
That Jaden Daniels, LSU Heisman. I support all things LSU, but I'm probably taking the Eagles just because, like you said, it's kind of a math problem. But even at minus 125 or the Cowboys plus 170, that's just a total stay away from a divisional standpoint. I don't like either team enough to put any money on those bets.
That's why I'm not putting money on those bets. I'm putting it on the Commanders.
At least you know you're getting return on your investment if it actually hits.
A big number by the plus sign right there.
Absolutely, it is. I love it.
How you feel about the NFC North this year?
That's a fun one. I absolutely love that division. I eventually am gonna have money on the Packers plus 210. Just whenever the favorite is plus 130, it's. You know that it's just going to be a fist fight. Mm. And I know there's actually a lot of – I've seen a few bets come in on the Bears at 3-1. Rookie quarterback, new wide receivers, fun toys all over the place. Detroit, I just feel like them and Green Bay are just going to end up fighting a lot, and it's just going to come down to one or two games. If it comes down to one or two games, give me the plus 210 just because I'm getting a better return.
And then the AFC South.
I mean, go Texans. It's pretty easy. I think they are the head and shoulders above everybody else in that division. I think Jacksonville, probably 8 or 9 wins. Indianapolis, about the same. Tennessee is going to be obviously at the bottom, but I just don't see – I think they can only get better. And, yes, last year was a great success. So I'm saying 10, 11 wins for the Texans, hopefully.
We talk about they won 10 games last year, and now they're going to play a harder schedule, and they're going to not be as overlooked week to week. But what I think that takes into account what that kind of narrative doesn't take into account. They added this
Yeah,
this
they did.
offseason too.
Yeah.
And so this is not last year's team with the harder schedule. This is a new team with the harder schedule.
And people returning back from injuries. You also add. I know a lot of people are saying, well, Stephon Diggs is, might not be the best addition in the world. He's going to be a third receiver on that roster. If he knows his place in the situation, C.J. Stroud will, he'll make everybody happy.
Yeah.
And good coach, developing defense, that division, and I think beside that and the NFC South are the two weaker divisions. I'm not saying they're going to go 6-0 in their conference games, but 5-1 is very realistic. And you just got to find 5 other wins on the schedule.
We got Super Bowl pick that's not the Kansas City Chiefs this year.
Looks like a
So
no.
he said not. He said.
I mean, if you're saying
you're not taking the
wait,
49ers.
I'm not taking the 49ers. If I was taking a team, I would probably take either the Lions or the Packers from the NFC. And if I was to take somebody else from the AFC, I would maybe say Baltimore or the Texans.
See, honestly,
if you're telling me somebody that's not the Kansas City Chiefs, because that's just the cheat code. I actually think the Kansas City Chiefs are better than they were last year.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at a team to bet on to win the Super Bowl this year, I almost would want to just lean towards looking at the NFC exclusively, because I think the Chiefs are going to go through the AFC, even though it's a tough conference. Like, I'm not picking against the Chiefs to get to the Super Bowl, but anything can happen in that one game. Like, can the Packers win that one game? Can the Lions or the Eagles win that one game?
And you could also, let's say you have a ticket on one of these NFC teams to make to win the Super Bowl. They get there, you're there, and now you're going, oh my God, I have money on Jared Goff in a game against Patrick Mahomes. You can hedge out of that a little.
And that was going to be my thing. If you do the NFCs, you're going to get better odds. So even if they get to the NFC Championship game, I don't like betting on teams to win the Super Bowl. I like betting on teams to win the conference. And then you can have, if you hedge out of it, then you can have fun doing all the prop bets on the Super Bowl and everything else.
Yeah.
But you get better hedge opportunities more than likely if you're betting on the conference championship games.
Okay. All right, so Matt, you'll be back with us tomorrow. We'll get ready for college football season. We'll be looking at A&M, Notre Dame. Your LSU Tigers got a big game in week 1 as well.
Looking forward to it.
We'll get into all that tomorrow, so thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, it's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Haney, a close play at first. Altuve's going to try to score, and Jose's in there.
Caught him sleeping.
Bryce Harper taking his time on that close play at first, and Altuve noticed and took off for the plate and scored the first run.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Thanks again to Matt Holland for joining us here today. We'll be joined as well throughout the show by a couple other people today and tomorrow to promote what's going on here. Still some time to do some fantasy football stuff that we'll be talking about, and some golf excursions you can do, talking about the pool, which I think we're going to be hitting after the show, as long as it doesn't rain too much.
Yeah.
I think we're okay.
Well, knock on wood, but yes, so far so good.
So Altuve steals home, gets the offense finally moving in like a somewhat positive direction. Fun play. That's like Harper 101. Is still learning to play first base, I would assume.
He's an outfielder playing first base.
Yeah, he looks so uncomfortable chasing down those foul balls, like all series long. And I didn't see the one yesterday, but there was one yesterday as well where I heard them talking about it on the radio, where he's running after it and he has space to get it, but he just kind of pulls up lame like right before he gets there.
Yeah,
he seems not comfortable at first yet, but do what you gotta do.
I think he had one on Wednesday too, or on Tuesday's game too, where it was another foul pop up that landed like on the grass that he didn't get to, and you would think as an outfielder that'd be the thing that translates the best to being a first baseman. They're talking about it on the FS1 broadcast. I know about how he feels more comfortable like stretching out and doing like trying to scoop at first. So that's a lot of stuff that I understand might be harder for someone picking up a new position. I will say being caught napping like that, like he was yesterday on the Altuve steal of home, that feels a little bit more of just a mental lapse, and it's a day game. It's 1 of 162, and he's a little bit slow, to get the ball back to the pitcher. And like that to me is more of a mental mistake that even if he's comfortable playing first, he might still just made that mental mistake.
Yeah, and this is and the Altuve, the play itself, like this is where it's the good with the bad with the aggressiveness. Like there are times where obviously with Altuve, like it kind of blows up in his face a little bit, and it's a disastrous play. But this is where I get the approach that he takes, that like trying to be more aggressive and go for it. Like there is a reason why it's working. He's going to have his first 2020 season, since 2017, 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases. So I like the aggressiveness in which he plays with. There are times where it's frustrating. I also think that sometimes like people confuse the aggressive plays with just like there are just bonehead plays from Altuve.
Yeah, it's
like I don't feel like he's overly aggressive, and that's what you're critical about. Sometimes I think he just makes bad base running blunders.
Yeah, he's not like Josh Allen of baseball, where it's like, hey, you live with the aggression, because he makes sure he's going to throw some picks doing that, but he makes so many more explosive plays by doing that. Yeah, the mistakes that he does make a lot of times, you're just like, what are you looking at there? Like what has happened? What was going on in your head? It wasn't just he's always trying to stretch out a single into a double or score from second to home where he might not actually have. There's a lot more stuff where you're just like, why is he not like tagging up there, or why did he tag up there? There's a lot more of those than just he runs himself into trouble.
Yeah, like a play like yesterday, like I'm going to trust him instinctually over most players in baseball, even if he's going to get it wrong sometimes. If he thinks he's got space to go, like do it. You got to do it. Like if you're seeing trends, he's going to know better than most. Like then just be aggressive and go after. I don't want to see I mean it's in AAA now, but I don't want to see Chaz making that play. But like if it's Altuve, go for it.
Yeah, I think it's even less about the speed thing, because it's more of a mental, like what you trust these guys knowing the game and knowing what they can and can't do, and that might be something where as Altuve gets older, and he probably will lose a couple steps on the base paths, maybe the aggression he'll either run himself into more outs, or maybe he dials it back a little bit, and 2-3 years from now.
All right, what's the most exciting play in baseball? Where's stealing home rank? Eric the Driver, you can text in 713-780-3776. What is the most exciting play in baseball? I mentioned this earlier. Eric the Driver said a walk-off bomb, triple play, diving outfield catch leading to a double play, stealing home, grand slam for the lead. Those are all good options.
Those are good. I think out of those, I probably like diving or / home run robbery.
Yeah, see, the home run robberies.
Do you see the one? Do you see the Rangers one from last night?
Yeah.
With, I think it was Travis Jankowski robbing the White Sox of what would have been like their 33rd win or something in an empty ballpark. I think a robbery over diving catch.
Yes, but I think back to the Brantley play where they dive and then tagging out Judge, where it's like doesn't even have to be the best catch.
Yeah,
but such an electric moment.
The double off is good.
I mean, I think the home run robbery and the inside the park home run are always top. Those are top two for me.
That's the one I wanted to bring up that Eric didn't mention was I think inside the park home run is really good. Although I think a lot of times with those you need the defense to play along on that. Where
a little bit.
It's not a full-on error by the defense, but there is a mistake by the defense where it's an outfielder going back for it and crashes into the wall, and then you need the bounce to bounce a certain way away from the left fielder or something who's coming over into center to pick it up. Like, you need a little bit more of that. I think as far as a play, like a triple probably has less of those where it is just pure like speed on display.
Unless it's like that one's almost like depends on the player. Like,
really?
Remember when Jordan's got his triples this year?
I was gonna say, so slow guys,
like when
guy triples.
I don't know, like you see Jordan just like turn to that corner at second base. Hudab says line drive to right with a throw out to first. That's good.
That's a good one.
Yeah, Todd the show's right. This is a simple one. Strike him out, throw him out.
Oh, talk about a playoff moment. The one in the Boston series in 2022, 2021 maybe. That one was 2021. That was awesome with Malty to, I think it was to Correa, to strike him out, throw him out to end an inning, especially. Yeah, that's an overlook.
Walk-off grand slam. Yeah, I mean those are almost just like so rare. Yeah. Because even then, like, is a walk-off grand slam is that much different than Jordan's walk-off against the Mariners, the 3-run homer? No, because there's two guys on base.
There's one more person on base.
Regardless, the walk-off is better. Mm-hmm. Sometimes the walk-off where like the walk-off with the play at the plate for the winning run, where they throw it home and you're hustling home to get there and being safe, but just by a little bit, like that's pretty great.
See, I think play at the plate, winning run trying to score out. I think that's a more exciting play because it's a little bit more of like there's the exhale of like that was almost very bad, and now we're going to extras. I think plays at the plate, especially. I'm trying to think of a pitching one that isn't the strike him out, throw him out. I don't think there's really one as a pitcher.
No, because the pickoff is not electric.
It's also camera wise, it's tricky to catch it.
They never get it right
because normally you're getting it after the play's over.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there was like a diving catch from a pitcher on a pop up bunt. That's not electric. It's just a good play.
Maybe like this is not like a specific play, but it's kind of a type of play. A pitcher web gym to preserve their own no-hitter or perfect game.
Oh, yep, that's good.
Wasn't there a Burley one? I think Mark Burley had a good one.
And you can't even say, I think he had a diving catch,
a few years ago. It's probably 15
like
years ago.
Because even like the pitcher can have the immaculate inning.
Yeah,
but think about when it happened when the Astros had 2 in one game. The first time it happened, no one realized it.
Yeah, you don't know, and it's a lot of times it's something that the announcer will bring back, like come in the next inning they call it out, but you can't really call it out as it's happening.
Yeah, like for some like that game, like they caught on TV that the next one was happening, but it's just I'm trying to find also this highlight from yesterday from Ben Gamble that got taken away from him, the home run, because the fan interference.
Fan interference, not one of the most electric plays in baseball.
No, but I would take on this.
No.
If you can clearly see the uniform or the jersey or T-shirt that the fan is wearing, that team should be punished. Ben Gamble's home run should have counted if it was a Phillies fan reaching into the ballpark.
I get it. So it's a you're part of the team.
Yes. Like, because that just means that, like, we could be in the front of the Crawford boxes
playing defense
to help the Astros by just reaching into the field and calling it a double.
Yeah, wasn't there? I think there was a Mookie Betts one in like 2018.
Yeah,
there's an interference play in right field. Yeah, I like that. There is a little bit of you can have some what's it called? Some crisis actors there. You can. Although I will say, if you're doing that, if you're sitting in the front row in the outfield wearing the other team's jersey, just on the off chance you can interfere, I think you might deserve it. Like, I'm willing to just like, hey, you get that one. Like, if you're willing to go that far for it, I think I'll let you have one. I think that's a good rule. I like that because it makes the fans part of the game.
Yeah, I just feel like it should be like it should count as a home run.
Yeah.
If it was very clearly a Phillies fan that touched it, because they made it a home run by interacting.
Now, what do you do? And I am Joe. I am not just bringing this up because you're a Cubs fan.
Okay.
What do you do in a Bartman-like scenario where you have it's a fan interfering with his own team?
Then the original rule stands.
Just play on. Like,
so
it's no play.
If it was an Astros fan yesterday, it's a double.
Okay.
It's a double. It's not a home run. I'm saying that if it's a Phillies fan is interfering, that it should hurt the Phillies.
Okay. But there's no self-imposed it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how mad Alou gets.
Yeah.
We're not.
No, P. Hands can throw as much of a tantrum as he wants. Like, it's not going to change anything.
Okay.
Just get the ground ball that goes through your legs, Alex Gonzalez, and maybe you don't have to wait till 2016. Yeah. But no, I think if it's your own team,
it's just
the normal
rule
rules.
as is.
Yeah, but I think if you are the road team and the home fans screw up a play, that they should be punished. That there should be some kind of like, nope, we're going to call that one a home run, even though by the rules it should not have been. They reached over. Keep the original call.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I just think it's
I like that.
Time for change.
When you started off with I have a hot take about fan interference. I wasn't really sure where we were going. I like where we landed.
Ninth inning of a no hitter. Here
that's a good one. That's a good one because it's not like a specific type. That's what I was thinking with the pitcher Web Gym to preserve their own no hitter or perfect game, where it's more of a scenario or like a genre of play as opposed to like specific diving catch or that kind of thing.
Yeah. All right. When we get back, we're gonna move over our NFL countdown because we're gonna have Pedro Munif here from LaBerge joining us at 1:30 to talk about what's going on with fantasy football and some of the stuff that you can do here at LaBerge and the experiences that you can have. So up next, our NFL countdown, 7 days. We're finally 7 days. We're almost there. That's next here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Vic on 2nd and 8, off the play fake, has some running room, inside the 30, inside the 20, Vic into the end zone, Falcons win in overtime.
That play-by-play does not do that highlight justice.
No,
that is the one where, if you can't tell, that is the one where they're taking on the Falcons are playing the Minnesota Vikings. It's overtime. It's 24-24. And Vic, just as soon as he gets the ball out of the snap, he takes off down the field. The two Vikings defenders collide as he, slips right between them. He scores the game-winning touchdown. One of my favorite plays of all time. Honestly, I know, bad dude in a lot of ways, but one of my favorite football players ever.
Yes.
I mean, the Deshaun Jackson touchdowns when he was with the Eagles.
Yes.
I was watching one where it was this video of you forgot this dude played for this team, and it was him throwing touchdowns as a New York Jet, which I did forget about. Also, Pittsburgh Steeler, Michael Vick.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
The Steeler one I forgot about. Going back to the call, one thing I think I've noticed, this is verging. I'm almost ready to call this a take. It's still in the oven. I think football broadcasting used to be terrible. Just in general. Okay, I think it was good when we play the 1950s and 1960s things.
Yes.
I'm just gonna blindly say in the 80s and 90s and maybe a little bit of the 2000s, it was just terrible.
I agree.
All these guys are no selling these awesome plays.
That's why, to me, John Gruden used to be such a hot commodity on Monday Night Football, because it was just him. He was just different. You listen to Joe Buck, the way he used to call games in baseball and football versus the way he did now.
Yeah, it's like he was
so
falling
different.
asleep.
We
when we did the Tyree catch on Monday.
And yes, it was awful.
It sounded like the worst play in the world.
Because honestly, what it probably was, you had a bunch of old white dudes who were sitting in a room, and they were telling these broadcasters to be as vanilla and as boring as possible.
Yeah.
And say, just tell me exactly what's going on. Show no emotion, no excitement. Just tell me what it is. And then they completely changed it. Obviously, best number 7's, John Elway, Ben Roethlisberger, C.J. Stroud, Ron Jaworski, Joe Theismann.
Okay, C.J. Stroud's better than those guys.
Dan Pastorini.
Okay.
Morton Anderson.
Morton Anderson. I feel like Morton Anderson's been on a couple of these.
Yes. I was trying. He probably has won half the numbers.
Because I imagine kickers get pretty low on the totem pole of what jersey they get to pick, and they probably have to move around a lot. So yeah.
All right. What else is going on in the NFL? Rashee Rice, the Kansas City Chiefs, NFL PR guy says that they don't anticipate putting Rashee Rice on the commissioner's exempt list, so you can just break a bunch of laws and no big deal, whatever. I mean, he didn't kill anyone, so he just had a hit and run.
It is odd though, and I'm sure it's a case by case kind of thing. But with the Browns defensive end, was it Michael Hall?
Michael Hall.
Yeah, Michael Hall. We played audio of Kevin Stefanski swatting away all the questions last week or maybe 2 weeks ago now, and then he gets placed on on cut day. He gets placed on the commissioner's exempt list.
Yeah.
Whereas Rashee Rice doesn't, and there is something. I would
the
just
gravity of what he did is different, but there was 3 instances where it's hey, maybe discipline this guy a little bit.
Yes, or just I don't know, 3 games. Let's just it's less about the actual severity of the punishment I'm looking for. I just want to know the consistency and what we're looking at when we are deciding whether guys get suspended or put on the exempt list and things like that.
I guess I never thought we were going to see what's happening with Bill Belichick happening. When he got fired, I thought he would sit out a year, maybe do McAfee or one show. But Bill Belichick is going to be on 3 or 4 different shows, and now he's added another one. He's going to be doing The Breakdown, a show with Peyton Manning before the Manning cast. I just didn't think he was going to be all over the place like this. This is the one where I'm the most interested in, because I think I'm actually going to be able to really learn more about the depths of football. So I'm excited about this one.
Yeah, this is something we talked about I want to say earlier this year when obviously Bill Belichick walks away, fired from the Patriots.
Very James Cookie.
Nick Saban gets fired, or he definitely did get fired.
He
He retires. I was thinking of Mac Brown. Mac Brown got retired. He was forced to retire. Nick Saban retiring. We thought, oh, this would be a fun podcast if they wanted to do it on, just drop it once a week on whatever interests them in football coaching or football X's and O's. And I guess we're getting a version of that with Peyton and Bill Belichick doing this. I agree with you. I think it's going to be really cool. I remember the NFL 100 list that they did. And
Bill was great on that.
Bill was on the council of elders that made that put together the list and was sitting there telling stories. And I always remember the Ed Reed play where he talks about Ed Reed in the most glowing terms for like 7.5 straight minutes. It's incredible.
And then see what else is going on. The New York Giants. Okay, so Malik Neighbors is going to get the number 1.
Yes.
He had to ask the family of Ray Flaherty for permission. The Giants are unretiring the number.
My favorite detail is that the number 1 for the New York Giants was the first professional football number ever retired.
I don't understand how you're unretiring it.
Malik Neighbors is good. I don't. They're not doing it for a scrub.
He better be really good.
He better be awesome. Like,
I think
the stakes just went way up on Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, if you're unretiring a number, I think
the
they're
oldest number ever retired.
Yeah, they're like new expectations for like, yeah, you better be damn good this year.
Like 17 receivers has worn 88 for the Dallas Cowboys, but no one's ever worn number 1 for the or at least since like 1938 or something.
Yeah.
No one's wore the number 1 for the Giants, and Malik Neighbors is yanking it down off the side of MetLife building and putting it on.
All right, and then the last one here. I think Tom Brady should have been good at broadcasting. I'm officially now not excited to watch him this year.
Whoa.
Because I like my broadcasters with the ability to go to practice. I like my broadcasters with the ability to be in production meetings. I like my broadcasters with the ability to criticize officials. And Tom Brady can officially do none of those things. He can no longer go to practice. He cannot be in production meetings. He cannot have contacts with the teams that he is broadcasting games for because the NFL is letting him move forward and be a partial owner of the Las Vegas Raiders.
So I'm assuming in a bunch of conflict of interest.
Yes.
Kind of scenarios
but
where, as minority owner of the Raiders, he cannot then go to a Chiefs practice when he's calling a Chiefs game.
Yes. And he can't talk to Patrick Mahomes.
This makes it tough. This would make it tough and he can't talk to them.
He can have like casual conversation.
Yeah, it has to be. He can't be in a production meeting. With these guys. I don't actually really understand why he can't be in a production meeting with these guys.
Because they typically share. They share more detail about
if you're not
what the struggles are.
But you're not barring them from just like minority owners of. Just any minority owner in the NFL isn't barred from talking to a player on a different team.
No, but they couldn't they couldn't be like X's and O's breakdown, I guess, in theory.
I guess the nature of the conversation that they're having
it makes it more
probably
complicated.
A little bit different.
Yeah.
That is fair. This sucks. I guess the NFL can't say like, hey, I know you signed a $300 million contract.
You can't buy the Raiders.
Turns out, or you can't call games.
Yeah.
Like I know if you want to, you're gonna have to void that contract, Fox and Brady. So I get why they can't do that. But yes, this sucks.
I always love coming here. The food's incredible. Chef Lyle's going to join us in the 2:00 hour, and they just brought like a burger tower out, and we're going to go to break right now. So that
Funny
way,
enough, we're going to go to break right when this
just like we talked about yesterday when we were at the Best Stop. Like this is a show in which we like to eat, and then also happen to talk at the same same area.
Sometimes at the same time.
Yeah, sometimes at the same time. All right, it's the Gallant George broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at LaBerge, Lake Charles, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles.
Gallant George here, broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at La Berge, Lake Charles. We'll be out here today and tomorrow for the show. I know we got a bunch of plans for tonight to watch the Colorado game here at the book, and Sean Mapes filling in for Paul this week while he's on vacation. Right now we're joined by Pedro Muniz, a multi-purpose, that's not the word you told me. Multi-unit. Oh, your mic's muted. I'll fix that. Multi-unit general manager.
So many units.
I know, so many units. So fantasy football season. I know we talked about a little bit last time, what you guys got going on right now. Before we get into like last minute that people can come out here and book a fantasy football experience for their draft, have you seen anything wild? Have you seen anyone that's like, all right, we're putting, we're some weird way to pick their draft order? You got people swimming through the pool when they're not supposed to be. Like, what's going on?
It would have been really
races
cool,
or something.
and I think next year we might have to just go ahead and make that just a mandatory thing. You got to race around the pool to see who gets
I like
first
that.
pick. I do like that.
Yeah, we saw the video of Field Yates at ESPN dislocating a shoulder on a tackling dummy somewhere on a beach somewhere. I don't know how they were determining the order in this way by tackling a tackling dummy. Have we seen any of that?
We didn't see any of that.
Okay.
I am curious. Did he get the first pick after it, or did he just take a
I haven't
broken
seen
shoulder?
the follow up.
I don't think he said. He just dislocated his shoulder and then just posted the video.
I can't determine if it was worth it or not unless I know if I got the
where
first
he landed.
pick,
Where he
right?
landed.
Is it a top 3? Then it might be good to go.
Yeah, see, I still think next year that we're definitely going to do that. Next year we're going to get a group out here and do it. I still think it's you take $100 into the casino and you say you got 2 hours.
Whoever comes out with the most.
Yeah, like most down to least. That's your draft
If you're
order.
positive, you're in.
Yeah. Whatever you can do. Like you want to play blackjack, you want to play craps, you want to play video poker, like whatever you want to do, or you just want to sit on it and assume everyone else is going to lose their money.
No, you got to play. You got to play because of course you're gonna.
But what if someone hits like a major jackpot, right?
Well, they get the first pick then.
They get the first pick, but I'm making them cover all the buy-in.
Yeah, it depends how much.
Yeah, you need some like rules and regulations before they start. So tell us what are the fantasy draft packages that people can do?
It's a really cool immersive package, man, and you have the option to choose between doing everything or just bits and pieces of it. But obviously it's going to be a lot of unique, food and beverage offerings like this that you see here in front of you, and you can go and order whatever you want from Chef Lyle. Cabana packages, right? Now you can do your draft inside the sports book or on the patio or outside of the cabana. We had some groups do that this past weekend. So maybe they didn't race for the first pick, but they were maybe swimming between picks. And that, also on top of that is a really cool deal we have with our barbershop inside. So we have the option to kind of rent that space out for a little while and have, you get your hair cut, get your beard trimmed, have a little cocktail hour with the fellas and have a good time, man. And then also with our VIP section here inside the restaurant, we've got 10 recliners that are always available. Mm-hmm. And so whether you want to be comfortable at a table or take up that recliner space, everything's available.
You guys are doing some stuff with where you can combo it with golf, right?
That's correct. Thank you. I left one out. That's the best part, right, for the fellas. We threw the cabanas in case, hey, you want to bring the significant other. We'll go do our draft. Y'all go hang out at the pool. But there have been many tea times this past weekend with the draft.
That's awesome.
Also.
Yeah, that's the other one you could do too for the order. You could start with golf, and just best score gets the best pick.
I can't.
In the draft.
Man, I got a buddy. His name's Mark. I wouldn't be able to do that with him because he's going to get the first pick.
Just guaranteed.
Yeah, man. If we're going off the drive, he's going to take me every time. So
I like that.
Maybe implement a handicap system.
I got to take the handicap.
I like how all these draft orders we decided we've then immediately like a real fantasy league
found major flaws with it
and have to add 45 different confusing rules to it.
The skills challenge, man. You got to throw the darts to the skills. Whoever hits the most, that could be a fun one.
We had a skills challenge last year for the station league that we did.
Yeah, they did. I
he
stayed
opted out.
I opted out. I just took like the 11th pick in the draft. I was like, I'm not doing this.
You know what? what, man? Honestly, everyone's like, "Oh, I got to get that top pick," but I'm like, I draft 11th or 12th. I get to turn around and I get 2 top 25s, right? Instead of having to wait all the way to the end of that.
It's always the worst part, though. It's the third and fourth round,
right?
Because after you make that second pick, you just feel like you're on the clock forever.
That, and then it's also like, how's the league structured? Am I going QB round one? Am I going QB later on? There's like one of our leagues is real QB heavy set, and so you're going to see the Mahomes and everybody be the one pick, and that really determines for me what I'm doing.
So I know Chef Lyle's joining us here in the 2 o'clock hour, but can you give me some insight here of what I'm working with?
Man, he's got a bunch of cool stuff coming to the menu that he's going to talk to you guys about. This guy here is one of our big platters here. Obviously, you see he's got our full sets of wings. The only place in town you get them like that. Everybody tends to cut them in half, right? And you get flats or whatnot. Lyle gives them to you how they come, right? Whole. You got some fried jalapenos, fried green beans, fried pickles all together there, some onion strings, some beef sliders, obviously, right? And what's that on the other end? Some
chicken tenders.
Yeah, and this is his sriracha honey sauce, but there's a number of sauces that that are listed on the menu that you can choose from.
And I guess some veggies.
You have to put them on there. I appreciate Chef Lyle for thinking that we're going to have any veggies, giving us the benefit of the doubt. I seriously doubt we're going to be hitting the veggies that
veggies
hard.
are there for me. Like, all right, everything else is done. I'm still kind of grazing, right?
Okay, yeah. See,
that's on a carrot.
I'm with you. Yeah,
that's all that's left, dude. I'll take the carrot. Right?
Instead of ordering another thing of fries,
right?
It's like, I'm just gonna pick at this. Like, drink my beer, watch the game, and just like kind of wait it out.
Yeah, the celery's kind of light.
It's the food equivalent of mixing into water.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
There you go.
So there's still obviously the NFL season doesn't start until we got 7 days. We start
7 days.
Exactly. Yeah. So we have 7 days from now. So there's still time for people to sign up for the fantasy draft package?
Yeah, absolutely.
They want to come in this weekend or something like that.
Yeah, we'd love to see you.
Cool.
Like myself, I think my last draft is on Tuesday, the 3rd. So
Yep.
for all of us latecomers, right, or last minute guys and gals that want to get those in, man, we are here for every need you have. And like I said, it's whether you want to just come to the sports book here in LaBerge and do the draft or utilize the other amenities that we've set up with golf and cabanas at the pool, et cetera, et cetera. So we'd love to see y'all. Anybody.
All right. It's Gallant George. Awesome. Thank you for joining us, Pedro, as always. We appreciate it. We're going to talk to you tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow.
So we got some more cool stuff to talk about tomorrow. I'm excited.
Tomorrow's some good news, man. We got some good reveals coming out.
Yeah,
tomorrow,
for sure.
So.
Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, there's a bunch of cool stuff happening here
we cannot
at
talk
the sportsbook.
about.
Yeah, we can't really talk about. I still don't know. I'm still, because since I'm not one of the employees here, I don't know all the details yet. So we'll be. I'm just getting like little nuggets of information.
Like y'all are the first to know,
clues
man.
around.
We're breaking live on ESPN Radio.
Yeah, we're just getting like little nuggets of information. I'm like, all right, I'm ready to get going. All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate it as always, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow.
It's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
Now back to the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles with Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thank you to Pedro Muniv and Matt Holland so far for joining us on the show today. Both will be back with us tomorrow. We're going to reveal some cool stuff happening here at the Sportsbook and at La Berge. Chef Lyle, we just crushed these burgers so far. See, Dana, my wife, and Sean have started on the wings. I'm going to get mine in the next break. I just had one of the fried jalapenos. Excellent.
Very good.
Simple but good.
We did.
Those are simple but good.
We did say that we weren't going to have, or we didn't expect that we'd have very many vegetables. We proved ourselves wrong. We had some of the fried,
but that doesn't
the
count.
fried pickles.
We're talking about like the straight up celery and carrots.
Yes. Okay. If you don't want to count fried pickles as vegetables, that's fine, I guess.
I mean, I'm fine with counting them.
Yeah, it's pretty judgy of you, but yeah.
All right, so tonight we'll be in here hanging out, watching the Colorado game and some of the other games going on. And when you hear people talk about Deion Sanders this year, there are some who think he could be the next head coach of USC. There are some who think he could be majorly on the hot seat this season if Colorado does not have a much improved season. I lean towards more he's going to have a good enough season to where he'll, elevate into a much better job. But who do you think are the coaches this year, Sean, in your mind in college football with the most pressure on them?
I think a guy that you have to look at immediately, pretty immediately, is Billy Napier at Florida. Going into year 3 at Florida, he's gonna have to win. He's gonna have to win some games to save his job. This is a program that's fired, I think, their last 3 coaches, and all of them went to an SEC title game. Billy Napier has not done that. And so I think Napier is probably on the hottest seat, and it's only amplified by the fact that not only they're starting their season this weekend against Miami, so an in-state school, they're also playing UCF in a non-conference game, a school that they believe that they are better than. They believe that it is a big 3 in Florida, and UCF is not in that group.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be a big game for them. Obviously, they're going to end their season in Florida State, and then the SEC gave them an absolute murderer's row, especially in November, of games that they're going to have to play. So I think Billy Napier not only is on the hottest seat, but probably the most eyes are on him as someone
most likely to get fired.
Yeah, who's not going to make it out on the other side.
Yeah, I think the one coach that will not get fired after one season, but has the most pressure to make the 12-team playoff, to maybe win a playoff game, I think it has to be Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
I mean, the pressure to replace Nick Saban is, like, I don't feel this way about Sherrone Moore because – Michigan has the allegations. They're going to get hit with some sanctions here soon, it seems like, actually. I just don't view Michigan as like this, like they're in a lot of trouble kind of thing. Like, there's not the pressure to make the college football playoff.
Yeah.
But for DeBoer and Alabama to replace Nick Saban, I think the expectation is that you need to have immediate success.
Yeah, I believe in Kalen DeBoer. I mean, Nick Saban left him in a pretty good spot. He's not taking over disaster by any means, but I do think that, no matter who the first coach after Nick Saban was going to be, he was going to be a guy who's under immense pressure, even starting off in year 1. I think the 12-team playoff helps him because I like his chances to be able to say, hey, year 1, made the playoff.
Yep.
It's a little bit easier to do now. I think by the same token as someone who I was going to say isn't in any danger of being fired. He's probably in some danger of being fired. He definitely shouldn't be. And if you look at his career record at Ohio State, he should not be under any pressure whatsoever for his job. But Ryan Day is someone who I think, if you're not looking at it as losing his job, but just how hard will your life be?
Dude, if they don't beat Michigan, they have to win the national championship game. Like, I think you have to have that level, or at least get to the national championship game if you lose to Michigan this year. All the talent they lost.
Yes.
And then
no Harbaugh.
No Harbaugh.
I think there was 13 guys drafted off last year's team. Yeah, it's a situation where their season might even be a one-game season as far as Ryan Day's quality of life is concerned in Columbus, Ohio. And then, yeah, even on top of that, with the amount of talent that they have, with the amount of resources that they got through NIL, because Michigan just won the title and because they've lost their last 3 games against them, and Michigan's won 3 straight Big Ten titles, I think there's pressure on Ryan Day starting on the Saturday after Thanksgiving in the game against Michigan. I think there's pressure on him the next week in the Big Ten title game, playing whoever they play in the Big Ten title game to win the Big Ten. And I think there's going to be pressure on him for the first 2 or 3 playoff games that they have, because with the amount of talent that's on this team, the amount of guys that came back, the guys that could have left and didn't, because these guys that could have left that were juniors last year, they're guys that have these guys had never beat Michigan in their college career.
You have guys who were first-round picks last year. I mean,
yes.
Trayvon Henderson could have been a first-round pick, maybe a second-round pick.
Emeka Egbuka. You have JTT off the defensive line. You have multiple defensive defensive players in the front line and in the backfield. Yeah, I think they're under immense pressure, probably being held to the highest standard of anyone. I think Ryan Day is being held to the highest standard of anyone in college football this year.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. It's just you got to beat Michigan. Like, there are just certain games you got to win. Like, there are, now that A&M and UT is back, there are going to be, Mike Elko, if he in his first year as a good year but not a great year, but he beats the Longhorns. Yeah. And people will view this season as a success. They'll say, hey, we'll take a bowl game and a victory over the Longhorns. Now, that won't last forever, because eventually, if you're Ohio State, it doesn't matter if you beat Michigan. Like, your goal is still to win a national championship game. Mm-hmm. But since it's been 2 years, you got to do it. Like, it's now or never. Anyone else that pops out for you, most pressure?
I mean, Lincoln Riley is a guy who's going to be under a lot of pressure this year with how they kind of fell flat on their face last year, bringing back Caleb Williams. Moving into the Big Ten is going to be another kind of hurdle for them, another place that they need to be judged. But ultimately, it's all going to come down to that defense. I think Lincoln Riley, despite losing Caleb Williams, I still just have belief in, hey, Lincoln Riley's going to figure this thing out and is going to have a really good college football offense. No matter who you give them, it's really going to come down to, did the moves that they made on defense, taking UCLA's defensive coordinator, taking North Dakota State's, they're playing tonight, taking their head coach and making him the co-DC. Are these moves going to at least bear fruit in, I mean, maybe not week 1 against LSU, but in year 1 in the Big Ten? Can they get that Can they get that train moving in the right direction? Yeah,
it's interesting, because if he struggles, there really could be a chance we just wake up and he just has left USC on his own accord because he's in the NFL.
Yeah. Him and Ryan Day both have they might not be able to fire me, but I'm leaving town before the angry mob gets to my house.
Yes.
Like, they still have enough juice to where they probably could be head coaches, definitely could be offensive coordinators next year if they want to go that way. And I think they probably have too much juice. I think they would have to be head coaches. But I think those two guys, as far as guys with pressure on them to succeed, that have a way to wiggle out of it, even if they fall short, they won't get fired. I think another guy who has high expectations, I'm not quite sure if, I know, barring a disastrous year, he's not on fired watch, but I think Marcus Freeman has a good amount of pressure on him heading into year 3. Got to deliver on some of this hype. I think they will. I mean, not just playing the schedule game of they have 3 hard games this year. One of them is on Saturday against A&M. One of them's against USC, and I think they play Louisville somewhere in the middle of their season, who is a team that went to the ACC title game last year. So every other game on their schedule should be winnable, and winnable by a good amount. So can you actually convert on that and win the games you should at Notre Dame?
You have to win the first or the last game of the season. You have to beat A&M or you have to beat USC. And you have to make the college football playoff this year. I like Marcus Freeman. I was glad when Tommy Rees left. I think last year we saw at Alabama why that offense struggled. Because I don't think he's a good offensive play caller. And I think he showed that at Notre Dame and at Alabama already. But I agree with you. The hard part is I wonder what the move is for them, and like, because I think there's a reason why Marcus Freeman's the coach.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a reason why they didn't go into a full search.
Yeah.
And trying to find their next guy. Like, they couldn't. I don't think they could lure Ryan Day from Ohio State. They couldn't, pull a big name. What happened to them with LSU, with Brian Kelly. I don't think they have the ability to do the inverse of that. So there's pressure.
Yeah.
But Brian Kelly also struggled for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And everyone was calling for his head, and he just kind of stood there.
He immediately came in, and I think in, was it year 3? It might have been year 2 actually, where they make the title game against Alabama, and we won't talk about what happened in that game.
They lost by a lot.
and then they did have a few years in the wilderness in the mid 2010s,
Mm-hmm.
and I do think that for Marcus Freeman, this is barring a 4-8 2016 type year, I do think that he's going to keep his job, but I do think that there's an amount of pressure on him, especially when taking into account you're at Notre Dame, you're expected to make the playoff with the schedule.
And next year is really the year. Where you have Riley Leonard this year. Next year you have who's the Michigan coach?
Lloyd Carr.
You have his grandson is your 5-star quarterback recruit. They have another kid coming in. Next year is really the year I look at Notre Dame, and it's all right, it's
you got to do some real stuff.
If you don't do some real damage this year, next year is the year. You got to really do something to prove to me, because they are using NIL a little bit so they can move forward. They're not they're not Clemson.
Yeah,
who's not using the transfer portal. Dabo belong on this list. Won't use the transfer portal.
Pressure for what though? I mean, there's a little bit of. He's the best coach in Clemson history, so what are we exactly going to do? I mean, he's not going to have to deal with the callers on his coach's show anymore, so there's a little bit of pressure that's getting eased off right there. So I think, I get what you're saying. I think it's a lot of pressure externally, I'd imagine. I don't know at Clemson how much pressure there actually is for him to win the conference or make a playoff.
Yeah, I tend to agree. For some reason, they haven't caught on yet.
I think it's just you have so much goodwill when you're the guy who won the only 2 national championships in 40 years at a program.
Look at Joe Pa. Joe Pa.
Yeah.
When was the last time he won when he was alive and coaching at Penn State?
Was it the 90s? Or 80s,
so.
90s?
Yeah, maybe the 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, college football is the one sport where you can live off of one thing forever unless you're at LSU.
Yeah,
basically.
And they'll fire your ass if it's been 5 years. Yeah,
where it's hey, your expectation at LSU is to win a championship in the first 2 or 3 years, because that's what all the coaches have done. And then if you're terrible 3 years later, you're gone. Brian Kelly might belong on this list then.
Yeah.
I mean, if you do look at Nick Saban and Coach O and all these guys who come into LSU and they have won national championships early on, Brian Kelly's got to have some, at least, fan base pressure of it's time to win a title.
I think some of it
already.
I don't know if it's quite title expectations, but I think it might be. It's make the playoff. It's make the playoff and not be a disaster on defense like they were last year. I think, like we were talking about with Lincoln Riley, I think that's where he can earn himself a lot of good credit, even if he does pull out a 9-10 win season, which is fine. Win most of the games you're supposed to, keep it moving, maybe make the play, be on that playoff bubble. That's probably 9 wins in the SEC probably puts you on the playoff bubble. But just don't give up 500 yards every game like they were doing last year. Don't be in shootouts against Mizzou, which is something that LSU does not want to ever find themselves in again. I think that's more of the expectation, where it's just, hey, let's play a little bit more like LSU.
Yes, that would be they're a team I'm very interested in by this year. Ole Miss is another. I'm ready for college football season. I'm ready for.
Let's get these games kicked off.
Hugh Dab says Brian Kelly go back to Notre Dame. No, thank you. He can stay. Good luck at LSU to my LSU friends like Matt, who was on earlier, and other people who are listening.
Yeah, that's.
I'm a hard pass on that one. We're not his family anymore, I would say. All right, when we get back, Chaz McCormick is being sent to AAA We are still awaiting official news of Jason Hayward signing to the Houston Astros. I would imagine that's going to come within the next 2 hours. So we'll get to that, and also we'll have a question of this: since we're here at Sportsbook, who are you betting on to make an impact for the Astros on the playoffs? We're going to give you 3 options. That's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's been a fun week for me, too, I must admit. Jazz skies
Go
one
ball.
into center field. Brandon Marsh going back on it. He'll watch this when it goes. Chaz McCormick in his hometown hits a home run to right center field over the wall where he made that incredible catch in the World Series.
Ma may be here in the stadium, but I'm still going to yell at her. Hey, Ma! The meatloaf!
Chaz's mom, where is she?
Is that the last time we hear Blum say "Ma the meatloaf"?
Oh, don't do that. That's the saddest way to react to that sound. That bummed me out. That was nothing but good vibes. His mom was in the building.
Yeah.
And now you're hitting us with that ugliness.
So Chaz McCormick, after the game, sent down to AAA as we await the official news that Jason Hayward will be joining the Astros, which I still can't believe that that's where we're at this season with the Astros, that Ben Gamble is the hottest hitter on the Astros since he joined the team. And then Jason Hayward is being signed and Chaz is being sent down and Dubon is running 300 miles an hour into the wall. Made another great catch yesterday, though. I will say. Right, I don't know if he robbed a home run or he was like it was right there, and just like robbed a double. But Chas McCormick, I kind of feel bad for him.
Yeah,
I read the Chandler piece again, and it sucks. Like,
it's a downer of a situation, especially for it to kind of come to a head at not only the site of his his championship moment, a moment that will always kind of live on in Astros history, the catch he made in Philadelphia, and then he hits a home run there. It's where he's from. He hits a home run there, and then a couple hours later, maybe an hour later, we get the news that he's getting sent down to Sugar Land. So yeah, it's been a tough year for him. Hopefully he figures it out. There is a little bit of me where I'm thinking like, how much time is there exactly for him to figure things out and then come back in 2024 to make an impact on the team? This might be something where we're looking at 2025 with the next time that Chas McCormick is taking some sort of meaningful at bat.
Especially if Jason
Astros.
Hayward is competent.
Yeah, which he should be.
And then you have
he was pretty good his last year in LA.
Yeah, this year was not great, but last year he was pretty good. He's hitting 300 against lefties this year, so he's a reverse split guy now. So you have him, Ben Gamel, as like your outfield depth pieces. I mean, Chas would have to figure it out really quick.
Yeah,
in the minors to turn around. Now,
and even then, the kind of pushback would be, let's see it for longer.
Exactly.
It could just be the hot stretch. Obviously, I don't know if he's only going to play in Sugar Land or if he's going to play in the road games too. But they play a lot of games at altitude as well. There's a bunch of inflated home run numbers and power numbers in that league that the Space Cowboys are in. So it's going to be kind of hard to parse. Again, such a small sample.
I mean, look, this is a playoff team, so they've made the playoffs officially. The Space Cowboys. So Chas McCormick is going to be taking. I mean, when you look at the Space Cowboys,
I did say meaningful at bat for the Astros.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't. Not to minimize the meaningfulness of the at bats that he's going to take.
The Houston Astros. The Sugar Land Space Cowboys will have 2 members of the World Series team on their roster as they pursue a Pacific Coast League championship. I think that's the league that they're in.
Yeah,
I forgot.
It's the PCL.
All right, so here's what. Since we're at Sportsbook,
yes.
if I told you had to make a bet, $25, simple, no big money, there's no stressing over this, on Chas McCormick, Rafael Montero, or Forrest Whitley making a impactful appearance, one in the postseason for the Astros.
God,
who are you taking? Chas, Montero, Forrest Whitley.
I mean, luckily, I don't expect any of these guys to make an impact. So I never have to. I hope I'll never have to actually face the possibility of this. I hate this. I hate what you just did to me. I'm about to put money on the Washington Commanders to win the division in 2024, and this is actually a harder choice for me to make. I'm going to go Montero. I think it's just simply. Like we were talking about Chas, there's not really a lot of time for him to go down and then come back and make an impact. Where Montero, he got sent down a month ago.
I still don't think he's given up a run yet in the minors.
So he's a proven performer in the stretch run for the Space Cowboys as they march on to a championship. So give me Rafael Montero. You said make a playoff impact. You did not say positive or negative.
Oh.
That makes me feel even better about this pick.
Okay.
So, yes, give me Montero. I think he has one appearance in the playoffs.
All right. Hugh Dab says Montero. Ryan says Giant Meteor has a better chance to make an impact.
that is true.
I'm gonna take Whitley.
I
would take Whitley.
It was between the pitchers.
Give me something fresh. Give me something new. Give me something that over 10+ appearances, he's got over 20 strikeouts. He's barely walking guys. He's got a below 1 ERA. Give me something like just something. Like,
give me something.
Do I want to see Forrest Whitley or Caleb Ferguson? Forrest. Do I want to see Forrest Whitley or Caleb Ort? I kind of like Caleb Ort.
Ort's growing on you?
Yeah, Ort and King are growing on me.
King definitely. King was kind of my go-to of like.
Ort's got some gas.
Hey, sign someone, send King down. Now I'm like, King can maybe stick around. Ort. I'm not quite there on Ort. Ort's fun to say, but I'm not quite there on him as a guy I trust when he jogs out and takes the mound. So I like Whitley. I would like to just see Whitley again. Maybe not even in. I mean, definitely, I would not like to see him in a playoff scenario unless the Astros are up 10-0 in Game 4 of the World Series.
Or you're in 18 innings again, like you were when you played Seattle a couple years ago.
Even then, what they did in that situation, just have was that Luis Garcia?
Yeah, that was when Jose Urquidy was right. Was it Urquidy?
I forgot if it was Urquidy or Garcia.
No, Garcia went long. Urquidy was the only pitcher who didn't pitch.
That's right. They
didn't use him.
It's so long ago that you know who started that game for the Astros? Lance McCullers.
Oh yeah, Lance McCullers.
That was one of the last 3 starts he's made for the Astros.
Lance McCullers only going to pitch for 2 more years.
Really?
Yep.
What's going to happen to him then?
He's going to retire.
Oh.
I got to pull the audio. I got to send the audio out, so I forgot. Lance was on What's Eric Eating, our podcast with Eric Sandler.
Yeah.
And Eric asked him about his career, and he didn't say it like, I'm retiring in 2 years. But he's like, well, I probably got 2 more years after this one to like really figure it out, and then I want to be a dad.
Mm.
And I was like, oh, so like Lance is going to finish out his contract.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
And then walk away.
I was going to ask, where is he getting the 2 years from? Is it
it's his contract.
Exactly line up with his contract? That makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I would like to see, he's someone I would like to see make an impact on a playoff team again. Definitely not this year.
2025?
Yeah, I'd like, if 2025, I'm ready to get my heart, no, I won't get my heart broken by Lance again. Because I think at this point I've built up enough of a callus to where
see what can happen is he can come back and he can like pitch really, really well in the regular season.
And he
get you excited.
He was a good pitcher in 2022. That's really one of the most frustrating things about all this.
All right, we're gonna take a timeout. We are gonna get some more grub in here, and then Chef Lyle, who made this wonderful food for us, will be joining us next year. It's Gallant George broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at LaBerge Lake Charles on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at La Berge, Lake Charles. Sean Mapes filling in for Paul this week while he's out on vacation, and joined now by one of our favorites when we're here, Chef Lyle. Chef, what's going on?
How y'all doing, man?
Good.
I'm good.
We were doing well.
Now we're doing better. And then
now
you brought
we're
us
doing even
food.
better
Yes.
after you bringing us this platter.
All right, talk to me. Let's start with the wings because they're incredible. So what kind
Okay.
of – this is a new platter you guys are going to be
Yeah, we made
debuting?
it twice the size of what it was.
Oh,
Okay. Calling us fat?
No, man, we wanted. we kind of wanted.
We got the VIP
No, man.
treatment, is what it
No,
sounds
this
like.
is the actual platter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we wanted it to kind of like turn heads when it went out, so we'll sell more. So
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
So we had the with the beef sliders.
slider tower, yeah.
Slider tower, which was cool.
That was
What-
awesome.
what's the sauce on the wings? Or like, what?
That's sriracha honey. Like
Okay.
sriracha, regular sriracha and hot honey.
It's incredible.
Yeah, I like-
It's
that's
one of
one
my
of my
favorite
favorites,
things. Yeah. We got the
So this is like
pickles,
it's all
jalapenos.
pickles, jalapenos, pickled green beans, all
Okay.
pickled.
Yeah.
Pickle them all together, then we fry them.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
So that's actually a new app that we're going to be doing.
Okay.
Really? So this is something that, even without the whole platter, this is something that you can get as an app. when
Every
you
one
sit
of
down
these
here.
could be broken down as an app. Like
Okay.
you could buy
There
the
we go.
sliders. We got 4 different kind of sliders. They all come on towers like this.
Yeah.
You got
I've had the pork ones before, the
Okay.
Razorbacks.
We added another one, a hot honey chicken one.
Oh, yeah?
That's gonna start
As
yeah,
a slider.
As a slider.
That's great.
But they come on these towers. So
Uh-huh.
so look, we started these towers about 2 months ago. I got kind of bored and it's like, man, they just look so. No, I'm saying no, these look so plain on this little plate.
Yeah.
And then I was just looking around. I saw this onion ring tower. And I'm like, I could put sliders on that. Then we tried it, and I like sliders.
Yeah.
Sliders. My cooks in the back, they was like, man.
So this is, the first time we came out here was for March Madness.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the first time that, obviously we had talked, and you said that you were starting to work on a new menu, ideas. And so this is kind of like that rollout then,
Yeah.
I guess, at this point
This
for football
is the
season.
rollout. We added chicken crackling.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Okay.
look, you can get this one in like Mesquite, Nashville dry rub.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, we did the same thing, the sriracha honey on that one.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. We did like a fried corn rib. And like garlic butter, Parmesan, and like a little blackened seasoning.
Okay.
And that's going with sriracha honey mayo. That's going to be a good one.
How much time do you spend just sitting there, either in the kitchen, in an office somewhere, trying to think of these different innovations that you're doing, not just putting them on towers, but the different combinations and working with hot honey and stuff like that?
Yeah, a lot of time, because like today, like we're closed. We open at 4. So we got a whole full kitchen to myself, to just see what works, see what don't work. You could do it 10 times in a row, make it perfect. Imagine me doing 100 of them at a time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then we're like, yeah.
And then when you're testing things out, is there someone that you trust as your tester for, did this work out?
Like,
more?
is it only yourself?
Yeah,
or?
Is there
Hey.
someone out here that you're like, no,
Hey,
this guy knows ball?
Hey, let me tell you something cool. My staff is brutally honest.
Good.
So if you give them something that's terrible, that they will
That's
not
good.
hold back. Like most guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chef, that's awesome.
Oh, chef, that's awesome. Nah, they're not gonna lie.
Okay, that's good.
This is disgusting. All right, cool.
So when you're making food and you're thinking about what you're going to put out there, because time's got to be a factor too, right? Because if you got a full sports book, you can't take something that you can't have a ton of things on the menu. I'm guessing that take
No.
forever to cook. You got to be able to boom, 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 boom.
The time it takes to go out and to prep. How long is it worth me pulling somebody an hour to the side to make this happen? Like just to get it prepped, and then what's the time? If it's gonna be something that's like 30, 40 minutes, it's not even worth it. We do it as a special one day, right?
Yeah.
But if it's a menu item, nah. We wanted to go out at a decent amount of time, but we want it to be good too. We're not gonna rush slop. We still want it. If we get it out, that's the challenge, right? To get it out hot and fast. you know. But not fast food fast. We're not that.
Yeah. But
it would never be that way.
There's some time element there, and then it's also something where you're trying to do new things. So it's not just a simple like, here you go. It takes this is something that just takes 5 minutes. You're getting pulled on two different directions of wanting to make things more interesting to eat versus it taking a while.
So I actually got lucky, man. My staff, they adapt to change like real easy.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna roll out a new menu tomorrow.
So full menu tomorrow.
And guess what? They're gonna be ready tomorrow.
Nice.
I mean, well, they know most of it. We've been running a special, so most of the stuff is not really new to them. They've seen it. Mm-hmm. They've seen it. They've done it over and over. New for y'all. Yeah. I mean, my staff, I think we start off as specials, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, and so it's not like we just throwing stuff on the wall and see if it stick. Every menu item we have ran it before as just special off menu, and it worked. Some of the stuff we ran off menu, we were like, man, it works, but we're not gonna be able to do it. You know, like we did it like this thing with hand cut fries and brisket, and we're like, there's no way we're gonna keep up with this. Like it's gonna be so good, like. We're going to have a guy just in the back just cutting fries. That's his job. I'm like,
what'd you do today? Cut fries.
Just cut fries. I'm like, man, sound good, but we can't execute it.
Yeah,
it's too
on scale.
It's too good.
Yeah.
So we'll save that for another day.
So what's it? Just like, try to best describe what it's like to be back there on college football Saturday, NFL Sunday. What's it like?
Man, it is crazy. It is like controlled chaos. Like if you walked in. Okay, you walk in this college football Saturday. You walk back there around noon. You might like what's going on?
Yeah,
this makes no sense. It's crazy. And we was like, it's about right. It's the way it goes. You know, from the outside looking in, like this place is crazy. But then to us in the back, like it's exactly the way it's supposed to go.
That's a 5. That is just it at room temp.
Keep going.
That's crazy.
Like most of my staff been in since we reopened. So they already kind of know the expectation. They already know football season's coming. Mm-hmm. They already know one Saturday they're going to come in. There's going to be a line of people hanging out the door to get in here on Saturday, and they already know it's going to be all day. And then Sunday, same thing. You're going to get here, line of people waiting. All day, you know. It's like March Madness, same thing. They know then you got like baseball. Then you got, perfect example. Texans made the playoffs last year. It was standing room only.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. So.
Yeah, I'd imagine like if the Astros make a playoff run, it's like when they're in the playoffs, it's really crazy.
One year we had when the Astros won the World Series, and we had an LSU and Alabama game, same day.
Yeah. I remember because Alex Bregman was talking about that game in his post game because he's an LSU guy.
Dude, and we did a buffet on the patio that day, so it was like, how did we pull this off? So. Yeah, speaking of buffet, we do tailgate. We got a tailgate buffet coming up next Sunday.
Next Sunday?
Sunday. That's going to be nice.
Yeah, because I remember it was March. We did a buffet. It was a buffet for March Madness.
It's going to be different, though, man.
Oh, yeah?
Really? So we already, I don't know if y'all know, Saturday and Sunday, and we're just going to transition. It was normally Friday and Saturday because of the game. Saturday and Sunday, we put a smoke on our patio.
Oh, nice.
Beef ribs, St. Louis ribs, brisket, jalapeno sausage, regular sausage, brine chicken. The stuff sell out. I'm talking 8, 9 o'clock. We start at 5. We're going to start the time earlier at noon on Saturday and Sunday for the game. So, you know, and we'll go until it's gone. But the tailgate menu will be similar to that. We did stuff like baked brisket macaroni. We'll take the burnt ends, make mac and cheese with it.
Oh,
yeah.
There we go.
Kind of like these smoked turkey legs.
Yeah.
You know? This is the name of a few. It's gonna be good, man. Like,
this is making me regret going to the A&M game on Saturday and not just staying here all weekend.
Oh man,
I have one question about the tailgate, which we mentioned when we were out here for March Madness. There's one item that caught all of our eye, and I just want to know. Just want to know if it's going to be here going forward in the football season. It was the Boudin egg rolls.
They're so good.
You got it.
We've been talking about them. It's been
nonstop.
It's been 4 months since we went. Every time I have Boudin, every time I have egg rolls, I'm like, I remember when these two things were together, and it was the best moment.
All right, all right. I'm not gonna upset y'all. It's not gonna be on there. But it will.
Okay. But it will.
But it will. I haven't added on there, but since you asked about it,
Okay.
I'm gonna go and order it. And we're gonna
Maybe
have
a
it ready.
special or something?
No, we're gonna have it ready out there.
Oh,
We'll
really?
Put a little small thing.
There we go.
If you said it caught everybody's attention, like, all right, we'll throw it out there.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, it was awesome.
it was honestly, it was my first time having boudin.
Whoa.
I'm from Illinois.
Yeah, he's from
So, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't hear that a lot.
We had a lot of Cajun food this week.
Where you from?
I'm from Houston.
Oh, you know,
Yeah, no.
Not right around the corner.
And every time the Cajun food came,
Yeah.
we'd have someone at the office being like, "Oh, what's this? This is the first time I've ever had this."
Yeah, 'cause
And
you got people
I was-
that moved to come work with us, and
Yeah.
So we've had Cajun food the last 2 days.
Yeah,
So
we had a Tuesday, Wednesday.
because the best stop just moved to Texas, really.
Man,
So we started going there.
So, dude, I went there pre-opening, right? In Katy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's where we were yesterday.
Well, a friend of mine, his cousin owns the place.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So, like 2 weeks before they opened, we were in there and just
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
watching it come in, eating, and it's a nice place.
Yeah, it's
so
a
we
great
were at the
spot.
one in Katy yesterday. So
Yeah.
it's a cool
Yeah,
place.
that's the one. Yep.
Well, Chef, thank you for joining us as always, and
All right, man.
we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Chef.
Yeah, new food tomorrow, man.
All right,
Come
come
check
check
Can't
it
wait.
out. The
Can't
sports
wait.
book at LaBerge. I can't recommend the wings, the sliders. It's all good. I mean, Paul's gotten everything here as well when he's come. So, and do we still have the Death Burger on the menu?
We kept it.
You
We
kept
had
it.
to. We had
The
to.
one thing
There we
now,
go.
look. So if you're a spicy person, that's on there for you as well. It's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at LaBerge Casino Resort in Lake Charles.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Some of the new changes already taking place that can't talk about them yet, but
Can't talk about
we'll start talking about it tomorrow. So a lot of exciting stuff happening here at the Sportsbook, whether it's a new menu, there's going to be some new looking stuff as well, but it's also just football season, so it's like, thank goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Are we doing our final, what are we going to do tomorrow? Are we going to do final 4 predictions or just do all 12?
For the playoff?
Yeah. I feel like you have to do all 12.
Yeah. Maybe just conference winners.
The conference winners? I'm fine with that.
And then Final Four.
I'm good with that. This is going to be a fascinating season. I was just thinking back to what we were just talking about with coaches on the hot seat.
Mm-hmm.
I really do wonder, like, how many big-time coaches are just – like, when do you think the change happens with the college football playoff? Like, how long can they just win a first-round game before the pressure heats back up, a.k.a. James Franklin? Because right now, James Franklin would be on the hot seat if this was the old way.
Yeah.
But now it's like Penn State's going to make the college football playoff, and they're going to win a game, most likely in the first round.
Yeah.
How long can you do that for? How long is that acceptable for?
Yeah, when the change first came, where it was a 12-team playoff, the initial take was like, wow, this helps teams like Penn State so much because they can win 9-10 games in the regular season. They just can't beat Michigan and Ohio State most years, or really any years that James Franklin's been there. And I get it that makes it an easier path for them to make the playoff. But what you brought up is a good point. Is like, well, yeah, then they have to play the good teams that they struggle against. Like what you're saying, when they can beat all the teams in the Big Ten, they just can't beat Ohio State and Michigan. It's like, yeah, the two best teams, they can't beat perennial top 5-ish kind of level programs. When you're in the playoff, you're only going to be playing top 10 teams. So there is something where I do think that that the teams that are like that can make the playoff but can't do any damage in there, I do think that there's going to be some level of reckoning that happens with those coaches. I think it really just kind of depends on what school you're at.
And maybe what your history has been. Like, for example, with James Franklin, where – because even then, like, if they lose in the first round, it's like, well, then who cares about making the 12-team playoff?
Mm-hmm.
If you're just going to lose to Arizona or Utah or someone in the first round of the playoffs, like, in a 7-10 matchup, like, you might as well just not be there.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think it's something where, I mean, this goes into our coaches under pressure conversation from last hour, but there's something with how does this team or how does this program view itself, where we mentioned Ohio State, how they basically have to win the championship, beat Michigan, win the Big Ten, and compete for a national title. Mm-hmm. That's the standard that they're at. Where there's other teams like we brought up with Notre Dame, where it's like, hey, just make the playoff.
Yeah, win a playoff game. And maybe get lucky.
And so I think some of it will have to do with how these teams view themselves when they start hitting their ceiling of, if you're a coach at Ole Miss, if you're Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss, I think they'll be happy enough with you making the playoff, maybe winning a playoff game, because that's something where that's heights that the program hasn't reached in over 50 years.
Yeah.
And so I think that is going to be they're going to take those kind of results differently than an Alabama would, or Ohio State, or Texas, or these teams that think more of themselves than just make the playoff, win a game, we're happy.
Yeah, what's your list of programs that are like championship or bust right now?
That right now that are
at least championship. Let's go championship game, because you can't only one team wins. So Georgia.
For 2024.
Yeah, Georgia,
Ohio State,
Texas.
I don't know if they're probably semis or bust, I would say.
Okay. I
don't know if they're national title. I mean, but at this point, like, what are we talking about? We're talking about one extra game. So, yeah, I would say them. I'd say Ohio State, or Oregon is up there. I mean, we're just naming the top 4 in the AP poll right there. I think that's my list. Yes, for a team and they're realistically capable of doing that, and preseason-wise should be held to that standard. I don't know if they're quite there.
No, I think because you have a new coach, you can't live to that standard.
No.
I think you have to pull back a little bit.
Yeah.
With like still have expectations of greatness, but like you're not Georgia. Georgia is expected to run the table.
So talking about like just out the SEC teams, I think Georgia, Texas, you're right, championship or national championship game or bust. I think Alabama is in a spot of their own of be a top team in the SEC, maybe make the SEC title game, maybe be the next team out, like the third team in the SEC, make noise in the playoffs. And then I think the other teams in that conference, for the most part, and of course they're SEC fan bases, so this isn't really true for them, but they should know that, like, hey, we're not quite on that level, and maybe making the playoff, winning a game, that's more of what the expectation should be for Ole Miss, Tennessee, LSU, these kind of teams.
Yeah, King of Twitch asked, why is Georgia a championship or bust? I think that's their expectations.
Yeah, because they won back-to-back championships in 22 and 23, or 21 and 22. That's why.
Yeah, I don't
because they win national championships.
Yeah, I don't think that like this is like outside pressure. Like maybe putting Oregon in that category is outside pressure, but like if you've kept your quarterback and your coach, or and you have Kirby Smart as your head coach, or you're Texas with your coach and your quarterback coming back, like I think that there are certain schools like those where you believe in. Even with Will Howard, who like I don't totally believe in at Ohio State, and because he's really there because he was going to lose his job at Kansas State. Like you're a championship or bust. Like there's a certain point where you have a threshold to where your expectations have to grow. Colorado make the playoffs this year?
No.
Any chance?
A chance, but I don't have it as a high chance.
Yeah.
I think they're more likely to be in the like 4, 5, 6 range, like mid table, a big 12 team with 16 teams.
I agree.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because I would just in the Big 12, I'd have Utah, Kansas State over them. Arizona. Those are 3 that I feel pretty good about. And then you'll have teams like Oklahoma State, who played in the Big 12 title game last year. They should probably be up there. They bring back a lot of production. They bring back Ollie Gordon. They bring back Alan Bowman for his 9th year of college. You got Kansas. You have Kansas in there. You got UCF, another team that should be on the rise in year 2 in the Big 12. So yeah, it's going to be a tough conference. All these teams are about as good as each other. Like all the teams that I mentioned, I could see winning the conference.
That's why I think there's only one team. I think what we said yesterday was correct, that there's between the ACC and the Big 12, there's 3 teams. They will all get their at-large bid, obviously, and there will be probably one more team.
Yes. I think it'll be between the ACC. It'll be whichever team of Miami, Clemson, Florida State, maybe Georgia Tech. Yeah. Whichever team doesn't win the ACC title game, like losing the ACC title game out of that bunch, versus the team, or maybe the team that loses in the Big 12 title game.
I can't wait for them to go on television and try to explain to us the rankings the first time, because it was already bad as it was with 4 teams, and then now they're going to be peppered with like, hey, why is this team at 7 and instead of out of the top 12? Why is this team that's ranked 20th not in? Like it's going to be comical, I think, watching them to try to defend. Almost to the point where, like, I kind of want them to get rid of, like, the person trying to defend it.
Yeah.
Just reveal it. Just reveal it.
It is better with just, here are our rankings. Because what the person who has to defend it has to do, has to explain the reasoning of what a committee made up of 12 people came up with.
Yes.
And the reasoning for why this happens doesn't change. Like it does, or it's not consistent. It always changes. Like where, hey, you valued strength of schedule in this team versus this team, but not 3 spots lower when it's these 2 teams. It's like, because it's 12 different people having to make this conversation. I think another part of it's going to be also in the 4-team era. It's pretty easy just to line it up by losses and then kind of rank the losses. So for the most part, it's only relevant for the top, 6 most years. For hey, this team has 0 losses, so they're going to be number 1. This team has 1 loss, and these next 4 teams have 1 loss. Who has the best loss, or who is the best team out of this bunch? I think that's kind of going to be harder now with not only the expanded playoffs, so you're dealing with more teams. You're also going to be dealing with more losses. You're also going to be dealing with the fact that we named 3 teams in the SEC that should be pretty close to the top of the playoff rankings with Alabama, Texas, and Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
One of these teams is going to have 2 or 3 losses because Texas and Georgia play each other, Alabama and Georgia play each other, and we think these 3 teams, 2 of them are going to play each other in the SEC title game. So these teams are going to rack up some losses, but they're going to be held in a higher spot, and they're going to be thought of as a better team than a team that goes 10-2 in the ACC.
I still want, is a 10-2 ACC team better than a 4-loss SEC team? For you to put them in the college, let's assume they lost 4 games, but they were all pretty good games.
I think 4's tough.
You think 4 will be tough?
I think 4 you're out.
It'll be 3 3 will take the SEC team for sure.
Yeah,
I don't think there's even a question.
I don't know if anyone in 4 any 4-loss team can make it.
Yeah,
maybe if Florida lost 4 games because they have such a hard schedule.
The other part of it is because you almost have to have the perfect schedule to lose 4 games.
Yeah.
Because you also would have had to beat a bunch of good teams.
Yeah, or you have to make the title game, and that's your 4th loss.
Yeah.
So you have to go 9-4, where you have 3 regular season losses, and then lose your title game. It has to get really weird like that for me to see a 4-loss team. In any kind of playoff.
Yeah, without the auto bid, because that's.
Oh yeah, or you could just win your conference.
Well, that's what's always going to be the most fascinating. Is if you have a weird conference, the Big 12 is a good example of this, where the number 2 seed, let's say it's Arizona, has 4 losses, and they play 1 loss or no loss Utah in the Big 12 championship game. Arizona wins that game. They're in the college football playoff. What happens to Utah?
That probably is going to be the decider in the at-large, but like we were talking about, where we think it's one at-large between them and the ACC. Where if the ACC it goes more to chalk, where it's this team, it's going to be Utah, who we thought was going to be they're a higher-ranked team, and so it's more of a college basketball style bid stealer, where an at-large spot gets taken up because a team that wasn't going to make it won their conference.
At least they got rid of the divisions, though.
Yes.
Can you imagine Iowa pulling the upset in the Big Ten title game?
Yeah.
And making the college football playoff? What a disaster. What a disaster that would have been.
Yes, you're right. You say that. I saw a stat today, or this week, I think, and it was out of respect for the dearly departed Big Ten West, that I think it was a Big Ten West team never won in Indy in the Big Ten title game.
Yeah, never.
It was always the East team that won. They were 0 for 12 or something in that game. And sounds about right, but also pretty unbelievable that they didn't luck into 1 win.
Especially because Wisconsin had some good teams.
They had some good teams. Yeah. And there might have been, I don't know, was there an Iowa team that might have been good? It's just crazy.
Iowa's defenses were always great, but their offense was just trash.
It's crazy looking back. I think it's going to be something that we do look back on in 10, 15 years. We're remember when we just we had divisions and they're just crazy lopsided?
I still wonder one day if we will see a conference
legends and leaders
get rid of the championship game. That if a 4-loss team somehow makes the championship game in the ACC or the Big 12 and they win and it screws over the conference from having your best team in, I wonder if we will see, the Ivy League schools do this in March Madness. They don't have a tournament. They just take the regular season winner.
No, it won't be the ACC or Big 12. What it'll be is a Mountain West, a American, a Sun Belt.
So there's there's no upset to knock them from the top team to below.
Yes, because we saw. Was it last year?
Yeah,
last year.
SMU, right?
SMU beat Tulane. Tulane was in the obligatory best team in the G5, so we're going to rank them 23rd. I think that's the risk that you run when there's a playoff game at stake, where it's, hey, our conference is going to get eliminated from the playoff if the wrong team wins this game.
Yeah.
Let's take away this game. And it probably will be something that a conference needs to get burned once before they do
it
that.
happens.
Yeah.
And then once it starts, it's just going to roll downhill. All right, we're going to take a timeout. When we get back, we will wrap up the show to get ready for the Astros game tonight and a little garbage time. That's next here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles.
Final segment of Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean with us this week as Sean's always here, but he's filling in for Paul.
Yeah.
Austin's back in studio. We're here for today, and then we'll be back doing the show here tomorrow as well. We'll be getting some gambling in, some college football betting in. I haven't decided if I'm going to do it. I got to do it at least one season play while I'm here. Don't know what it's
NFL or college or what?
Maybe one of each.
Okay.
Maybe one of each.
Is it going to be, you're thinking like a national championship or a Super Bowl winner, or like we were talking about with Matt, maybe a conference winner in football?
I know I did do a thing on this. I like the Bears plus 225 to be a wild card team.
Okay.
Saw that one I liked because it's like you have 3 shots at it. Like it's just it's like as long as they make the playoffs and don't win the division, like you cash no matter what. So I kind of like that.
Yeah.
No, I'm probably gonna go with the over for Atlanta this year. I am a believer.
Wow.
that they're going to be good this year, that they're going to win 10 games. I'm kind of leaning there. And then I don't know about college football yet. I might do an A&M play.
First Saturday? Or
no, for
over
the
on the wins?
Yeah, on the wins for the season.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, a lot of what Mike Elko has to do at A&M is just not be Jimbo Fisher, not be incompetent. Be competent.
Mm-hmm.
They still have a good amount of talent from those recruiting classes. I know, like, it's made about all the guys that transfer, but they kept a good number of them too.
Yeah.
And a lot of those transfers,
and they got a bunch of transfers too.
Yeah, and a lot of the transfers that transferred out, they haven't really been like killing it at their new spots. So I think there's a little bit. There's a little bit of underrating that's going on with A&M this year. I do think they should be in the like 8, 9, 10 or 8, 9 wins range.
Yeah,
maybe not 10.
I'm curious I wonder what the hit rate is for a transfer portal. Like how many guys like go into the transfer portal and like have like success. I don't even know. Now I know there's a lot of guys who go into the transfer portal and then they literally their careers are over.
Yeah,
because they don't find a home.
Yeah.
So because no one wants them actually.
Yeah.
I mean, then again, the transfer portal is crazy. I mean, we saw our guy Ruben Unije, who was a Coug last year.
Mm-hmm.
He puked on the field. If you guys don't remember, I love you, Ruben.
He's the one good.
He went to the transfer portal. He was at, I think, like Louisville.
Yeah.
And then he was back into the portal, and now he's at UCLA. Like, I didn't know you could like go into the portal, leave the portal, and then whoop back out.
There's a few guys like that. I think there's a UTSA receiver who went to Ole Miss and then Illinois, I want to say, who did that.
There's the Iowa, Alabama kid,
yes.
the offensive tackle who went to Iowa and then back to Alabama.
Yes, and there's Texas had a linebacker that went from Alabama to Texas to UTSA. It's very, very strange.
That's a weird jump.
Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. It would depend on what you classify as success. Like, is it being a starter? Is it being a good starter? That kind of thing for finding out the hit rate. But I do think that it gets talked about as if, like, yeah, we're just going to go into a transfer portal, find a starter. Doesn't matter, quarterback, receiver, definitely on the lines. It's really hard to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, people talk about it like it's a sure thing, and it is anything but a sure thing. It's probably a little bit better than doing the recruiting, like depending on an 18-year-old to then develop, and in 2 years he's ready to take over. I get it from a quick fix kind of scenario, but it's still anything but a sure bet.
All right, let's get to garbage time. From the producers who brought you Tiger King, and from Bill Simmons of The Ringer, Mr. McMahon, a documentary series chronicling the rise and fall of WWE's controversial figure, comes out on September 25th. I cannot wait. The best part about this is that Vince is in it.
Oh.
Because this was not supposed to be this documentary. This was a positive documentary. He got fired. The scandals, all the allegations, the sex trafficking, all of it came out while they were filming. So he's probably only in the
first part.
The first part
in
the rise.
Yes, it chronicles the rise and fall. He's probably only in the rise parts, I imagine.
But I'm kind of hoping we get some of the, not like the Jinx, the HBO documentary where the guy maybe murdered someone. I would like.
I doubt we
or
get
multiple
that.
people.
I
But I'm kind of hoping we get like
that.
Vince on camera just being like, "What do you mean?" Just getting all angry.
Yeah, no. I was. That's what my question was going to be for how excited I am about this documentary. Was just going to be, is Vince McMahon in it or is he not? And if he is in it, I'm kind of out. If it's anything like the Untold Stories documentaries on Netflix, where basically if the guy's in it, it's just going to be a whatever his viewpoint on it is, and that's not always the best in documentary films. But this might be the best way you could do it, is to only have him in the first half and then make the second half.
Yeah, we got a text about the Connor Stallions doc. Someone was asking if we watched it yet. Actually, I don't know who they addressed. I think they addressed both of us, but but maybe just me twice.
Hey,
Joe, Jorge.
yeah.
Did you see that Michigan sign stealing scandal thing? No, I haven't watched it yet. I'm gonna probably watch it when I get home. Even though I swore off Untold Stories after the Aaron McNair one. This one I'm almost intrigued by it.
But this one you're walking in again. Intrigued, I think, is the right word.
Because like they have like,
you're
the
not
biggest,
sitting. You're not sitting down to be like, I have high hopes for this. You're just like, I want to see what they do here.
Yeah, like how do you have a documentary with like a Michigan Homer and Dave Portnoy? It's like a big piece of the documentary. Like, what is he gonna tell you?
The Michigan fan side of it.
Like, okay, like I don't quite.
Yeah, I feel like we've gotten that side. Feel like that part of the story's been told. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm out. I feel like I have better things to do. To watch that.
And then Capri Sun is releasing a bottle version of their juice for adults.
Lame.
Does it have alcohol in it?
I don't think so. It's just the Capri Sun in a bottle for adults.
But why is it going to be in a bottle? Why can't we can keep it in the pouch?
Yeah, if you're not going to mix anything in it,
yeah,
just keep it in the pouch as is.
Yeah, the pouch is fine.
Yeah, I'm good with the pouch. This is just the sign of the times.
You ever open one? You were in school and there's no straw. That's the worst.
Yes, where the straw like falls off.
The straw falls off and you don't realize it. Yeah. All right,
you gotta like poke it with your tooth and like suck it out of the hole.
All right. Yes. Or
is that what you want to end the show on?
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to show on.
Okay.
I think that's it. All right, that does it for us. We'll be back here tomorrow at LaBerge in Lake Charles. It's here in the sports book. The rest of the station tomorrow will be broadcasting live from East River 9. So that does it for us. We will talk to you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blake. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a Thursday edition of the Killer Beat. There's a little hiccup in that what's today. Did you notice that? Like a little like you were going on two, like a two count.
I thought
you said you accused him of a false start?
No, I liked it. I actually thought it was pretty good, but there was like a little bit of a head fake there.
Oh, okay.
A
I
little
thought
bit of a ball
I
fake.
thought I had to hang on it a little longer.
Deception in his cadence.
I think it was between the H and the A that time. Like I liked it. I thought it was good. It was a little bit of a ball fake. It's like, oh, he got me. I bit. He got the shot off. Spencer Arrighetti's been getting his pitches off. Spencer Arrighetti has been fabulous. We got a busy show planned for you. It's a Thursday, very busy show. We'll get to all of it. Throughout the day. Texans are doing things. Things are happening in the NFL. There's some college football games today.
Yeah.
So we'll have Lee Sterling on to discuss and talk with us a little bit later on in the program. And, of course, it's Bad Take Boulevard. It's Thursday, after all. We got some terrible takes that we have to introduce to Bad Take Boulevard. But Spencer Arrighetti has been incredible. When you look at what he's done, I saw Ari Alexander kind of make the case for this yesterday. Talked about, hey, Arrighetti is making his case to be the pitcher of the month in the month of August. And when you look at the numbers, they certainly stand out that Spencer Arrighetti may be the best pitcher in all of baseball in the American League in the month of August. And it's pretty incredible considering you aren't getting a whole lot from Spencer Arrighetti.
No, it's absolutely been fantastic. When we were talking about the possibility of JV, whether he was going to be in the rotation for the playoffs or not, I mean, the big story here is because of the first half of the season, it was Blanco and how he, in a lot of ways, was just the guy that stood up and carried them while everything was trying to be figured out. But Arrighetti has been one of the big stories along with Hunter Brown as we got close to the All-Star break and beyond. And in August, he has literally been lights out and almost untouchable. When you see some of the numbers, and the strikeout numbers are just eye-popping when you see the double-digit strikeouts, not to mention the no-hit attempt yesterday, but when you see the double-digit strikeouts, and I saw that only Kerry Wood, I think it was for 2 or 3 starts, had more strikeouts in a 3-game span in a month in baseball than what Spencer Arrighetti has put up. He has been unbelievable for this team, and it really kind of gives you a good problem to have in terms of trying to figure out who's going to pitch when.
Yeah, you can really go 6 deep now with the Astros, and the odd man out might be Verlander. And not necessarily that he's the odd man out, but maybe he's 6 of 6 whenever you look at these guys. Maybe it's Blanco that's 6 of 6 whenever you look at these guys. But you have your horses up top with Fromber and Hunter Brown. You have Arrighetti, who, I think it's been for like 10 starts now where Arrighetti has been more of a top-of-the-rotation starter than a bottom-of-the-rotation starter. Ronel Blanco is still one of the best in the American League in ERA. Verlander is doing his thing, and Yusei Kikuchi, since you acquired him in the trade, has been unbelievable. Has been really good. You haven't lost a start that Yusei Kikuchi has started. So the Astros are in a good spot when it comes to their starting rotation. We toyed with the idea around yesterday about what does your playoff rotation look like, and then that was before Spencer Arrighetti carried a no-hitter into the 8th inning. So that all of a sudden throws a wrinkle into that conversation, and it's a good problem, tough problem, good problem to have. Now you have to make your way to the playoffs first, and let's see if you're in the wild card. Let's see if you're in the divisional series, because that alters things. You go 3-man rotation or a 4-man rotation based on where you're at. But this has ramifications, too, I think, short-term and long-term when it comes to Arrighetti. The short-term is your 6-man rotation's really, really good. And, I think that's the only short-term ramifications that there are until the postseason when you have to make difficult decisions. But as of right now, because Arrighetti has kind of graduated into this, guy that you can count on, a guy that can be dominant. Look, the Phillies have a top 7 offense in all of baseball, and he's mowing them down. He carries a no-hitter into the 8th. He had double-digit punch-outs. He is looking like a middle to top-of-the-rotation guy at some point. The short-term ramifications are, before the postseason, you have 6 guys in your rotation that you're comfortable throwing every single day.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. I think that when we talk about the fact that we're starting to see, and you mentioned Blanco, but when you start thinking about the fact that Blanco's starting to get back to where he was, part of that's because you've been able to kind of give him an extra day's rest. He needs a little extra time right now because he's had so many innings on him this year when he was carrying a majority of the load. But now that you can have 6 guys that you can trust and turn to, and we're not looking to a Bloss, or we're not looking to guys that are less than when we start thinking about who's going to pitch the next game for this team, it can help them as they kind of get ready to get into the postseason and then set up their lineup, because now you can trust all 6 guys that are going to take the ball for you every 5th or 6th day in this case. and you can believe that you got a legit chance to win, and especially when Kikuchi hasn't lost a game since he came over, that kind of eased a whole lot of fear in terms of what you were going to do at the bottom half of the rotation.
The second conversation I think you have to have is the long-term ramifications of what this means. And it's good that we're talking about positive things, because long-term ramifications, it's like, okay, well, this is good. Arrigetti's under club control for 5 more years. Hunter Brown's under club control for the foreseeable future. So when I look at the long-term ramifications of who Spencer Arrigetti is turning into, and yes, you know, he has made the case to be the August pitcher of the month in the American League. The numbers are through the roof. You mentioned some of them. He's got a 1.95 ERA in 32 innings. His strikeout per 9's 13.1.
Wow.
Like, it's insane. It's insane what Arrigetti is doing for you. Now, the long-term ramifications is I feel really good about the Astros rotation going forward into the future, whether it's next year when you still have Fromber under contract, but beyond that, because Hunter Brown, foundational piece to this rotation, not going anywhere anytime soon. Spencer Arrigetti has turned himself into a foundation of this pitching rotation, not going anywhere anytime soon. You throw in a few of the other players that are under club control. Luis Garcia, yes, he has to come back healthy. Christian Javier, yes, he has to come back healthy. I won't mention the barista or the baristo. How do we say it? Is it baristo? Whenever you're talking about it.
Oh.
I'm kidding. And then you also, like, I'm missing a guy. I'm missing a guy from this list. Ronel Blanco. He's the guy I was looking for. Like, you have the makings of a really good rotation, even if Fromber leaves you, not this offseason, but next offseason. Even if Kikuchi leaves you this offseason. Even if Verlander leaves you this offseason, you have the nucleus of a really strong rotation, and how can you not be bullish for this pitching staff going forward?
See, that's where it starts with me, because I was thinking about it after we were talking about Verlander and thinking about, well, is there a scenario now where it's more legitimate that he could walk, or that you could just kind of turn the page from him no matter what his relationship is with Crane or the trade that you had made to get him again? And I think it is part of the discussion, because of the fact that you're so good and you're locked down with so many good pitchers, it looks like, for the foreseeable future. Yes, it would be nice to have Fromber back. Yes, it would be nice to have JV and or Kikuchi, and you had mentioned that, you know, maybe Kikuchi's going to price himself out of coming back to Houston, and based on how everybody else in the league looks at Kikuchi's stuff, that's a pretty real possibility that he's going to be gone after this season. But even with just the contemplating Verlander or Fromber, you can move on from both, and both are, with the significant money too that's attached to JV, but you're only paying 17. If you don't want to get into the long-term big-time money with Fromber, you're going to be just fine with the guys that you have. It's not just treading water. These guys are really above average Major League Baseball starters.
Like, guys that you should have back by next opening day. Hunter Brown, top of the rotation. I mean, Fromber's still going to be here, so that's Fromber and Hunter Brown are your top two. Spencer Arrigetti is going to be ready to go, start of the season. Javier, no, he won't be back. Luis Garcia should. That's 4. We don't want to talk about the barista, but he should be back by the start of next year. But even if he's not. So those are 4 guys that you have in Blanco.
Yeah.
That's a 5-man rotation. And if you want to, like, you don't have to sign a starter.
Nope.
You don't have to sign a starter. If you're going Hunter Brown, Fromber Valdez, Spencer Arrigetti, Ronel Blanco, Luis Garcia, I'm good with that rotation.
It's really good.
Now, you might want to add a starter for, like, insurance. That way you're not putting, huge inning strains on these guys. You might want to have 6 starters at the start of the season, and then you're getting help on, we've already talked about, you don't count on Jose Urquidy, don't count on Christian Javier. If you get to a point in July where they're like, okay, we're good to go, then you make a difficult decision then. But you can't go into next season thinking you're getting anything from Javier and anything like Urquidy. They should have learned from the mistake this year. They expected to get stuff from Luis Garcia. They expected to get some innings from Lance McCullers, and they got 0. So you have to treat next year the same way with Christian Javier and with Jose Urquidy. But you already have 5 starters before you even talk about Lance McCullers, who is under contract, and you have 5 starters before you even talk about a starting pitcher in free agency.
Yeah, and when you look at the possibilities of, even if you want to do what I think that they're leaning towards liking doing, which is throughout the dog days of the season, go into a 6-man rotation so it doesn't put as much strain and stress on your pitcher's arms for the long haul, so that they're a little fresher for the playoffs. You still have options because of those guys coming back. If you want to look at it, Verlander's willing to give you more of a team-friendly deal. There's something to be said about a guy like Justin Verlander with his experience that could be within that 6-man rotation. Good for him at his age with the issues he's had health-wise. Good for the Astros in the fact that he adds to what you already have in those 5 guys. But because he obviously is an experienced pitcher that knows how to pitch between the ears as well as whatever he gives you. He can help the overall staff. He can be a guy that's not going to you have to worry about when you start talking about who's the sixth guy going to be if you look at the Space Cowboys or adding within the system.
Would you bring in a starter knowing that's your 5-man rotation, knowing you have Brown, Fromber, Arrighetti, Blanco, and Garcia? Are you adding a starter?
I would, simply because of the fact that look at what happened this year. Because of the unknown, because of the injuries, because of the fact that we looked at this year saying there is a massive surplus of starting pitching, and like you mentioned, expecting to get both McCullers and Garcia back at a certain point on top of all the guys that you already had. You didn't know Javier was going to be down and lost for the season. You didn't know what you didn't know about Urquidy. You had so many guys go down that just as an insurance policy so that you don't have to go deep into your farm system grasping at straws to find a guy if something should happen, I definitely would be in the market for a reasonably priced, decent starting pitcher.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would add one. To me, it's one. And then you could go either 6-man rotations from the start of the year. You're looking at one of those guys as a long guy. There's a good chance that one of those guys doesn't get out of spring training without an injury, knowing how it goes for the Astros pitching staff. So I would sign one. And I'm not looking for a star. Like if anybody, quite frankly, the most I'm going to spend is like $20 million and maybe less, maybe 15.
I'm thinking 15 to 20.
And that might be why it's Verlander. That might be why it would be Verlander, because it's like, okay, veteran in the room. He wants to pitch on a winner. He's willing to take less than 20 because he knows his value isn't quite as, it's nowhere near where it was a couple of off seasons ago. They're in a good spot.
And you've given him 2 sweethearts, as it turned out, because he basically didn't have to pitch for part of this season and had Tommy John surgery and basically washed $60-some million in the process.
I think you gave him one sweetheart because you didn't give him this one. You inherited it, and you inherited it at 50% of its cost. So that's semantics, nitpicky. But the first one for sure, whatever $66 million 2 years, $60 million 2-year deal, whatever it was, and then he pitched one game on that contract. The other angle I think you can look from Arrighetti here. Why isn't he getting any love for AL Rookie of the Year? And certainly it's the start, and all of these odds are from earlier in the week. But if you go look at DraftKings odds, you go look at FanDuel odds, you go look at the bookmaker that Fox Sports used, Spencer Arrighetti's name does not come up in the Rookie of the Year conversation at all. DraftKings, Colton Cowser's your heavy favorite, minus 550. You have Austin Wells, Wilyer Abreu, former Astro, Kadane Rafaela, shortstop, really good shortstop, can play center field too. Luis Gil, Mason Miller, Colt Keith, Ryan Langford. They are your Rookie of the Year. And like Wyatt Langford's at plus 5,000. You look at the Fox Sports, Colton Cowser, minus 550. Austin Wells, plus 880. Wilyer Abreu, plus 2,000. Rafaela, plus 2,200. Luis Gil, plus 3,000. Mason Miller, plus 3,500. Spencer Arrighetti should be finishing top 5 in AL Rookie of the Year voting.
He should be, and Yeel is the one guy that he started out hot for the Yankees, and I think he's hurt and he's slowed down a little bit. But I think it's maybe a bias against pitchers for Rookie of the Year because they only pitch every 5th day, as opposed to the guys at the top of the list who are everyday guys that are contributing on a regular basis, and especially if your team is good. In the case of some of those guys, starting with Cowser and Rafaela, you look at them, you go, hey, you know what? These guys play every day. Maybe that's a bias, but you're right. I mean, all you have to do is look at the numbers and some of the company that Arrighetti's keeping with the way he's pitched over the last several starts, and you start thinking to yourself, hey, he needs to get some recognition regardless if he's close to winning it or not, because he's been pitching his tail off.
To me, he should finish above a lot of the guys that are listed in front of him in terms of favorites. And, body of work, you're looking at a 4.63 ERA, so that doesn't look wonderful. But he's going to log about 150 innings on a team that finishes in first place.
Yep.
He has an outside chance to get to double-digit wins as a rookie. He's at 7 right now. Probably will make 5 more starts. It'll be difficult to win 3 of his 5 starts. But he's got an outside chance to get to 10 wins. He's got an outside chance to have a sub-450 ERA after a disastrous start. He has a chance to be the August pitcher of the month. That's a top 5 AL Rookie of the Year guy. He needs to get a little bit of love.
He's getting dinged, too, because of the slow
for
start.
Sure.
Yeah, because that ERA, and a lot of the national guys are just going to look at the ERA and some of the numbers just kind of passing through instead of diving down into it a little bit and drilling into what he's done over the second half of the season and start criticizing that or going, hey, I'm not going to put a vote in for a guy that's got a +4 ERA. When you look and dive just a little bit deeper and you see what he's done for the last several months, he definitely deserves to be in that conversation.
All right, busy show. Bad Take Boulevard. We'll get to that. Lee Sterling, first of what will be many visits during the football season, and you're going to want to follow all of what Lee Sterling is telling you. You're going to want to tell him, because if you tell him you make money, do you like money? Of course you do. So you're not going to want to miss Lee Sterling at 345. I think D'Amico, a great first year. Stroud, great first year. They're still getting disrespected, which makes me sick. And then also, which franchise quarterback, not named Pat Mahomes, would you want to build around? We'll get to all of that. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. Tread lightly. ESPN Houston on YouTube, ESPN 975 on Twitter, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC, I'm at Jeremy Branham. When we come back as well, I saw a lot of this conversation going on yesterday. Many people were ticked off with the most interesting manager in the world, Joe Espada, for taking Alex Bregman out of the game yesterday, and then right away Shea Whitcomb allowed an infield single on a play that he probably should have had. For all of you that are griping about that, you need to get a life. 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. For all of you that own a business, you need to get HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar owned by Mike Colley. Go Cougs. You're going to be in good hands. He, Chris Fisher, all the fine people over there at HR&P. You're going to be in great hands with whoever you are dealing with, because they're going to know you. They're going to become very personal with you and your business. Put trust in them. Allow them to do all the things you don't want to do, quite frankly. Let HRP help you. They can help you in a variety of different ways. HR compliance, that's never fun to do. Let HRP do it. Benefits administration, that's a lot of work. Payroll, onboarding, like this stuff isn't fun. Let HRP do this stuff for you. That way you can spend your time doing things with your business that you like to do. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HRP will completely customize a plan for whatever you need. Like I said, benefits administration may not be fun. Maybe that's your thing. Well, HRP doesn't need to cover that for you because you got it, but you might need the help with HR compliance or payroll. They got you. They're going to customize a plan for whatever you need. They're going to find a way to help you. That way you can spend your time and your energy doing the things you like to do. They do it in a way that's unique too. Technology is fantastic. They have the best technology. You'll be able to trust that. It'll be better than anybody in the game, but you're going to fall in love with their service. We mentioned how serious the people at HRP take it, but they're going to get to know your business up and down. When you call them, they're familiar with your business. They know all the things that you like. They know all the things that you do not like. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you and knows your business needs. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Did you see the Astros transactions?
I did see that our man Chaz finally found his way to Sugarland.
Okay, you want to play a little game?
Sure.
Let's guess the transaction.
Okay.
The Astros have made the Jason Hayward news official. He's also in the lineup today. The Astros going with a mostly left-handed lineup, which I love to see because Brady Singer is a righty who gets hit well by lefties, not very good by righties. He's dominant against righties. Okay, so we know that the guy who's sent down, one of them, it's Chaz McCormick.
Right.
Jason Hayward, by the way, will be wearing number 22, which Omar Lopez wears number 22.
Oh.
Jason, I did a little bit of I didn't do much digging. I saw it on Twitter.
Last person to wear it was Josh Reddick.
That's right. That is right. Hayward wears 22 because he lost a teammate in a fatal car accident. So he's worn it for a majority of his career.
Okay.
So good on Omar Lopez. Like, hey,
Yep.
we're very critical on this show, but every now and then when we need to tip our cap, we tip our cap. Tip our cap to Omar Lopez. That's class there by Omar
Everyday
Lopez.
Tay worked out a deal, too, to go from 50 to 54 so that Neris could get
That's
50.
right. I wonder what that deal was.
I don't know.
I wonder what Neris got every day.
You know what's interesting, though, is his responses. Everyday Tay tried to act like it was no big deal, but he's told Julia it's no big deal, and I don't care what number they give me. He's like, unless Neris is asking, because if Neris is asking, it's been with me for my lifetime, and I don't want to give it up. So there definitely was a deal to be made there.
That's interesting. He and then he said he chose number 54 because if you squint, it looks like 50.
Yes. Yeah, he did. Yep.
Oh, that made me laugh. But okay, so that's one transaction. There's another move. Ryan Presley has been activated off the injured list.
Okay.
So who did they send down to bring up Ryan Presley or to activate him?
Let's say King.
That's right. Yeah.
Really?
It was Brian King. Brian
'Cause he
King
had
has been
options.
sent down.
Okay. I was going to guess
but I mean,
Caleb Ferguson, but I didn't know if he was out of options.
I don't know his option deal.
I don't know if Ferguson had options left or not, but obviously they traded for him. But I give a rat's ass if they traded for him or not. I just haven't been a fan of his since he put an Astros uniform on. I could be fine being done with him and keeping King up.
Yeah. I mean, there's some options there, even if it wasn't Ferguson. Like, you could have DFA'd Ferguson if he doesn't have option. That's an option. It could have been Caleb Ort, but it seems like they love Caleb Ort. But and he might be
love
up at
Caleb Ort right now.
Brian King might be the guy that comes up in 2 days. You know, he
Yeah.
can come up September 1st. Like, everybody's kicking around Montero and Forrest Whitley. Well, you could just bring up King. So we'll see how that goes. And then they had to DFA a player to make room for Jason Hayward. I don't think you'll get this one right.
I see that's where it's just who's on the big roster.
I bet you haven't heard of this name since they picked him up.
Was it the guy that came in relief for like
I don't think so.
No?
No, it's Jason Junk. Jason Junk has been DFA'd to make room on the 40.
Yeah, you're right. I have not heard that name.
So
Is
Jason
that an Astro
Junk.
or? I have no idea.
Seriously.
You could have told me he did anything. I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, Jason Junk is no longer a member of the Houston Astros organization. All right, so a lot of
P-Mac,
people.
wasn't that the wrong Twitter handle you gave that week? No.
Somebody else's junk?
Yes, it was somebody else's junk.
Not great. All right. For any of you people I saw a lot of this on Twitter. A lot of people were mad at the most interesting manager in the world yesterday, Joe Espada, for pulling Alex Bregman from the game yesterday to try to protect him because he's got a banged up elbow that needs fluid drained out of it. And a lot of people, oh my goodness, what is Joe Espada doing? This hack, this bum, this clown, this jabroni. Fire Joe Espada. He's pulling Alex Bregman in the middle of a no-hitter. It didn't help the cause that Shea Whitcomb came into the game, and he didn't commit an error, but it was a play that he probably should have made. Kind of went under his glove. I would have ruled it an error, but I'm a stickler. I'm a harsh official score. But a lot of people were upset that Joe Espada pulled Bregman. Espada asked after the game, and he said, "Look, we're playing 18 straight. I have to give my guys a little breather. It's 94 degrees outside. I'm very much aware of the no-hitter and where everybody's at, but right now we have bigger goals, which is to win this division. I have to do everything in my power to make sure everyone is healthy and recovered for tomorrow." This is the perfect answer. I'll say it again. I've said it a million times. Team success matters far more than individual success, and Joe Espada's job is to do what is right by the team, and this was the right call by Joe Espada.
I saw people actually quote tweeting and putting back out there the idiots that thought that this was such a huge mistake. You don't give a rat's ass about no-hitters at this point in the season. You care about getting especially a team that has endured as many injuries as this team has endured. You care about getting healthy, staying healthy, and doing everything in your power to be in the best position to win every game down the stretch so you can maintain your hold on first place. That's it. That's what matters. You omitted one thing in terms of the Bregman conversation, because you're absolutely right with everything you said, because it starts with the arm and the fact that he's been playing multiple games now at third base, and you don't want to take too many risks. When you can rest him, you do. You're up 10 runs. He got hit in the dome piece earlier in the game. He got hit in the freaking helmet with a baseball. We don't, and he did look, as much as he stayed in the game, he did look like there was a chance that he was a little bit dazed and confused. Add that to everything else and realize you have no business trying to make a stand to say that Alex Bregman should have stayed in this baseball game. You're up 10 freaking runs. You're going to win the game. You're playing again tonight. You don't have a day off right now, and you have to keep putting your best players out there, as we talked about. I have no problem, and no one should have a problem with him taking Altuve out early, Bregman out early, and all the guys of significance out as early as possible so that they can keep doing what they're doing, winning baseball games.
Yeah. Well, you need to get a life. Get a life. Don't be soft about the dome piece thing, though. I mean, wear it in the helmet. I like when hitters wear pitches. It shows that they care. It shows that they want to win. Wear pitches, even if it hits you in the helmet.
I don't
if it
care
helps
if
your
he's
team
wearing
win.
it, but I care
kidding.
about. Yeah, I know, but I care about the fact that with the multiple camera angles starting in the batter's box, and even when he was still at first base, when he was doing like the double blinking of the eyes and then kind of opening his jaw and his mouth, it's like, come on, man. I mean, you got to be cognizant of that kind of stuff, no matter what. But obviously, because he's such a big part and how bad you are defensively if he doesn't play all the time.
Yeah, it was funny seeing that reaction, though. Like, come on, this is going to be the thing you're griping about. And again, I don't care about individual success. Would I like to see Arrighetti to get the no-hitter? Yeah, I would have. Now, it probably helped the spot too, because he was looking at a tough decision in the ninth inning on what he wanted to do in terms of pitch count.
Yeah, no doubt about that, because he's been pitching so well, the last thing you need him to do, and we've seen this, we've talked about it in the past, when a guy's chasing a no-no and he starts putting a whole lot of extra pitches on his pitch count trying to get there, it can be taxing and have negative results in the next starts after that, and you can't afford that either. So it kind of actually lucked out. And if you think about it, too, Trey Turner after that got a legit single up the middle, so basically it was probably going to end no matter what. I didn't think I know he wanted to face Bryce Harper. I really didn't even want to see him face Bryce Harper, because Bryce Harper's really been hitting the ball well. They basically pitched around him for the middle part of the game. And the fact is you wanted to leave on the highest note possible, which is the best, longest start of his career against a really good team, getting a big win. That's where you want to end on all the positives. Don't end on all of a sudden he loses the shutout and everything, and some things could happen. I thought it was perfect the way it played out.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texter 2. Don't forget about the fact that he got plunked in the dome right before that. Hey, we like that. We like when guys take pitches off the helmet. It gets them. It's a hard 90. That's what they say.
Sir.
Hard 90. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. Is sending down Chas McCormick the right move? What's the plan, and at what point do we see Chaz back? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
713-780-ESPN. My computer crashed, so get back on some of these texts that you guys had sent. 0944, a couple weeks ago, I made a crazy comment about Spencer maybe being like Roy O, Tim L. You guys told me to slow down, and you guys were right, but if he keeps this up, he has to be the fourth starter in the playoffs, maybe even the third if JV is struggling. Yeah, I don't really have an argument for that. Now, do I think the Astros would do that? I don't think they're giving Eric Getty a playoff start ahead of Verlander.
I think all three of us are on the same page, thinking that no matter how good anyone else is pitching, not named Hunter Brown or Framber Valdez, Justin Verlander, whether at 3 or 4, Justin Verlander's getting a start in the playoffs. I mean, I just feel like that they feel like whether you say they owe it to him or whatever because of back a baseball card and all the other things that we've heard and
the back of his baseball card.
Yes.
Thank you, Joe.
Regardless, he's getting a start.
6517, can we go ahead and do a preemptive TJ surgery for Spencer Arrighetti this offseason? 9392, do you guys feel comfortable dealing Framber for a haul now? That was Joe that said that. Now, offseason, I would entertain it. Like if you were 95% sure that Framber Valdez, and I wouldn't sign Framber Valdez either. Like he's been really stinking good, but he's going to be in his 30s and he's going to demand a lot of money. I wouldn't give pitchers big money. Like, sorry, the two big contracts the Astros have given in recent memory both look team friendly. Christian Javier's contract looked team friendly. That has not worked out. Lance McCullers' contract looked team friendly. That has not worked out. If you want to go back to the first contract that Verlander signed with you, the $30 million AAV for 2 years, that didn't work out. I'm not a fan of giving pitchers big money.
No, I think that the track record starts to show, and we talked about how many starting pitchers throughout Major League Baseball. I think it was in the 30 percentile of guys that have suffered some kind of Tommy John or major arm surgery and injury based on what's been going on in baseball. And the fact that a lot of times when you look at it, they say after the surgery, your arm becomes stronger, it's better off. But when you look at it, Framber in his early 30s already, and the fact that he's putting on a lot of innings, and yes, he does have really good stuff, but to me, it just screams, I'm not doing long-term, I'm not doing big money, and I'm still going to be slightly concerned, even if he doesn't want long-term and he wants to stick around, based on what the parameters of any deal kind of mean to, and what they're going to look like, because I just don't think it's worth it for the team.
So would you trade him?
I would.
In the offseason?
Yeah, I would be interested. I was going to respond to that by saying, just tell me how good the package is, who's involved in it, and if it can help you to kind of restock your farm system a little bit and you can get some good young prospects. And if you want to look at a player, possibly that's fine. But I would be looking for the big picture of the long term and saying, let's start loading up the farm system again.
Would you trade Tucker?
I would, because I think he's going to go. I just think that that's the same conversation, but a little different because he's slightly younger. I just feel like with Tucker, we both have been on the same page that we both think he's gone, and because they're not going to give him what he wants. If you know already that you're not going to be able to be in the ball game and be able to compete, giving him what he's looking to get something for him before you basically lose a lot of your bargaining, because of the fact that once you get closer and closer to the trade deadline, everybody knows he's going to be a rental. If you can get rid of him in the offseason, and that's another big package of players coming back, that's something you got to consider.
Yeah, I wish I could argue, but I can't. I agree. 713-780-ESPN. Do you expect the Astros to offer Urquidy arbitration this offseason? And if so, can they lower his salary due to injury, or can it only increase? I'm pretty sure it can only increase. Now, you can non-tender him, which means he would just become a free agent, which I think is possible. I think there's a chance they actually non-tender Jose Urquidy and sign him to a 2-year deal.
Yep.
Which allows him to rehab with you. It adds an extra year to him actually being in the organization. I think they non-tender and sign him to a 2-year deal, is my guess.
And I think based on his medical situation right now, that both sides would be amicable and open to that, because like you said, you know what you know. You know the organization, you know the doctors, they did the surgery. You're going to go through it with them, and you know that this organization has been good for you. And at the same time, you assure yourself that you're going to have the salary while you're getting healthy again to give it your best shot to show what you can still do. I think it's absolutely in the realm of possibility.
I think those are the only two options, really. Like, I think either you non-tender him and let him go, or you non-tender him and give him a 2-year deal. Because if he's out he's going to be out for 90% of next season. Why would you give him arbitration for the final year of club control when he's going to miss 90% of it? I think there's only two options: non-tender or non-tender and then sign him to a 2-year deal. Got a couple of saying, is JP France part of that future rotation? I don't know if he's good enough. Now, he's under club control, so he'll be around. He'll be organizational depth, but I'm not sure he's one of your best 6 or 7 starters.
He's in the conversation because it's obviously it hurts them because it's unlike a year ago when it would have been really conducive to trading him because his value was high coming off the season that he had put together. But he could either be still a piece that you could consider in your bullpen or as a pitcher for you, but he could still be trade bait for a team that would like to get a pitcher with some major league experience looking for a better deal. You're just not going to get the kind of value you would have gotten a year ago, but he's a piece that they can do something with.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's here for organizational depth. I'm with you. Like, you're not going to get much for him, especially coming off of an injury.
Right.
He's probably your 8th starter whenever he's healthy next year. Now, in baseball, there's a really good chance that you're going to need your 8th starter to start a few times. So it's good to have that, and he has experience, is okay. 7560, Lance is not a starter. I would put money on the fact he'll never pitch again. If it does, it's BP for the local Little League team. It very well could be the case. He could be Steven Strasburg. He really could.
He did a podcast with Eric Sandler from
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and he basically indicated that, like, this might be his last contract regardless because he just wants to be a dad. It's like, well, it might be without ever pitching again.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's not great. Big Art, so our starting pitcher is becoming the running back position of Major League Baseball. I think it's a fair comparison.
Yes, that's a very good analogy between the two because, yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a ton to be concerned about with pitchers, just like there's a ton in terms of the lack of return on investment for running backs that caused the market to go way down on what they were making.
1140 pitchers asking for quarterback money when they play 20% of the season at most is outrageous. They need either or, high money or contract length, not both. And then also throw in the fact that everybody's going down with Tommy John. Like, throw in the fact that everybody's getting hurt. So, like, if you sign a pitcher to a 6-year deal, there's a really good chance he's going to miss an entire season. Like, a really good chance.
You look at Garrett Cole, who didn't have to have the major surgery but missed a good portion of this season, and then you got to wonder if he's already starting to do this. Normally, it's the track record that says at a certain point in time it's probably going to get worse or there might be a bigger issue on the horizon, and he got that massive deal with everything he wanted, which puts the Yankees in a tough predicament to see on the return investment side when all is said and done. How many years did he really pitch, and how effective really was he for the duration of the contract?
713-780-ESPN. Ocho's nickname for Spencer Arrighetti, Spencer Arrighetti. How do we feel about it?
Well, he went on Twitter last night and was putting the jersey of Garrett Cole next to the jersey of Arrighetti.
I like that bit. I think it's a funny bit.
I thought he was going to go with Garrett Getty because of the fact that it was Garrett Cole. But if he wants to go with Arrighetti, okay.
Arrighetti. Grade the joke. 713-780-3776. Grade the joke. I'll go 2.6. I don't think it's very good.
Yeah, I think the nickname's even worse than the joke.
Yeah,
I mean, we can't have a dude with a 4-something ERA have GOAT in his nickname.
Ace-a-Goaty.
Settle down.
Ace-a-Goaty. Cron.com knows ball. Ace-a-Goaty. All right. Chas McCormick sent down. He hit a home run yesterday. I've actually seen some signs from Chas McCormick. Like, call me crazy, but I like the way that he's hitting the ball the other way with authority. Now, is sending Chas down the right move? And now, what's the plan, and when could we see him back?
So, to me, it is the right move. I was clamoring for it before this, and we knew it was just a matter of time before he probably was going to get set down anyway. But because of the production of Gamble, who's been really, really better than you ever could have imagined since you got him, if you get anything out of Jason Hayward at all, you start looking at it and going, good on him for being able to come out and just say, I've been listening to too many people. I need to get back to where I was. Bad on him from a timing perspective of you're less than 30 games left in the regular season. You need guys that are going to produce now because you don't have anything wrapped up. And by the time he goes down and starts working on his stuff, I don't really think it's realistic to expect that he will be the guy that they bring back up for the playoffs. Now, if one or more of your guys that you're platooning in the outfield and depending on what happens with Kyle Tucker, do not perform well, and he starts figuring it out in Sugarland, I'm not going to rule him out completely and say there's no chance. Mm-hmm. But I think that because you're getting such good production out of Gamble, regardless if you try one of the young guys out there or not, if you do consider the fact that Hayward's going to be decent, I just don't see him in the plans from now through the end of the playoffs.
I wouldn't rule him out this year either. The guys you brought in are lefties. Like, you still need a little bit of right-handed help against lefties in the corner outfield. So if he goes to Sugarland and is tearing it up, it's like, okay, maybe he's figured it out. And then bring him back up, get him started against some lefties, and see what he's got. So I wouldn't rule him completely out this year. I like that he's going to Sugarland. Let him play every day. Let's see if this little flash of, like, promise is actually something that continues. But I wouldn't rule him out. Like, if you're still getting bad production from corner outfield against left-handed pitching. Well, he can help you there if he is in form. So go see if you can get him in form and then try to bring him back once he gets in form, if he does, when the offseason or before the end of the season. Tommy Pham is being waived by the Cardinals too. People are asking, would you bring in Pham? Pham has not been good with St. Louis, and because you've brought in Gamble, because you brought in Hayward, I'm probably out on Pham whenever I've actually clamored for Pham in the offseason and at the trade deadline. I'm probably out on it now because you've added a couple of outfield bats. All right, let's get to Lee Sterling. Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports. He's going to join us when we come back. You're gonna want to tell everything that Lee Sterling is doing, give you his favorite plays of the week on the college football slate. Lee Sterling joins us next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Do you like money? Because if you do, you're going to like Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. Lee joining us on the HRMP guest line. The first of what will be weekly visits during the football season. Lee, I hope you had a great summer. I'd ask about it, but nobody cares about your summer. They care about you making the money. Let's talk about the first game, Penn State, West Virginia. I'm so happy that college football is back.
Well, what's great about college football this year is you could be sitting, let's say you're a fan of a team that's like 15th, 20th, or 25th. They win the last 2 or 3 games. You're making the playoffs. I mean, you get yourself an RV and you just start chasing that team and going week to week.
So what do you think about this first game, kind of a little northeastern matchup, Lee, with Penn State, West Virginia? I saw they're closing classes down on Friday, tomorrow, because Pat McAfee's going to be there, and Pat McAfee's big business. Penn State -8 gets the Mountaineers. West Virginia have a shot here?
You know, the line, I mean, this line started at like 13. I mean, it was crazy how it's come down. I think West Virginia is going to be a good team. They just can't match up against the big boys. And Penn State, they may not be able to beat Ohio State again, may not even be able to beat Michigan. I don't think they're going to beat Oregon, but they can handle teams that are mediocre to poor. I mean, they won every game except for one of their wins by 17 points or more. So I just think that this Mountaineer team, everyone thinks of them having this great home field advantage. Not the case. They were 6-7 in the 13 games so far as a home dog under Neil Brown. So they can close down classes. They can do whatever they want. They can burn some couches here. As they say on ESPN on the Game Day Show, not so fast. Penn State by double digits, 31-20.
Well, Lee, we know that George is a perennial favorite, not only to get in, but to possibly win it. And they kick off the season against a decent matchup in Clemson. They're giving 13 points away. How do you see that playing out?
I mean, you look at the returning starters, and, I mean, it looks like, you know, these two teams might be, you know, it should be a 7 to 10-point game. But let's look closer. Dabo said, you know, I'm not going to take transfers anymore. That's not going to happen. Well, since 2020, doesn't have the same talent. And then he's not even taking incoming phone calls on his call-in show each week now. So you have to send in the calls. I mean, you talk about screening. I mean, this is crazy. I think Dabo just wound a little too tight. Whereas on the other side, Georgia's won back-to-back national titles, and they said, you know what? Okay, we got a few players that want to come in that can make us better. We'll take them. They took Trevor Etienne from Florida, star running back, tight end from Stanford, Trevor Urosic, and also Miami wide receiver Colby Young. So I think that Georgia has a decided advantage. They have a better quarterback by far with Carson Beck. They are really good on neutral site games, 19-9 against the spread, and they have the number 4 special teams. Cade Klubenik is not the answer here. Georgia, 30-13.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, joining us on the HR&P guest line just down the road in College Station. College Game Day will be there. Aggies 3-point favorites against Notre Dame, a game you can listen to right here on ESPN 97.5. What do you make of the Aggies, Notre Dame, and a big game this weekend?
It is, and you know, I think that Mike Elko's done a nice job here in the transfer portal. He's going to make them a strong team, but in the first game, he's going to be playing with starting 2 wide receivers from last year, one left in graduation, one to the transfer portal. Their defense, possibly 4 transfer starters, so it might take them some time to come together here. They do get back Connor Wegman. I think he's a bright NFL prospect, but I think that Riley Leonard's a better college quarterback. When he's been healthy, I mean, he was a one-man show at Duke, and he's going to have much more talent around him at Notre Dame. And on top of that, Notre Dame's defense, they only allowed a 52.4 completion percentage last year. They could be better this year, only allowing 3.5 yards per carry last year, and they have the number 29 special teams here. Wrong team is favored. Notre Dame outright 20-16.
Another big game around these parts as the Horns get it started, and UT has high expectations about a run to not only get in but be one of those Final Four teams at the end of the day. How do you see Texas kicking off the season, giving 33 to Colorado State?
So potential injuries once again starting to stack up here for Texas, especially at the running back position. I mean, this is a team that I just don't think that they're a team you want to lay big points with. Let's look at the Rice game last year. Favored by 35.5 points. They won 37-10. Didn't cover. Same thing with Wyoming. Lay 30 points, win 31-10. Colorado State head coach Jay Norville, third year, They've gone from 3-9 to 5-7. Now I think they're going to have a winning record this year. I do believe that they go to a bowl this year. Braden Fowler here, Nicholas, the quarterback. I think he's the best quarterback in the Mountain West Conference here. Wide receiver Troy Horton caught balls, 96 balls for almost 1,200 yards and 8 touchdowns. He's the real deal here. Colorado State loves these kind of games. 10-3 against the spread as a 20-plus point dog since 2012. I think Texas wins 45-21. I think 33 is a little too much.
Okay, big one. Houston, near and dear to my heart, as you know, Lee. I hope it's too early in the season for you to be breaking my heart. Start of the Willie Fritz era, first game that he'll be coaching at U of H, coming over from Tulane, where he had great success. Returning Donovan Smith, going to have a great crowd. It's going to be awesome. Saturday, TD-ECU Stadium. Get your tickets now, uhcougars.com. Houston -2 against UNLV. How do you handicap this one?
So I think he's a great coach. I think they got the right guy. And the only thing is it might take a little bit of time, and you got to be patient. UNLV head coach could play either Matt Sluka, the kid from Holy Cross, or a kid named Malik from Campbell. So both these guys are pretty much unknown. They still have Thomas at running back, 2 of the top 3 receivers return, plus they picked up Texas transfer here at wide receiver Casey Kane. They're looking to get a bad taste out of their mouth. UNLV was having a great year, and then they lost the last 3 to finish 9-5. They are a team that has covered 13 straight non-conference games here. Houston knew 3-4 defense with only 4 returning starters and a slew of transfers who might take them a little time to gel here. We're going to go with UNLV. Hate to say it, guys. UNLV, I'm going to break your heart, 27-26. All right.
I thought we were friends.
We were.
Honesty above friendship, Lee. I like it. I understand it. What other people don't understand, if they haven't heard you on our airwaves before, is that you pick winners, and you guys have a lot of success, and we love talking to you every week. Tell everybody a little bit more about what you have to offer for them and how they can get in touch with you.
All right, so this is what we do. This is my 31st year in business, and we've won 29 out of 30 years. Former quarterback. I played at the time Southwest Texas State, now Texas State, in the early 80s, and you're going to get the games that I'm personally playing. I study all these games, watched every tape, believe it or not, of every FCS school that's playing Division I opponent this week. So you want someone that's going to win on a consistent basis, might be able to help you out. So just go to the website, ParamountSports.com. How about this? We rate our games from 10 to 50 units. This is the first time in 7 years we have a rare major wager best bet 40-unit play that's going opening week. So we're 65-23 lifetime on these major wager 40-unit or higher plays. So you want to try us out. $147 going to get you a total between 8 and 12 games starting from tonight all the way through Monday night. Check out the website. We've got a bunch of other free pick videos up on the website. So, let's say you want to see a big game. I'm talking about like maybe someone like Arizona State, Wyoming, Alabama, Western Kentucky, Miami, Florida, and also that LSU-USC game. Check out all those videos. Come on board. Love to have you for the ride. Just one place, ParamountSports.com. And, I'm going to give away a free selection on the LSU-USC game. First 5 callers call 800-400-9741. Give them LSU-USC on me. So just one place to win, ParamountSports.com, or call 800-400-9741.
Great stuff, Lee. Lee, how much do you sleep during the football season versus out of football season?
Very little.
Yeah.
It's been. I put it this way, though. I've certainly accumulated a bunch of sleep, so I've slept in a lot, worked some late nights, but it's fun. When you're doing something you love and you're winning, not so bad.
How many TVs are you got going on a typical weekend? And then we got any anthems scheduled for the daughter coming up already?
So here's what we got going. So I have a 70 and 255s in the man cave, and I put 2 computers on either side of me in my man cave. I have 4 chairs that recline, and There's only 4 seats, so if you're number 5, you're out of luck. And the daughter's doing so far the Bears and Vikings game November 24th.
There you go.
Nice.
Yep.
Well, Lee, enjoy catching up, and we'll be talking to you each and every week. Look
Sounds
forward to
good,
it.
guys.
Lee Sterling,
Thanks, Lee.
ParamountSports.com. Stellar record. Going to make sure. Hopefully he misses one game.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm rooting against one of his picks coming up on Saturday. I think he would understand that. D'Amico Ryan, C.J. Stroud. Go Cougs. They both had great years in year one. This head coach quarterback duo is still getting disrespected. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay. I am a big believer in if you have a head coach and a quarterback in the NFL, you are a contender. You can win a bunch of games. And I think history tells us that. Andy Reid, great head coach, the best offensive mind we've seen in NFL history, in my opinion. Compared with Pat Mahomes, maybe the best quarterback talent we've ever seen in NFL history. Tom Brady has more Super Bowls than everybody else, has more Super Bowls than organizations have Super Bowls. All but one of his came with Bill Belichick. You look across the NFL, the teams that are very, very good have good head coach, quarterback duos. I feel like if you have that battery in your organization, you can be a really good football team that racks up a bunch of wins. I think the Texans have a really good head coach, one of the better ones in the NFL, even after just a year. I think he's a top 5 head coach in the NFL right now. I think they have one of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL. I have him as high as number 5 on the Branham quarterback rankings. So yes, I think highly of D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud as the head coach, quarterback core that can lead organizations. CBS Sports has them 10. They ranked quarterback and head coaching cores pairings and stacked them up relative to the rest of the NFL. D'Amico and C.J. Stroud come in at 10. 10. This is absurd. It's disrespectful. They don't know ball.
No, to me, when you start looking at the list, the biggest thing is one or the other. It's the coach or the quarterback where there's a couple of cases where you can poke holes and you can really question if that guy deserves to be on the list. If that's the case, then as a tandem, I think it loses value. You don't lose value with D'Amico, as you mentioned. The value seems to be sky high and going higher for C.J. Stroud. When you look at like a Dak Prescott, sure, you could say what Dak does in the regular season. Mike McCarthy, as a coach and a play caller and a guy that you're going to put in the top half of the league as a head coach or the top 10, I don't see it. I don't believe it. I don't think it, and therefore I wouldn't do it. So some of these tandems on this list, it's one or the other where I go, I can't. And the fact that the Texans are behind some of these guys really is disturbing.
Let's see how high we're willing to go, because 10 is disrespectful. It's a slap in Houston's face, quite frankly. Stroud, D'Amico at 10. They have at number 9 Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy, the example that you mentioned. I think Stroud's already better than Dak, and I think Dak's good. I like Dak. I'm not a Dak hater like some are, but I would take Stroud over Dak, and of course I'm taking D'Amico over McCarthy.
No
so
question.
yes, I would have Houston ahead of Dallas.
Right. No doubt. We would, like I said, I already talked about this one, and from personal experience, and then watching McCarthy, no matter what he thinks he's been able to do with Dallas, now they're lesser than in the running game, and even with their receivers. I don't believe in Mike McCarthy as the leader and a solid head coach. So I would definitely put the Texans duo above them.
They have Detroit 8, and I like Detroit's duo. I think Jared Goff is underrated. Jared Goff has been to a Super Bowl. Dan Campbell biting kneecaps. I think that one of the attributes that we overlook and underrate when it comes to coaching is leadership. And I think Dan Campbell has that in spades. I think it's his best attribute. Are you taking Jared Goff and Dan Campbell over D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud?
I think for now, as much as I'm not a big fan of Jared Goff, I still can't crap on what he's done recently, and especially since he's been in Detroit. Dan Campbell, definitely a leader of men, definitely gets the most out of his locker room, and they had a hell of a run last year. They look like they're going to be a good team again this year. I don't think it's going to be long before I can put CJ and D'Amico over them, but for the time being, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say they can be above the Texans.
Ain't no way I'm putting Jared Goff ahead of C.J. Stroud, and ain't no way I'm putting Dan Campbell ahead of D'Amico Ryans. I'm taking both quarterback, both head coach when it comes to Detroit-Houston, so I'm jumping them over Detroit. Next up, they have Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, the jabroni, Nick Sirianni.
Well, and you mentioned it. Right there in a nutshell is the reason why these guys, as a team, they're loaded. They have a ton of talent. As a team, it's a very, very good roster. As a head coach, I don't believe in him either, and I don't really skip all the sideline antics. When he lost his OC and his DC, the team took a big step backwards. I don't believe in Nick Sirianni as the head coach. Jalen Hurts has surpassed what I thought he was going to be in this league. I think he has a lot of ability, but for the reason of Nick Sirianni alone, I put the Texans duo above him.
Yeah, me too. Like if you're looking at those four as weapons in an organization, Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni, C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans, it's like an SAT question. Which of the four does not belong?
Yeah,
Nick
right.
Sirianni.
Nick
Sirianni doesn't belong. So, yes, I'm jumping Houston over Philadelphia when talking about head coach quarterback duos. Okay, Cincinnati, Joe Burrow and Zach Taylor.
See, again, for me, this is a lot like the Detroit situation, only they've gone further. I think Zach Taylor, to me, has proven where I was questioning what he was going to be and how he was going to be in Cincinnati. He's done a lot of things. Joe Burrow has proven the one thing that he can do that not any other quarterback in the AFC seems to be able to do, and that's beat Patrick Mahomes. Burrow's coming off an injury, yes, but for the time being, I got to respect the fact that they've been there and done that and gone a little further. So I will, at this point in time, still put Burrow and Zach Taylor a small distance above the Texans duo.
Houston Texans have been there, done that in Cincinnati, and beat the brains out of Joe Burrow and Zach Taylor by 3 points.
Burrow was a little dinged up, but
no, he was fine. He was fine then.
No, he was coming off where he wasn't around the team and been around the team as much because he was dealing with the calf injury last season before he suffered the other injury. And Chase did play, I believe he was questionable. He played in that game. But, yeah, you can make that argument. I just think because of the fact that from a longevity standpoint, what they've done in the playoffs and the fact that they've beaten Mahomes, I give them a slight advantage.
Burrow didn't miss a game until week 12, their 11th game. He got hurt in the Baltimore game. He was pretty dang good.
Okay.
He was pretty dang good. Weeks before they played Buffalo the week before. He beat Buffalo for 348 yards and 2 touchdowns, 31 for 44. He was coming off a 31 for 44 game, 348 yards, 2 touchdowns in a win against Buffalo. And then C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans went into Cincinnati and got a win.
Okay.
So, I mean, he was in good form. I think that you're underselling how good he was playing.
I also think that beating Mahomes means something in the playoffs, and so
That's fair.
I'm going to give them the credit.
I'm good with that. It's just like they got a less than Burrow. That's not accurate. 348 yards the week before. The week before that, 3 touchdowns, 283 yards, and a win at San Francisco. He went win at San Francisco, 283 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Win against Buffalo, 348 yards, 2 touchdowns, and then the D'Amico Ryan, C.J. Stroud-led Texans came to town and beat Joe Burrow. And then he got hurt the next week at Baltimore. But I think he was playing his best football whenever Houston came in there. Now, I'm with you that I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, too, because they've been to a Super Bowl. So I'll still give the edge to Burrow and Taylor, despite D'Amico and Stroud having scoreboard in Cincinnati. But, yes, the Bengals do get the trump card here because they've been to that Super Bowl. Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay.
See, at this point in their careers, I believe in CJ more than I believe in Matthew Stafford, even though Matthew Stafford's had a hell of a career. I think Sean McVay is fantastic, but, we keep hearing about how long he's going to be in this for.
Why does that matter, though?
No, I'm just trying to think about, from a longevity standpoint, but I believe that he's a hell of a coach. I believe he's one of the better coaches in this league. But so I think D'Amico's on the rise. He's an up-and-coming great head coach. I think McVay's already a great head coach. It comes down to me to either CJ or to Matt Stafford. I believe at this point in their careers, I'll take CJ over Matt Stafford. So for that reason, I think that I would put the Texans slightly ahead of the Rams.
Yeah, I'm putting them ahead of the Rams, too. Stafford's old, washed, and D'Amico is what Sean McVay is on the other side of the ball. So I'm willing to jump him over the Rams, mostly because Stafford's a little bit older, although Stafford was good when he had his full complement of receivers last year. Josh Allen, Sean McDermott.
Well, I just think Josh Allen is so freaking good, and he's just his ability is just unbelievable. That I just believe that he's the number one card in this comparison between these 4 guys. So I believe that from that standpoint and the standpoint that they've also been there for quite a while. Look, I kid about that because I know your love for Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a pretty good question, but I think that they have a lot to prove this year. And I think that, again, you're seeing guys that have had their run, but I just don't know how much is left. I know that, with McDermott, we were talking about, some of the things with the team last year and some of the things that came out too, that you're like, you probably shouldn't have said that. But overall, I think that it's Josh Allen.
Why does that matter?
I think from a coaching perspective, I think it matters. I think that the way you handle your team and the things that you say sometimes, you should be questioned.
It was like 10 years ago.
No, it wasn't 10 years ago.
Wasn't it like old? I didn't think it was last year. It came out last year.
It was like 2 or 3 years ago at latest. But look, I think this is a tough call for them. I think that, I think the Texans have to kind of get on that kind of run to surpass them. So for the time being, I'm still going to put Buffalo a little bit above the Texans.
Okay. I think Josh Allen's extremely overrated. Give me Stroud. And Sean McDermott's not in the same lead as D'Amico Ryan. So Texans over Bills when I'm looking at that duo. Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan.
To me, this comes down to Purdy or CJ, and I think CJ basically is head and shoulders ability-wise over Brock Purdy, so I will take the Texans.
I go Niners here. No, I don't. I go Texans here because of the same thing you said. Yeah, Shanahan's been to a Super Bowl, hasn't won a Super Bowl. Brock Purdy is not in the same stratosphere as C.J. Stroud. So I'll take Texans over the Niners core 2. And then the next 2 I don't. Lamar Jackson, John Harbaugh, they literally beat you last year in the playoffs handedly. So, yes, they have scoreboard on you, and they did it in the postseason, so I can't give the Texans core better than the Baltimore core. And then number 1's Mahomes and Reed. And that's disrespectful. So I have the Texans 4th. I had the Texans head coach quarterback duo 4th. I think you had them 7th?
6 or 7?
6 or 7. I have them 4. I have them as a top 5 core head coach quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah,
10's disrespectful.
I would keep them at 6. I could definitely see them in the top 6. And again, I think that they are ascending. I think that they're going to continue to get better and better. We see some of the teams even in the top 6 that I think are going to continue to work their way down towards the bottom of the 10. So I think that this is a great kind of just starter set for this team that the sky's the limit for.
Yeah, so 4, 6. Brian, what about you? Head coach, quarterback duo. We all agree that 10 is ridiculous.
Yeah, I would have them in the top 5. I didn't follow it closely enough to give you the exact location, but
Great job,
I would spitball and say I'd have about 5.
Okay, you're spitball at 5. Spitball in 5. 713-780-ESPN. 9666. Can we stop rewarding Burrow for beating Mahomes 3 seasons ago? Also, Hurts and Nick also went to a Super Bowl. It's a good argument there. 9666. It's pretty good. Pretty good argument.
Sirianni had some pretty good coordinators.
He did. I do think he's got a good coordinator again. I actually kind of like the Eagles this year. I think I've talked myself into liking the Eagles because I think Nick Sirianni kind of realized who he's been.
Get the hell out of the way.
I think so. I'm actually kind of in on the Eagles this season. We'll start to give our predictions a little bit next week. Although a little bit later on, I have my 5 best bets when it comes to these team totals. I didn't tease anything there though. I didn't give anything away. 9229, you're missing it, Branham. You're crowning the Texans after one partially successful season. They have to show up again this year and establish themselves before they deserve to be ahead of the teams, coaches you mentioned. Here's I view sports a little differently. I don't look at resumes. I don't look at the whole accolades things. I talk about the now. I talk about the current. The whole resume attitude, like, oh, they haven't done it for years. Well, then Pat Mahomes would have never won a Super Bowl. Pat Mahomes wouldn't have won a Super Bowl because he didn't do it before. No, give me the now. I live where my feet are. I don't care what a dude did 5 years ago. I care about this moment and who I trust the most in this moment. And I trust D'Amico and Stroud more than every head coach quarterback duo in the NFL, sans 4.
Yeah, and that's fair. Look, I think that, again, you're fair in saying that they have to prove it again, but every team does. And the fact that they were able to turn it around and in year one of C.J. Stroud and of D'Amico Ryans do the things that they were able to do in their first season together and their first seasons in their current positions, that just says so much about the fact that how big and bright the future is going to be for this duo, regardless of what they do this season or not.
713-780-ESPN, 9589. Josh Allen is a poverty quarterback when it's said and done. Hot Take Boulevard. Cash it. I agree with you. 6589. I think he's overrated, just like 103 NFL players do.
Trash it. I think that he still deserves the respect of a guy that's in the top 5 in quarterbacks in this league.
Would you say he's overrated if people think he's third?
I mean, he's in the conversation. He's got, look, we talk about everybody that's got things to prove. We've already said that now he's really got even more to prove. All eyes are watching, and definitely the microscopes are on, that the turnovers have to go down. And with lesser than at receivers than he's had in the past, he's going to have to try and do more.
6761, you wouldn't know what to do. You wouldn't know what or who to trust in the moment unless history didn't exist. What you said makes 0 sense. So how would you crown a guy who had the best rookie season ever? Like, you basing that based on what he did at Ohio State? Or is it like eye test? I think this guy's going to be really good. Or like the Mahomes example that I used. Mahomes sat behind Alex Smith for an entire season after people thought the Kansas City Chiefs trade-up was not smart, and they reached on selecting Pat Mahomes, and they went to a conference championship in that year. How are you predicting they're going to a conference championship based on history? And then the whole, well, you got to keep doing it or otherwise, you're not any good. Well, he won the Super Bowl in his second year. So what are you talking about? Like, it's about talent. His third year, his second year as a starter. So it's all about talent. It's about your eyes. Like the whole, oh, this is their resume and this is why they're going to be good. You'd be a terrible general manager because you have to rely on your eyes and you have to rely on what somebody's going to do for the next 3 years, not what they did for the previous 3.
Well, and the other thing you had to factor in is every season is different with the injuries, too. Things are going to happen where you're going to endure some things that maybe you weren't expecting, and sometimes they're impact players that are going to change the course of everything. Sometimes it's playing a first-place, tougher schedule than you did the year before. That doesn't mean that they're going to be lesser than. It doesn't mean that they're not going to still have the same trajectory for the big picture.
Tyler and Conroe, top 5 quarterbacks right now. Mahomes, Burrow, Jackson, Stroud, Goff. I might flip-flop Burrow and Jackson. I like Jackson a little bit more than Burrow, but Burrow's really stinking good. I'd probably have Burrow 3. Goff being in the 5 holes, not there for me.
I don't like Goff there. I'll put Allen there.
Yeah, I think I had Allen 5th. But he's more of a regular season fantasy football quarterback. If Josh Allen is overrated, then I would love to see who an opponent game plans to stop when they play the Bills. Just any team they play in the playoffs. All right, 713-780-3776, HRP listener line. What is the work share? It looks like the Texans 53 is about done. Like they didn't even put in a waiver claim, like at all. It's not that they were beat out by other teams. They didn't put in a waiver claim. So it seems like their 53-man is set. Now that we know what it is, what does this work share look like in the running back room? What about the wide receiver room? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
0201, Branham has the memory of a toddler. Whatever is shiny in you is the best thing ever. I mean, if you want to pick off resumes, then you take Russell Wilson, I'll take Caleb Williams, man. Like, I don't pick off resumes. I trust my eyes, and these eyes don't fail me. Key from L.A., it goes Mahomes and Andy Reid, then McVay and Stafford, then I have D'Amico and Stroud. He spelled D'Amico D-A-M-I-C-O. Key from L.A. Maybe
D'Amico?
He spelled it, yeah, or D'Amico. I guess I said it right. Yeah, he's Key from L.A., though, so he has a bias towards L.A. Although McVay-Stafford's a good duo. Like, I'm not going to hate on that. Stafford was really good last year whenever they had their full complement.
I think I would have
of
the
players.
Rams ahead of them. Obviously, the Chiefs, Rams would be another one. They would be above.
I would just rather have Stroud than Stafford.
And I'd rather have McVay than D'Amico.
Yeah, but I think the quarterback's more important.
Yeah, probably. But I think the gap is – I guess the question would be, where do you think the gap is bigger? But I would still probably lean to the Rams side.
I think it's a toss-up. I really do. Like, I'm not going to die on that hill. I would go quarterback there. And I also think D'Amico is really good just on the opposite side of the ball. And defense isn't sexy like offense. So D'Amico doesn't give this praise as like this savant when he probably should. But if you had that from the offensive side, you're like this boy genius. But that never is considered to defensive minds.
Yeah, I think that personnel matters from the standpoint of from a McVay. He's got this ingenious mind, but you got to have the right players to execute all that. Yes, they've got some receivers. Yes, he's got some things to work with. I love what the Texans have built up around these guys too. So I think that the ability to succeed, look, it's very close, because I used to always say when Stafford was on the Lions that people are sleeping on him because of how bad the team was, but how good he played regardless of how bad the team was, it was always consistent. Then he wins the Super Bowl. I mean, I think he's on the back nine of his career, but I still think he's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. I would just rather have Stroud. Like, if you had to pick a team, Stroud or Stafford, who you picking? Because I mean, we all agree that Stafford's on the back nine of his career and is really good. No one's like saying
I think
that.
both teams overachieved last season. I just like the Texans. I like both of those guys for the long haul better than I like the two guys with the Rams.
You think the Rams overachieved?
I do. I didn't expect that from the Rams last year.
Okay.
I just didn't.
I mean, they made the playoffs with Cooper Kupp missing like half.
Right, I'm saying, but I didn't. At the start of the year, I did not expect a Puka to come on the scene, do what he did. I did not expect them to be the type of team that they were previously, and so I think that both teams overachieved.
Would you say that they lucked into Puka?
I mean, they drafted a guy that they saw talent in, Jeremy.
Burrow is the Mike Trout of football. Maybe. I mean, he's missed 2 years with significant injuries.
That is so unfair.
Why? He's missed 2 years.
Mike Trout's won a grand total of 0 playoff games. Joe Burrow beat Mahomes at Arrowhead and went to a Super Bowl.
I mean, he's talking from the injury standpoint. You're right. He has had more team success as a quarterback for the Bengals than Trout has ever had as a baseball player for the Angels. But he's clearly talking about injuries. He's missed He's missed a majority. Well, not a majority. He's missed a good chunk of 2 of his 4 years in the NFL.
Yeah, no, the injury part of it's fine, but there's more connotation to that than when you say Trout. He's the Mike Trout, because Mike Trout, along with his great talent, is known for having absolutely 0 success. He's been to the playoffs one time, and the Angels got swept. So I can't co-sign that comparison.
Yeah, I think he's talking just like specifically about the injuries, though. Mike Trout is 10 times better than Burrow, somebody says. Individually, yeah. Individually, yes. Mike Trout, best talent of his generation. Joe Burrow, close, but not the best quarterback talent of his generation.
There's people that are starting to question Mike Trout's Hall of Fame status based on how much time he's missed and if he continues to miss it.
Well, that's dumb.
It is dumb.
9589, I think what sets Stroud apart from so many is his composure in big moments and fill of the game. I would agree with that. All right, what does this running back room look like in terms of timeshare? Like, we're talking about how much are they on the football field, carries, whatever. And then we'll get to the running back, the receiver room in a moment. But your running back room, Mixon, Damian Pierce, you have Cam Akers, you kept Dare still in this team, and then you have the British Bulldog Brooks, more of a fullback than a halfback, I think. But what does the work share look like?
I just really believe that Joe Mixon's going to be your workhorse unless he gets hurt. I think that Joe Mixon, them going out and getting him and committing to him, I think he's going to be the guy that they're going to rely heavily on, because I don't even think Damian Pierce is going to end up being the number 2 running back. I think Cam Akers Akers is. And I think that you can see Cam Akers getting some carries and every game contributing both in the passing game and, for a series or two, getting some runs. So I think that in my estimation, I think it's going to be a heavy dose of Joe Mixon. I think Cam Akers is going to get opportunities. And then behind him, I think it basically goes Pierce and then Dare. But Dare is mostly going to be special teams and situationally hit or miss a little bit here and there. I don't know what to expect of Dameon Pierce. I haven't liked what I've seen, but I have liked what I've seen of Cam Akers.
I think that Dameon Pierce is going to get more carries and touches and snaps than Cam Akers early in the year. I think it's going to be similar to how it was last year. Instead of the 1-2, we're talking about the 2 and 3 this year. Remember last year, Pierce got a lot of the early carries, and he had the work share. He was the majority running back over Singletary, and then with time, it flipped. And then by the end of the year, Pierce wouldn't even see the field. I think the same thing's going to happen this year with the running back 2 spot. Obviously, Mixon's going to be your bell cow. He's going to be on the field the majority of the time. But then with backup spots and backup snaps, I think Pierce starts out as the clear-cut RB2, and over time it starts to get closer and closer and closer. And then by maybe even the midway point of the year, Cam Akers, barring injury, Cam Akers is the clear-cut RB2 on this team.
I could see that, and that definitely could play out that way because they have spoken so highly about Dameon Pierce. I just believe that when Cam is going to get his touches, I think he's going to do something with him, and I think that it may be a lot quicker than the midpoint in the season when you realize if Pierce isn't effective and he does some of the things he did last year to show you that he's been ineffective, and Cam does a few things here and there where they really like his shiftiness and his ability to get some yards, I think it may turn quicker than that.
Yeah, I hope so, because I rather have Akers get the carries and the touches than Dameon Pierce. I think Akers is a better fit. I actually think Akers is a better talent. Now, he's had the injuries, which have kind of diminished the talent a little bit, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like he still has the burst, the explosiveness, and the speed that he once had despite 2 Achilles tears, which is nuts.
Yeah, I think that is as long as, like you said, as long as he can prove that these injuries aren't going to be turning him into an injury-prone type player and they're going to be lingering in any way, shape, or form or hindering to him, I believe he is the number 2 on this roster. Where he starts the season on the depth chart may be different. I believe he's the second best running back on this roster. I believe it's not even going to take to the midseason point before he's starting to get the number 2 carries and touches.
Honestly, I don't think the number 2 running back, as long as Joe Mixon's healthy, really matters all that much. Because when you look at kind of the way they divided out the workload last year, which, I mean, other than me, I think everyone thinks Joe Mixon's going to get a bigger work share than Devin Singletary because everyone thinks he's better than Devin Singletary. But when you look at last year, the last 5 games, there was only one game where Dameon Pierce got even 5 carries. I mean, it's the running back 2 workload is very minimal, and now you're talking about probably splitting it between 2 players instead of 1 compared to last season. So as long as Joe Mixon's healthy, I don't think there's really much here as far as how the running back 2 workload goes, because there's really not going to be much available to them.
I mean, it's such a different league now. You see so many
different league than last year.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be 2 run backs. They're going to use a lot of 2 running backs.
There will be 4 or 5 carries a game that go to someone not named Joe Mixon. That's so few that it's hardly.
I would say more so closer to 10 touches, because you're probably right with 4 to 5 carries, but you're probably going to have 4 or 5 catches from the backfield
Pierce
outside
really
of Mixon.
He's not.
No, he's not. And I also think that they are going to be mindful of the fact that Mixon is significant for them enough that I don't think that I think they will give him breaks in the game to where I think those carries are going to be maybe a little bit more. But I think, especially in my opinion, if it's Cam, I think Cam will get the touches and he'll get a few more carries.
I would say to that, though, you're right. Joe Mixon is going to have to come off the field. No doubt about that. He's a 28-year-old running back. But let's say in the scenario, especially early in the season, it seems like we all agree Dameon Pierce is the primary backup early in the season. You pull Joe Mixon off the field, Dameon Pierce is on the field. Your best options to hand it to Dameon Pierce, you're going to throw it to Diggs, to Nico, to Tank, to Dalton Schultz. I just don't think there's very many carries for the backup running back unless Mixon's gassed and they're at the goal line.
They don't love him in pass pro either.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit of a clue of what they might be doing. Snap count week 1. Obviously, Mixon is your clear and away, clear cut, most snaps, RB1. Who gets more snaps in week 1? Dameon Pierce or Cam Akers?
I think Cam Akers.
I think it's going to be Pierce.
I think
it's Cam Akers because of the passing game.
Okay. They do like Dari in pass pro.
Well, that's true, too. I do believe that both Dari and Cam Akers are better at picking up blitzes and blocking I just don't know how much they're going to do that. Maybe the British Bulldog's the guy that they're going to use in those situations.
Yeah, I see him more as a fullback. I don't think that they're going to use him as a lone back and then, hey, here you go, pass protection. And I also don't think they're going to use a ton of 12 personnel this year. Like, you're in a 3rd and 5, you're going to have one of the 3 receivers off the field. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. So, like, that takes away the ability to use a second back.
But I think you have to be
/ second tight end.
See, that's where I think too. You guys are right. Look, Pierce is not a receiver, but I think that defenses have to respect if it's Joe Mixon or it's Cam Akers in the backfield, and the fact that they can do something out of the passing game that they have to be mindful of.
Yeah, but I agree with what you are saying. But if it's a 3rd and 5 and Pierce is in the game, I don't think the defense is going to be like all out on the run. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it will be fascinating to see that. How about the wide receiver room? And I think the question here is, I do want to see like the work share between the big 3. Like, I think Nico will be on the field the most. I think he'll play 90% of the snaps. And then I think Steph will be at like 80. And I think Tank will be at like 75. I think Steph and Tank are going to be really, really close and might, interchange weekly. Nico is going to be the clear-cut number 1 in terms of snap count. The question that I have is, who's the 4? Who's the 4? And this is minor. Like, I understand this is minor. Like, the number 4 receiver might play 5 snaps.
I think
he
it's
might
Robert
play
Woods.
7 snaps.
Yeah,
I think it's Robert Woods.
too.
Kind of like what we just got done talking about, especially early in the season. Lean on the veteran. Know that you know what you do know, and that the fact is that when you went to him in last season, he was good. He did his job, and I think that they trust him. So I think to start the season, he's going to be the number 4.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, and there's not many snaps there. This is like, not a big deal, I guess. Although 5 to 7 snaps when you're running 50 plays a game is significant. I mean, it's 10% of the snaps. It could be the difference between winning and losing a game. I think it's Woods. I think it's Woods early.
Yep, I do too. And I think that maybe less than what we were talking about with the running back room. I think that as long as he stays healthy and he can be effective, I think he can hang on to that for a while.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if he gets pressed by Mechie or Hutchinson.
Right.
But I'm with you. I think Woods is that guy for at least half the year. 8341. I think Akers is going to have a season that's going to surprise a lot of people, including Mixon. I hope you're right.
I hope that's true too, because I believe that he's still got plenty left in the tank. It's just and that's because of the fact that he's had 2 significant injuries. It all comes down to his health for me. I don't believe that he's lost a ton from his ability wise, that he could be an effective piece for this team.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. It's time now for Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What belongs on Good Take Boulevard is the Red Bull Show Run. It's going to be here soon. September 7th, the date, Saturday, and I cannot wait for this. I love me some F1, and I can't wait to go see the cars that they're bringing to Houston. It's also free. That's also a really nice perk. It's free to everybody, free to all ages, thanks to Red Bull. They're bringing F1 to Houston September 7th in the heart of downtown Houston at Discovery Green. See championship-winning F1 cars doing sprints, burnouts, much, much more around Discovery Green on a custom-build racetrack. This is going to be the first time ever in United States history where you witness dual appearances with 2 championship-winning F1 cars. In addition to that, explore the Red Bull Fan Zone. It features local food vendors, so you're going to be fed, you're going to be full, it's going to be tasty, it's going to be great. Also, all the Red Bull racing merch, so get your hands on that so you can wear it proudly. Racing simulator. I love the racing simulators. It's like being in the car, and you're going to be able to do this at Discovery Green on September 7th for the Red Bull Show Run. Free activities for racing fans of all ages that will introduce you to the exciting world of Red Bull. Grab the kid, grab the wife, grab the family, and get out to the Red Bull Show Run. Single day admission-free event, open to everyone. Tickets are not required. Free family entertainment. Bring them for the day of F1 fun. All day September 7th, downtown Houston at Discovery Green. Head over to redbull.com/showrunhouston to learn more. redbull.com/showrunhouston. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. MajorLeagueBaseball.com, MLB.com. They had a piece yesterday where it ranked. I didn't rank. It listed the best player at every age. Every age, best player. Like Justin Verlander was the representative for the age of 41. There was no other runner-up.
Yeah.
They said he was the best 41-year-old in all of baseball.
That's a tough competition he won there. Yeah.
Rich Hill, the best 44-year-old in all of baseball. But where I think this is a bad take is that the best 27-year-old, Yordan Alvarez is 27 years old. He was not the best 27-year-old according to MLB.com. They gave it to Tariq Skubal, who is probably going to be the AL Cy Young, so I get that. But if I had to pick one, who you picking? You picking Yordan? You picking Skubal?
I'm taking the guy that plays almost every day, but the guy that every day is going to hit for average, hit for power, hit in the clutch, do everything that you need a guy to do. You build your offensive lineup around him. I'm taking Yordan.
Plus, Yordan's resume is way better than Skubal. Wink, wink. No, but I would take Yordan over Skubal. I know Skubal's having a tremendous year. I know he's been fantastic. But you get one guy for the next 7 years. Who is it going to be? It's Yordan Alvarez for me. I think Yordan Alvarez is going to have an MVP type of year. I think he can flirt with a triple crown. Yes, Skubal's the Cy Young this year. I think Yordan Alvarez gives a team more victories. Look, I know Skubal's having a great season, but he's doing it in Detroit.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, like I said, he's led his team, and he's led his team at the most paramount moments of a season, including the Seattle series, the Philly in the World Series, the bomb that he hit there. The guy he comes up clutch. He hits for average, and he hits for power, and he's in his prime. I'm going with Yordan.
MLB.com, you have made the list.
You just made the list.
Other people that make the list, this is really everybody. It's all encompassing. I saw this a few times on Twitter lately. Eric Getty could have been a strong Rookie of the Year candidate if he didn't get called up the same season as one of the best rookies of all time. Paul Skeens is who he's talking about. Where does Skeens pitch? Pittsburgh. What league does Pittsburgh reside? The National League. Do they give Rookie of the Years to both leagues?
They do.
I think we did the exact same thing with the Yankees broadcasters like about a month ago with Luis Hill. They were complaining like, he would have a chance at the Rookie of the Year, but except if it wasn't for Paul Skeens.
Know your semantics, people. Hunter, you've made the list. Sorry.
You just made the list.
You do. I hate doing this because I look up to this guy like a father. I look up to him as a father to me. I hope to follow in his footsteps. I hope to one day be this man. But we don't discriminate, and this man I look up to has made the list.
Yordan was pissed. Now, the question was, Eric Getty, with a no-hitter going, does he send a message back to Philadelphia after throwing at what Yordan appeared to be a little bit upset about, throwing as inside as they were, and then the very next pitch to Bregman hits him in the head.
There you go.
Should Eric Getty have retaliated with a no-hitter?
I don't know if this is a bad take.
Yeah, it doesn't break the no-hitter.
I know, but that's the implication.
I don't know if he's implying that. I don't know.
Well, I heard the whole conversation. Sorry, I couldn't find more of it. Yeah. It would have been a very long clip, but that is the implication.
Okay, I only heard that 20 seconds. Yeah. I don't think the 20-second soundbite implies
I agree with that.
But if it did imply, I'll take your word for it, then yeah. Now, I thought he was more like it's going to break his rhythm. It's going to, add to his pitch count by 1.
Right. If it was like a perfect game, you wouldn't break it up by dotting a guy. But, yeah, it's not going to – yeah, the way I heard it, it sounded – I don't think he meant that it was going to break up the no-hit.
But if that is what happened, then exactly. Absolutely, Granado. Hitting a guy does not add to a hit in the hit column. I didn't do it.
You just made the list.
I didn't do it. Remember, if there's one of us that doesn't show up to work
for that.
On Monday, we know that Granado likes to put the hit on host.
I mean, yeah.
And it's been 2 weeks in a row.
Had to have surgery. I mean,
snitches, they end up fired from the station if you get on to Granado. So I didn't do it.
I have red hair. I'm fine.
I didn't do it.
Red Weasel.
One host that I have no problem putting on Bad Take Boulevard is one Joe George. Listen to this scorcher from Joe George. You got to wait for the greatness.
So is this the most important year in the history of the Chicago Bears? Yes. It absolutely 110% is the most important year in this franchise's history.
110%. He likes to pour water over the glass. The Bears have been to a Super Bowl, and the Bears have won a Super Bowl. How are the years that the Bears won a Super Bowl and lost a Super Bowl, how are those less important than the 2024 Chicago Bears season.
It's not even close because of the fact that everybody knew the talent that they had in '85, but they had to put it all together and still do it. That made it the most important season in the history of the Chicago Bears franchise because of the fact that with Jim McMahon at quarterback, Walter Payton at running back, Ditka as the head coach, they still had to go out and do it. That made that the most significant, in my opinion, the most significant season in Bears history.
Yeah, especially since they hadn't won. I know they won NFL championships before the merger, but they hadn't won a Super Bowl at that point. To me, I mean, obviously it's a bad take for all the reasons you guys laid out, but to me it's just more of a lazy take. Like, isn't this what we hear every 4 years about? This is the most important election of our lifetime. This is the most important season. Like, how is year one for a rookie quarterback ever the most important year of his career? When would you have the lowest expectations for the rookie quarterback? Year one. But it cannot be the most important season of Caleb Williams' career, much less the Chicago Bears' career.
What politician were you trying to impersonate?
Nah, just random AI-generated politician.
I don't think it's a lazy take. I think it's just a scorching hot take. I think it's what Granado said about me. I think he's trying to get clicks.
Well, maybe he is.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
This was Granado talking about Joe.
I think that it's important from the standpoint you got to make sure that Caleb isn't a bust and that he's going to be the guy long term. But like you guys said, I mean, even if he had, regardless of what kind of career he has, year one is not going to define him.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, was at the time the Mitchell Trubisky rookie year the most important year in Chicago's Bears history? I mean, he was the number 3 overall pick.
Was the sexy Rexy year that they made it to the Super Bowl important?
Yeah, it was more important.
Yeah, for sure.
85 was far more
Justin
important.
Fields' rookie season the most important year in Bears franchise history?
And not only is 2024 the most important year for the Chicago Bears, it is 110% the most important season in Bears history.
That puts me over the top on the laziness of the take. Like, it's just such a, 120%, 115%. Like, come on.
What percent is this the most important year in Texans history? 130%, I think, this year. Stephen A. Smith doesn't know baseball. He was talking about why Aaron Judge is having such a good year. And Stephen A., come on, man.
But you do got Juan Soto batting up behind you. You understand? They can't get around you a little bit. So, I mean, they got to pitch to the brother. You understand what I'm saying? Because you got Soto waiting in the wings. So all of those things facilitate Aaron Judge being who he is.
Yeah, Juan Soto bats in front of Aaron Judge. Me as an Astro follower even knows that. I think I picked up a tell on Stephen A. Smith, though.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying. I think whenever he says that, he doesn't feel confident in what he's saying. I think I picked that up.
Trying to gauge the room to see if everyone else agrees with him?
It's kind of like, okay, yeah, I really do. I think that's like a little bit of a crutch of his. I think it's a tell of his that when he's saying that, he doesn't even believe what he's saying.
I think a lot of times, too, like that take on a day when he's football heavy with all of his guests and co-hosts, he's not going to get the – like if Mad Dog is there, Mad Dog's going to correct him.
He was there.
And he didn't correct him?
Well, it's only like the little part where Stephen A. is kind of going through his things. I bet you he corrected him afterwards, but I didn't see that on the clip.
I would think so, because Mad Dog's not only a baseball guy, but he's a Yankee guy.
I'm sure he got onto him after that. But the clip that went viral was just him saying that. Figgy Fig, producer on the Highway to Hell, he doesn't know baseball either. He sent out, and I told him this to his face, his Twitter face. I'm very confrontational on Twitter. He said, "What happened to the infield fly rule? This was on a play where there was a high pop up on the infield to the right side that Vlad Guerrero let drop. Runner at first base, less than 2 outs. Where is the infield fly rule?" Figgy Fig said, with a runner at first base and less than 2 outs. Figgy Fig does not realize that there had to be runners at least first and second with less than 2 outs. Figgy Fig, probably working at the right radio station, though. That is the good news.
That is true.
It is good
because
that
he's
you're
not
there.
the only one that doesn't know baseball.
Batty.
Yeah.
No one knows less baseball than the Baytown Batty.
Like that tweet
you've seen what guys do with an 0-3 count?
Like that tweet might get you. I wouldn't say it would get you fired at the flagship at the Astros, but I think they would let you know about it. Like,
do you think they'd reprimand him?
No, they wouldn't.
I don't at all.
No,
I don't think they pay that much attention.
I don't think they would hire a producer that didn't know ball like that, though.
Oh, I think you put way more stock in the
I
hiring
don't
process.
think.
I've worked at that place, and No, that would not come up. It would not be mentioned.
All right, fair enough. And apparently there's other people on that station that don't know ball?
Yeah, so unfortunately Dale was off this week, so I flipped over to the new In the Loop a little bit today, and they were talking about last night's game. And new guy I forget his name.
Reggie.
Reggie.
I
okay.
listened to a little bit of it too. I don't know his name.
I don't say that to be disrespectful. It's just he's new. He's not from the market. So anyway, he was trying to make the case that, like, trying to dig into the numbers, take a super deep dive about Jordan's kind of inconsistency, and came to the conclusion, looking at his splits, that Jordan is a much better hitter outdoors than he is indoors. Started talking about, well, when you look at his retractable roof stats versus his outdoor stats, he clearly likes playing in the elements. It's like, that's just a home road split, guy. I mean, it's very. Did you not see what the Astros is last year, home versus road? And then immediately right after that, of course, the other guy who's super noseball, J-Lo, decided to chime in and tell us that the Phillies ballpark was a pitcher's ballpark, which. I'm not saying it's the most hitter-friendly. It's not Coors. It's not Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, but it's not a pitcher's ballpark.
To be fair, he probably still thinks they play at the Vet. I mean, he's probably on the beat back then, so he probably doesn't realize it's a new stadium there. But yeah, that's super hitter-friendly. I saw this in the note, and the new guy might have a case here. You guy might. So I went. I prepped this. I researched it. You can look at the differences. You can look at dome. You can look at open. You can look at home. You can look at away. All right. So at a dome stadium, his OPS is a 685.
Yeah, but that's what, 3 games in Tampa this year.
His home is at 754. So that's a pretty good gap. Now open stadiums, his OPS is like 1130. Insane. In away games, it's 1158. So it's like yes and no. So like they kind of work against each other here.
Now, when you said that, Brian, because you said retractable roof stadiums, did they still calculate, like, is the roof open or closed for those games?
I don't know about
they
that.
Do. Yeah, they absolutely do.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah. Now they don't have any open roof games.
Yeah, the Astros never play with.
Like, I mean, I'm not even. sure
not
they've
the
opened
Astros, but when you play at like certain stadiums, they'll open. Like Toronto will open it up.
Yeah.
I think they had at least one open air in Toronto.
I think Cameron today when they played there, it was open.
That's right. They do. They do.
Yeah,
absolutely, 100%. Because if you look at like the box score, it'll be like open, closed.
Okay.
And it also has different weather rules because if there's lightning in the area, then not this would happen in baseball, but where this might actually happens with the Texans. Because the Texans have a hole in their roof, it is technically going to be an open-aired game when they play at home until that thing is fixed. So if there is lightning around the area, it would fall into that jurisdiction.
Huh.
So the Texans, with a retractable roof stadium that is currently broken, could potentially have a lightning delay.
Now, are you saying that until it's fixed, that if it's not fixed by the time they have the home game, that they're going to have to open it up?
I don't know if they'll have to open it, but even if it's closed, with the holes in it, by league rule, it is an open-air stadium, and the lightning rules apply. So, and I think there's only Week 4 is their first noon game.
Week 4 is the first game where it'll matter.
But they do have the home game Sunday night against the Bears.
Right.
So, I mean, rain doesn't care what time of day it is.
True.
So that would be an open-air game. If there is weather in the area, lightning in the area that night, they would be subject to a lightning delay.
And a national TV lightning delay, which would
suck. When they're a retractable roof stadium. I mean, nothing they can do about it because it's the whole deal. But the Citizens Bank, and I think halfway, the new guy definitely in Figgy make the list.
Plummer made a hell of an observation too on that. When you mentioned the Vet, the old Vet, the old Pittsburgh Stadium, and was it the old Montreal Stadium? They were cookie cutters. They were all the same exact building.
Well, I know like the Reds.
Cincy was the other one. That was the other one. Cincy,
the
Pittsburgh,
Reds, the Phillies, and like the Pirates all had the
exact same stadium.
Even Busch was very similar.
Busch was very similar as
well.
Yeah,
because in basketball, the Summit and Orlando's old arena were exactly the same building.
Even the Dome was pretty similar, except it had a roof on it. To the old, Vet, Riverfront.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, like the dimensions.
Uh-huh.
Like there wasn't any like character to it.
Right.
Last one here, actually 2 more. Colin Cowherd said on August 1st to not be surprised if Joe Milton wins the Patriots job. Now, he made the team, but he's quarterback number 3. So
is that the guy that could throw far?
Yeah. So it was like 85 yards. So Cowherd, you make the list.
You just made the list.
And then Capri Sun juice is moving out of the pouch and into a bottle. What are we doing here? This is a fabric of our life.
My kids still, to this day, love their Capri Sun pouch.
You got to earn the juice.
Are you still going to buy it now that it's going to move to a bottle?
Yeah. Probably.
I'm done. I've retired from
You're
Capri Sun.
boycotting?
Yeah, I haven't had
But
one in 20
sometimes-
years, but I'm done. I've
It
retired.
sounds like you were already done.
The problem with the pouch, the only problem with the pouch for me with the kids is sometimes the straws fall off or whatever. Or you get the package and there's not all the straws, and now you're kind of searching around going, now what the hell do I do? Cut the top open and dump it in a cup.
So you're pro bottle.
I'll deal with it either way.
You're pro
Maddie,
Capri Sun
Maddie
bottle.
for sure is pro Capri Sun. It doesn't matter. She doesn't care what it comes in.
I'm done. I'm over this.
Okay.
I'm over it. Not having a Capri Sun ever in my life. Ever again. Can't believe they're doing this. All right. That does it for Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on the list? 713-780-3776. One thing that was clear with Joe Espada right now, he is managing his tell-off. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we got football tonight. You got college football. You got college football all weekend. We had Lee Sterling on. You heard him give you some tips. You want to play those tips? MyBookie.ag, it's the place to be, and that's where I always encourage you to put your money down because they take care of you in so many ways. They've got all the odds. They got all the games. They got all the opportunities for you to cash in, score big, and bet on your favorite teams, or just if you know inside information or have a feeling, you can do it all at MyBookie.ag. The other reason why I tell you to go to MyBookie.ag, they always take care of you, the customer. They make sure your money is safe and secure. They've been in business for over a decade, and they're always looking for ways to give back. Right now, with a sign-up bonus, they're doing it yet again. When you sign up and put money into your account at MyBookie.ag and you use our promo code BET975, you're going to find extra money in your account instantaneously, up to $1,000. Depending on what you put in, they're going to put money on top of it, and you're going to see it immediately. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. And even when there's not games going on, and they got all the games, they got the college and pro football, they've got the UFC, they've got the golf, they've got the baseball. But when there's not games going on, or you just need a break from games, but you still like to get your gamble on, they got live dealers standing by with casino games as well. You can play your blackjack, you can play your poker, and so much more. It's fantastic. It's the one-stop shop and the place you got to be. You don't have to fly to Vegas. You don't have to drive to Louisiana. You can sit in your boxers or your pajamas on the couch, in your bedroom, on the tablet, on your phone, or your desktop, and you can get it going on at MyBookie.ag. Check them out today and do what I always tell you to do. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's MyBookie.ag, and use that promo code BET975.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Brian McTaggart showed some videos of Kyle Tucker making baseball activity, making sweet baseball activity. Looking pretty good. He said no video of him running the bases.
Because that's the last straw.
He said he has run the bases and he feels good. He hasn't went 100%.
Okay.
But he showed him, fielding one hoppers in the outfield and then crow hop throwing it in, fielding, catching pop-ups, catching fly balls. He looks good. He actually looks good. I think that Dana Brown is right that he'll be playing in baseball games soon. It wouldn't surprise me based on the way he looked. And this is Brandon playing doctor on a 20-second video. It wouldn't surprise me if he's in rehab games next week.
Good. He and Chaz and Montero and the Astros reunion tour in Sugar Land. That's going to be big.
Yeah, I think at Oklahoma City's where Sugar Land will be next week. Oh. And then I looked where Corpus is at. They're also on the road. Oklahoma City's the shorter trip. So I don't know if Kyle Tucker's actually going to give the Sugar Land Spacers a bump in the box office because it doesn't look like he's going to play a home game there, depending. Joe Espada's having to manage his tail off right now. I just wanted to commend Joe Espada for the job that he is doing. Everybody wanted him fired. Look what he's having to do in every single night because of where this offense is at and just the searching for offense. The pitching, whatever. You can see Murphy and Miller do all the pitching stuff. But even then, he's like, okay, he's pulling this guy with 2 outs in an inning. He's bringing in this guy because he likes the matchup, righty-lefty, blah, 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 blah. But look what he's doing every single night. He has different lineups every single night because he doesn't have the luxury of using the same lineup every single night because it's not a very complete lineup. So you're having to mix and match the lefties. Gamble, now Hayward is in the lineup tonight. A couple of lefties. Trying to mix and match it with Dubon or Shea Whitcomb or Zach DeZinzo or Chaz McCormick prior to today. Then he's pinch hitting in the 6th inning to get the favorable matchup out there. Joe Espada, because of this, not necessarily a complete offense, is having to manage his tail off right now for the Astros.
You're not wrong. And when you look at it, when you look at the fact that since they lost Tucker on June 3rd, he's dealing with a combined 617 OPS from the outfielders of the Houston Astros. It's the worst in Major League Baseball. It's worse than the White Sox. It's awful. And when you start thinking about the fact that all the other injuries that they've had to endure, but the fact that you lose one of the top 2 offensive weapons in your offensive lineup that was going to be an all-star, and yet you didn't fall back. You didn't lose games. You actually gained ground. You played great baseball, and you got yourself in a position that you're in. And now you're having to play musical chairs with guys that have never played in the major leagues before, like DeCenzo, like Whitcomb, like Leone, when you got them in the lineup, and you're trying to see, hey, look, I'm just trying to throw crap on the wall and see what sticks. And hopefully one or more of these guys can find a way to contribute. They go off the scrap heap and they get Ben Gamble, and now Ben Gamble is one of your most productive outfielders doing what he's doing. We've seen Chaz flail all over the place and look just like he's so completely done inside of his head, let alone what he's doing, that it's hard to even fathom having to put him back out there. I think Joe Espada should get some credit.
Yeah, he's having to make chicken salad out of bad chicken. He's having to make lemonade out of bad lemons. It's really impressive. I'm going to pinch hit in the 6th inning. You didn't see a whole lot of that in the past. Now,
but you know what I think you too, Jeremy, on that point though.
Too.
Sorry, I think on that point too. He's not worried about offending. If you would have had to do that earlier in the year, maybe it was more a substantial proven name. The fact that he's doing it with some of these younger guys and some of these less proven guys, it's easier for him to do, too.
Yeah. He's been willing to pinch hit for, Singleton. He
but I think John Singleton's a guy that, he basically a career journeyman to where he's not having to do it. Remember early in the year when everybody was killing him for everything, and they're like, move Bregman down, do this, do that. And it was these are significant, big, cornerstone type pieces that you're talking about with a rookie manager.
He did move Bregman down.
He eventually did, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you're pinch hitting for that type of player though. You're never going to pinch hit for a Bregman in a close game.
Right.
Which player could there be hurt feelings about? Maldonado because he's a veteran, in the past.
Yeah, if you had guys that had established themselves, whether it be here in Houston for a lot of reasons with Maldonado, or just veterans that are suddenly not doing what they've normally been doing, it might be tougher for him. Not to take away from the fact he's still doing it, and he is doing it in earlier points in the game, and he's been effective. It's been working in a lot of ways when he's made the pinch hits and changed and pinch hit guys that he has. It's just that I also think that part of it, a little bit of it, can be too the fact that he's not worried about moving like a substantial veteran or a cornerstone of the locker room.
Yeah, he doesn't have a complete lineup, and he's having to mix and match a whole lot, and I think he's managing his tail off right now. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. You can't have Patrick Mahomes. You cannot answer this question by saying Patrick Mahomes. You get one quarterback to build a franchise around. Who are you picking? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
You get one quarterback. Only one. One quarterback. The answer cannot be Pat Mahomes because it wouldn't be a very fun question if you could answer Pat Mahomes. You get one quarterback to build your franchise around. Who are you taking? 713-780-3776. Maybe we shouldn't allow you to pick Jordan Love, Blankers. But who
Not
are you
that
taking?
I would.
One quarterback to build your franchise around. Can't say Mahomes. Who's your pick?
To me, it's between two guys. It's Joe Burrow and it's C.J. Stroud. And I don't want to sound like a homer, but what I've seen from C.J. Stroud, what he's shown me in 1 year's time alone, has shown me enough to say that this kid has poise. He has poise in the pocket. He handles himself well on and off the field. He's got all the tools. He has touch. He does everything well. Burrow is the other guy simply because he's been there, done that. He's beaten Mahomes. He's proven that he also is poised. He has the ability. The pressure's not too big for him, and he can do it. I think I lean slightly Joe Burrow over C.J. Stroud, but I think that definitely it would be between those two guys. And obviously C.J.'s a little younger. I like that. But I would say I would give a slight edge to Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I can't go Burrow over Stroud if I'm talking building my franchise with. Burrow's been hurt. Like the Burrow injury factor comes into play for me. He's had two different significant injuries that have forced him to miss a good chunk of the year. That's half of his career. He's only played 4 years in the NFL, and he's had two of those derailed by injury. And I know Stroud missed a couple of games with a concussion last year after he suffered a concussion that was not diagnosed properly. But I have to go with him mostly because of the health. And then again, C.J. Stroud is 1-0 against Joe Burrow, and he beat him in Cincinnati. He beat him in Cincinnati last year when Joe Burrow was in his best form. Joe Burrow, in back-to-back weeks prior to playing the Texans, went into San Francisco, had a huge game, beat San Fran. The next week, Buffalo comes into town. Huge game. Beats Buffalo. Then what happens? He runs into C.J. Stroud, who he looks up to, and says, C.J. Stroud, if I had an organization, you would be leading it.
What happened was Tyler Boyd dropped a touchdown pass to the end zone. I get it. Texans did win. I was as happy as anyone else because I'm a Texans fan. But Tyler Boyd had a wide open pass in the end zone that if he catches it, the Bengals win, and then we're not being able to use that argument.
How much time was left?
That I'd have to double check.
C.J. Stroud.
But
C.J. Stroud against Tampa.
It was late in the game.
What did Stroud do against Tampa when he had seconds remaining? Let him right down the field.
I'll double
right
check
down
that.
the field.
Double check that here in
that
a
was
few
a bad
minutes.
drop, though.
Yeah, it was a really bad. But yeah, I think I just come at it from two angles with this. I mean, the injury thing is fair, but injuries to me are very often very predictable, and there's no reason for me to say that C.J. Stroud in 4 years couldn't have the same sort of injury history that Joe Burrow has. So I'm not really factoring in that.
I mean, guys have bad bodies. There's guys who are more prone to injury than other guys.
Yeah, but I look. I mean,
Lance McCullers.
Joe Burrow, his first injury of the two, obviously the calf hurt him last year. Now that soft tissue issue, that's one thing that maybe you could say is something that's more prone to pop up. But the first one was a torn ACL. That could happen to anybody. I mean, CJ could be landed on wrong, rolled up on. There's no reason why CJ is more or less prone to that than Joe Burrow is. So I don't like using the injury thing.
But there are guys that are absolutely prone to injury.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There's
I
no
just don't
doubt
think that applies
there's always
to this
going to
case.
be in every sport.
Right.
I just don't think it applies to this case is what I'm saying.
Okay.
The other part of it is, like, if you look at both their skill and their resume, there's nothing that CJ has done that Joe Burrow hasn't done better. I mean, CJ Stroud got to the college football playoff, took Georgia down to the wire. Joe Burrow won the title. C.J. Stroud got to the playoffs won a playoff game. Joe Burrow got to the Super Bowl and beat Mahomes in Kansas City. I would just take look. This is not meant to be an attack on C.J. Stroud,
Right.
but I would take Joe Burrow.
There was a minute 42 when Boyd dropped that pass.
How many timeouts?
I couldn't tell you,
Okay.
but there was a minute 42 when he dropped the pass. Oh, I can't tell you. They had one timeout left.
Okay,
so he
that
dropped
is
the
enough
pass.
time. That's enough time.
He dropped the pass.
But they were down how
Evan
many?
McPherson, I'll tell you. Evan McPherson kicked the field goal, tied the game at 27. So C.J. Stroud then led the game-winning drive that Kyrie Fairbairn.
The Texans would have been down 4.
They would have been, assuming McPherson makes the extra point.
They would have been down 4.
Yeah. So I mean, Stroud in that game still had to lead a game-winning drive.
A game-winning field goal drive, right? Though.
Sure.
So I mean, in the scenario where Tyler Boyd catches it, he has to lead a touchdown drive.
And in the one chance that C.J. Stroud had to do
I'm
last
not
year
saying it's-
against
okay.
Tampa Bay with less time. He was successful.
If I indicated it was impossible, I take that back. It's not impossible that CJ couldn't have led them down and won the game, but it obviously changes the scenario of that game if Tyler Boyd catches the pass.
All right, so you're going Burrow as
Yes.
well. Blankers is going Burrow. I'm the only C.J. Stroud lover on this show. 713-780-3776. I'm a homer. I got the homer hat on right now. Who is the one quarterback you would take to build a franchise around? And you can't say Pat Mahomes. 713-780-3776. 2851 says Caleb Williams.
See,
was that Joe? Does Joe have a burner?
Most important season in Bears history.
110%. I'm taking Caleb Williams.
I mean, that's a little. I mean, everybody's hoping that Caleb Williams has a year like CJ has in his rookie year. I think it's way premature to be able to put him in that conversation.
I do think there's a rookie that could have a CJ year, but it's not Caleb. It's
I
Jaden Daniels.
I don't know.
This year?
Caleb Williams.
I think the Commanders could have maybe not 10-7 and win a playoff game, but I think they could have a very Texans-like season.
I don't see it.
Did I hear Sean Mapes say he's going to put money down on Washington to win that division?
I think I did hear that, yeah.
That's bold. They're probably getting great value, though.
Probably. I was going to say there has to be.
Their second best receiver is Noah Brown.
Yeah, they just signed him.
That's like I do like Scary Terry.
About the Texans receiver. I mean, there's a lot of similarities here. What were we saying about the Texans receivers heading into the season?
I don't think there's similarities there. They had young receivers that they drafted though.
But you would take I think you would take the 2024 Commanders receiver room over the 2023 Texans room on what we knew at the time because of Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, he would be easily the best of those receivers. But after Scary Terry, I have a lot of fear about their receivers.
What's the guy that left in free agency this offseason? They had a couple. Samuel. Yeah, they had a couple of good receivers in the room in Washington a year ago.
I think Williams is going to be better than Daniels. I think he's going to be. Now, I'm talking career.
Oh, okay. That I'm fine with.
But that's the question.
That I'm fine with.
And I also think he's going to be better this year. Like, I don't love Daniels' skill guys. Caleb Williams' skill guys I really like. I like a lot. 5315, Joe Burrow, easy. He's got that it factor, plays big in big games, 3-1 versus Mahomes. He's going to ball out this year. The hair says it all. I mean, I love Burrow. We had that moment together in the airport in Kentucky where we stared at each other in our eyes, deep in our eyes. So, I mean, I like Burrow. You know I like Burrow. Someone says Dak, ha, 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 just kidding. I'll take CJ.
The kicker to me was they asked Louis Riddick this on ESPN. And Louis Riddick just like emphatically was like, in the quote, outside of Pat Mahomes, if you're telling me what quarterback would you want to start a new franchise, it'd be Jordan Love. And obviously their general manager thinks the same way. Of course he does. He's supposed to feel that way. But he's saying that Jordan Love's going to win MVPs and Super Bowls, and I wouldn't bet against it at all. I'm sorry. You guys already know how I feel anyway. But I'm not putting Jordan Love, no matter where I live and who I see. I don't think Jordan Love is better than C.J. Stroud. I don't think Jordan Love is better than Joe Burrow.
I think Love had a really good year last year. I think
second
he was
half.
Really good last year.
He didn't have a good first half of the year.
Second
but are we talking about
the league?
But again, we're talking about this point going forward for the rest of their career. We're not talking about the first half of 2023. I mean, I wouldn't take Love over Stroud. I'd pick C.J. Stroud. I would have Burrow over Love as well. But I do think that, I think you underrate Jordan Love.
Okay, like I said, I need to see more. If I see more and he can convince me, so be it. But if I'm answering this question, Jordan Love isn't one of my first two.
What is Love? Yeah.
How much more does he have to do? Because I've heard you say you need to see more.
I do. I've said this before.
What specifically? Because he was second in passing touchdowns. He's like top 5 in yards. He won a playoff game. Like, what specifically do you need to see?
Fine, I've highlighted it before, and I've pointed it out that I need to see him be able to throw into tight windows. I need to see him make the right reads in the right plays. The San Francisco game when he had the meltdowns and he made just horrible throws that caught in a lot of ways cost him a chance to win that football game. I've seen him because of the coverages and because of the play called. A lot of those yards and a lot of those touchdowns were on balls where he just threw it up as high and as far as he could, and the receiver had plenty of time to run underneath it, catch it, and then turn around and run back towards the goal line. So he needs to be able to do more in terms of the tight throws, the tight windows, the tough throws, and the pressure throws to show me that he's got that kind of it factor like the texter was saying about Burrow.
I think that Love did a lot of things that Stroud did last year. I would take Stroud over Love, but you could make the case. I can listen to a case of Love over Stroud. Like, I don't think that Louis Riddick or anybody who's picking Jordan Love over C.J. Stroud is that off base. They had very similar years last year. Now, Stroud was a rookie. Jordan Love was not a rookie, but was playing for the first time as a starter. Stroud had the couple games that he missed, but Love went 32 touchdowns, 11 picks. Stroud went 23 touchdowns, 5 picks. Love threw for more yards. Now Stroud threw for more yards per game. They both won a playoff game, and then they both didn't play well in their second playoff game. So there's a lot of similarities, I think, between the two.
Okay. I just, like I said, I'm answering the question of what I need to see more of. That's what I need. I need to see more of him being able to do the kind of things that a true quarterback with the it factor, that's that guy.
I think that's fair.
It almost feels like at times you're labeling him, you're not saying the words, but you're labeling him as a system quarterback.
No, I just don't.
Because Matt LaFleur comes from that system where they pretty much can make any quarterback like Brock Purdy.
I think Matt LaFleur is a really good offensive coach.
I do too.
But I think that overall, in order for me to say, I've said this when we were talking about the contract, what he should get, because of the fact that I haven't seen those things, it's hard for me to commit big dollars and long-term money to a guy like that. And so I have questions.
Couldn't you say that about Stroud, though? Like the same things you said about Love, couldn't you say about Stroud?
Yeah. Well, no, because I've seen CJ make the tough throws. I've seen him make the tough throws, tight windows, touch passes, feather it in over the first layer of linebackers. I've seen him do some of the things that I really honestly have not seen Jordan Love do, and I need to see more of that. So that's why, no.
Okay. I mean, you watch Love a lot closer than I do, so it's hard for me to, sit here and say that. But okay, so we have the baseline of what Love needs to do for you, though. So whenever we see him do it at Lambeau, we can, tight window there from Love. Look at him fitting that window into Wicks. Look at him tight. Look at that layered throw.
Look at this tight window throw.
Into a tight window to Dobbs.
Yeah, that's what he's got to do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's insane to say Jordan Love, though. I think he was really good last year. I think he had a season that was very similar to C.J. Stroud. Like, I like Stroud's it factor. I like his anticipation. I like his awareness. I didn't see every throw Jordan Love made last season like I saw C.J. Stroud make.
He has everything in front of him to say that could he do it? Sure, and I hope he does. I just saw some shortcomings too, where I need to see more of him and more reps and making more of the big throws and in the pressure situations than I saw.
Yeah. I mean,
because the first half wasn't pretty and it wasn't great last year, but to your point, the second half was lights out. He stacked up a lot of statistics in the second half of the season.
I think you have to trust your eye, though, like when it comes to a guy. It's like, okay, the numbers are the numbers. Like, and some guys are in inflated offenses, and their numbers are going to be better than some other guys who might be better that are not in inflated offenses. Like James Harden. James Harden has better offensive numbers than Kobe Bryant. Mm-hmm. Was James Harden better than Kobe Bryant? No, of course not. He was an inflated offense that led to better numbers. So I think the same thing can be true, especially quarterback. Like if you're running 70 plays a game versus a team who's running 50 plays a game, you're going to put up more numbers based on the math, but you're not as good of a quarterback. So a lot of times you just have to evaluate it based on who you think is really good. I have no problem with any three of these guys. I would take Stroud slightly over Burrow.
Is there anybody else you put in the conversation?
I am intrigued by Caleb Williams. I think Caleb Williams is going to be fantastic. I think he's going to be really good.
I think Herbert is a guy from an ability standpoint that could be in the conversation.
Mm-hmm. I
think he's going to be better off with Harbaugh, but I think that he's lesser than with weapons.
See, I think he's going to win more with Harbaugh, but I think he's going to produce lesser numbers.
That's quite possible because he lost Eckler, who was a weapon in the passing game and the running game, and he lost, two of his three receivers with Williams and with Allen.
Yeah. And plus, I think they're going to run less plays, and I think that they're going to run the ball more. Mm-hmm. Oso says, is Jalen Hurts on here? I have trouble building a franchise around Jalen Hurts, even though he's from Houston.
Again, if you have a Shane Steichen type guy that can build a system around him, you can have success with Jalen Hurts.
It's weird it's weird with Kellen. I'm so intrigued to see what he looks like with Kellen Moore, because Kellen Moore is not like this RPO, run the ball a lot, maybe run it with Hurts. Like Kellen Moore's offense is pretty pass happy. So
but you got a guy that you went out and spent $13 million a year for, too. You got to believe that he's going to build his offense a little bit about Saquon.
No, for sure. I mean, I think any offense you build around the back, but I think the RPO elements are not going to be there, which he had under Steichen. Like they had a lot. Like you still see the RPO elements in Indy. He even did it with Minshew. So you go from an RPO element to more of a passing style offense. I'm very intrigued to see what that looks like this year. I think Hurts is gonna be really good. CJ all the way, no brainer. CJ's more athletic than Burrow. I would agree with that, but I think it's closer than you think.
Yeah, I think you can also factor in the health there as well. But, I mean, neither guy is going to look to run, but both guys are fully capable of running and getting you yards.
I take Herbert, says one. Okay, and Stroud has only played 1 year in the league. You can't use the injuries when Burrow has been in the league 3 years longer. Sure you can. What if Stroud gets hurt 2 out of the 3 years? Then we'll change this conversation. Like, we are presented with the information that we currently have. Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts says 0315. Jackson a little too old for you to, build around him franchise quarterback?
28?
Yeah. The age is a factor.
28, but he's a 28 as a runner, which, I don't know, to me, ages him a little bit more.
8881, the best cheaper quarterback or so. I can have more salary for other stars. Lamar Jackson, 2-time MVP. Jordan Love beat Mahomes last year, says 2419.
Okay.
Is that not accurate?
Jordan Love, greater sign Patrick Mahomes.
I don't think the Packers beat Kansas City last year. I don't remember that.
Are you not watching the Packers?
No, I'm trying to remember that. Well, I would remember that. I know that Jordan Love had some numbers that he got with mop-ups. I got to look at that. I don't recall that.
You don't remember the Packers playing the Chiefs last year?
I don't remember them beating the Chiefs.
You call yourself a Packer?
Year.
Do you watch Packer football?
Here we go. Here's your opportunity.
How often do you watch Packer football? Just when they're on national TV or what?
No. They beat the Chiefs 27-19, week 13.
That was late in the year.
Oh, okay.
Were you sick that week?
I must have been. I don't remember that.
Man, it was at Lambeau.
I have to ask some of the people back home because there's no way that I would not remember if that was a big win.
You don't remember that game happening?
I really don't.
Amnesia's not an excuse, Joel.
No, I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah.
I got to look at the box score of that game.
Yeah, they won that game against Green Bay. So, I mean, if we're giving Burrow the benefit of the doubt.
He threw for 267, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He was great.
Look at that. Look at that. And if we're giving Burrow love for beating Mahomes 3 years ago in the playoffs, should we be giving love for beating Mahomes last year? Shouldn't we?
Means something.
Okay. All right. 713-780-ESPN. I can't believe you remember that game, though.
I seriously don't. I'm looking it up right now.
The Patriots are going with Brissett over Mayo. How long will it last? And how do we feel about the Giants unretiring a number for Malik Neighbors before playing a snap in the NFL? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what it is? Do you know what week it is right now? It is game week. That is right. It is game week. We've been waiting for this for a long time. Football is back. There's actually some football coming your way later tonight. But the Houston Cougars will be back in action on Saturday, the start of a beginning new era of Cougar football. The Willie Fritz era begins as Houston takes on UNLV Saturday, 6 p.m., August 31st at TDECU Stadium. Go to uhcougars.com right now, uhcougars.com/tickets. Get your tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets. They start as low as $15. Come out, enjoy the excitement, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd, because it's all back this Saturday night at 6. Get ready as Houston Cougar football returns to TDECU Stadium for the start of a thrilling new era. The Willie Fritz era. Donovan Smith leading the charge on the offensive side of things. Cougs take on the UNLV Rebels. From the marching band to the tailgates, every heart-pounding play. This is college football at its finest. uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to lock in those tickets. Get yours now starting at $15. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's give away a pair of tickets to see Houston UNLV on Saturday. Home opener, new era of Houston Cougar football. Coach Willie Fritz's first game as the Cougars head coach. A night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Tickets start at just $15. Head to uhcougars.com/tickets now or call 713-GO-COUGS to get those tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. To honor Case Keenum, whose football career might be over, caller number 7 to 713-780-3776. You're going to go to Houston UNLV on Saturday. Caller 7 to 713-780-3776. Go Cougs, as always.
When one door shuts, another door opens. His coaching career is just beginning.
Yeah. I said football career. I didn't say playing career.
Yeah.
I think I did say football career, didn't I? Yeah. He has as long a career in football as he wants.
Oh, I think he'll be a good coach.
He'll be coveted in anything. He'd be great at it. Would I want to coach if I've made as much money as he had? I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to coach. I think I'd play a lot of golf. Drink a lot of wine. He owns a winery, too.
I'm not sure exactly how much money he's made in his career. You can never have too much. But, yeah, if you don't want the stress of, living the life, especially the way football has gone even in the college game, but even all the hours you got to put in the NFL, then if he's got the cash, go fade. But I think he'd be a good coach, and I think he should coach if he wants to.
Yeah, if he wants to, yeah. If he wants to, absolutely he should. I'm not going to make another man's decisions. If it were me and I've made all that money, even if I was coveted as a coach, be tough. Patriots announced that Jacoby Brissett's going to be their starting quarterback over Drake Mayo. How long do you think this lasts?
I think this is going to last for the first minimum 6 games of the season. I think that everything you heard was Drake May needs more polish. He needs more work. He's not there yet. So then why throw him out there? Their offensive line looks terrible. I think that you take a guy that in Brissett that at least you can trust, been there before, veteran guy, and their schedule early in the season is tough as well. And then you go from there. I think they're going to have a really rough year. I think they're going to struggle to win 2 or 3 games. But I think that at minimum you don't see Drake May until at least week 7 or 8.
Oh wow, I'll take the under. I think we might see him in week 1.
I don't think so.
I think we might see him in week 1. I think we might have a Savage Deshaun Watson situation. I think we might have a Peterman Josh Allen situation where the rookie quarterback takes over by the end of game 1. I think it's sooner rather than later. I don't know if it's in the first few weeks.
Didn't Jerron Mayo even admit that Drake May had outplayed him? I know I heard a clip
that
from
was
somebody
the weird.
No, yeah, he said he hadn't made up his mind yet and that he was in the discussion. But
he mentioned
that. Oh, that's right. He did
there was
say
a quote making the rounds that Drake May had outplayed Jacoby Brissett, but there was more things to it than just the performance of practice.
He said that after the game the night before, in which after the game he said that Drake May was their second best quarterback. So he waffled. He said one thing one night and then he kind of backed out of it and said a different thing the next day. So he was all over the place there. I think the Drake May starts before week 7 though. I think it's sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I would say by week 3 or 4.
I think it's sooner rather than later.
If their line sucks and
then why draft the quarterback?
Beat up, I just think you got to think about your long term and say, I'm not going to put him in that situation to fail and get crushed because of the fact that he's supposed to be your future.
Yeah, I wouldn't draft a quarterback if I'm thinking along those lines. And if I'm a fan of the Patriots, I'm a little upset by this news. I want to see the number 3 pick in the NFL draft. We all know how we felt whenever they announced Savage was the starter over C.J. Stroud. That's what Patriot fan or Deshaun Watson. That's what Patriot fans are feeling right now. And Watson was the 12th pick. Mayo's the 3rd pick.
Yeah, but
and that lasted a half.
I keep calling him Mayo. I'm in May.
I just feel like you are not. That when we talk about the David Carr syndrome, if you put him out there and he doesn't have a line and he gets crushed and gets the crap beaten out of him, that he can have PTSD and that he can be in a tough situation. If you believe in him at all,
that's a crazy reach.
I don't think it's a reach. You're bringing up Tom Savage. I'm going to say that I'm not going to put him in a David Carr situation where I'm going to throw him out there where he's running for his life and he's afraid to audible and he's at the minute that anybody gets in the backfield that he's hitting the ground because he's been hit so many times. I don't want to put him in that situation in his first year in the league.
I mean, that was the most sacked quarterback in NFL history.
Okay.
And an expansion team. The Patriots aren't a new.
No, but they suck.
Yeah, they do, but they're not an expansion team.
So?
And I don't think that they're going to lead the NFL history in quarterback hits.
Okay, but within reason, you understand the point that I'm making. If he's going to get the crap beaten out of him, then I'm not going to throw him into that situation and throw him to the wolves.
Sure, but you said PTSD. I think that's the reach.
Okay.
The PTSD. He's automatically have PTSD. We don't even know if the offensive line's going to be good at protecting or not.
I do think there's something there to not throwing him to the wolves if you think he's not ready. I probably wouldn't put him out there week 1, but you look at their schedule, week 3, week 4, they're at the Jets, at the 49ers. I don't really want to expose Drake May to that. But then after that, you got a couple of home games starting with the Dolphins in week 5. To me, that's when you got to give him a shot. Give him a shot. Start him off with something where the Dolphins don't have a super defense. You're at home. Don't let him take the hits from the 49ers and the Jets. But after that, you're going to have to find out what he is.
You said week 7?
I think starting week 7.
I'll go week 5.
I'm going to go under. I'm going to go sooner than week 7. How do we feel about the Giants unretiring Ray Flaherty's number 1 for Malik Neighbors before he's ever played a snap?
I didn't know who Ray Flaherty was when
I
first
didn't
saw the
either.
story.
Football player and coach.
I mean, I guess if you went to the is he still alive? I mean, do you go to the family?
No,
do you go to him?
the family apparently had to give permission.
He was born in 1903.
He apparently was the very first player ever in the NFL to have his number retired.
Number 1.
I don't like it. I don't like it. You retired the number for a reason. If you want to do it the right way, do it the way the Texans did and just have a ring, or other teams are doing now, because you run into a Yankee situation where you start running out of numbers too. You can have a ring of honor, and then you can have the guys' names in there. But if you're going to retire numbers, I don't believe you should unretire the number, no matter who. And this guy's not even proven to have done anything yet. I don't like it.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of retiring numbers. I'm with you on that. But if you are going to have that practice to unretire it for a guy who's never played an NFL game yet.
I mean, I don't think Malik Neighbors is going to suck, but what if he sucks? Now you unretired his number and you're going to re-retire it?
I don't like it at all.
Yeah, I don't like it at all.
It's like watching Steeler games forever and seeing guys wear the true greats of the Steelers numbers, the 88s and the 32s and the Franco Harris's, Lynn Swans, those type guys. Those numbers should never be worn again if you want to talk about the greatest in franchise history. But if you're going to throw them out there, then have a ring of honor. Don't retire the number.
I kind of like what the Cowboys do, and makes me feel sick to my stomach to say it, but I like the idea of honoring a number by having it passed down, Drew Pearson to Michael Irvin to Des Bryant to now CeeDee Lamb. I like that tradition more than the idea of retiring a number, because then you're going to run into a situation like the Yankees where they have no single-digit numbers.
That's the ring of honor. That's where the name is in the ring of honor. The number's still in play.
The name's up in the stadium, but the number stays alive.
Todd, the show is the local Giants expert. I don't think anyone cares. Probably not. I mean, he died in 1990.
No one knows
94.
who he is. I agree. No one cares because no one knows who he is.
Yeah. He went to Gonzaga. That's interesting.
For football?
Football school.
He's the head. Yeah. He went to Gonzaga. He was the coach there in 1930, too.
They don't have football anymore, do they?
The last time that he was involved in football was 1949 as a coach.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that it's a long, long time ago, but if he's part of your history and the number's retired, I don't think you unretired, especially for a guy in his first year.
Disrespectful. Malik Neighbors is basically peeing on his grave. That's what's happening here. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Will of Bits when we return. You never know what it's going to be. You just know it's going to be great. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure and the PRP treatments that can either be used before you actually need the NeoGraft or to kind of help you if you have the NeoGraft procedure. How do I know? Because I've had both. And because I did the NeoGraft, I had PRP treatments, and I did it all because I listened to Doc Linville after having a consultation with him and his staff. You can do the exact same thing. You don't have to pay for the consultation either. Most people off the street pay $150. You get it for absolutely free if you go to 975hair.com and book your appointment. Nothing to pay out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line, no commitments to make. Just a free consultation where they explain to you how they can get your hair back, and they explain to you PRP, they explain to you NeoGraft, and then you ask all the questions you want, they answer them, and you leave knowing that you know everything you need to know before you have to make a decision about the NeoGraft and PRP. You don't have to do anything, but if you'd like to and you're interested in one or both, then they are the place to go because they're going to take care of you. They're the best in the business. They're located here in Houston in the Med Center. and they get results. You can ask Renato. You can ask me. We've had the procedures. We love the fact that they're not only great people, they do great work, and they are going to do great work for you, too. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com and just go on there and schedule the free consultation. It costs you nothing. Get all the information. Some of the bullet points that I found out, one, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So it's like basically in lawn care terms, you can either do the PRP, which if Doc looks at your scalp and says, you got plenty of hair left, it's just thinning. The PRP treatment's like fertilizing your lawn. Thicker, stronger blades of grass means thicker, stronger, longer hair follicles. You get more coverage. You get a better look. You love your appearance. If you're past that point and he says, look, you had too many bald spots, there's not enough hair to work with here, you need to do the neograft, it's essentially like resodding your lawn. Taking the hair from the sides and the back where it's never going to go away, putting it where you need it most, and in no time at all, you're going to have better coverage area and a better look and feel. Phenomenal results by a great doctor in Doc Linville. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Branham's Best Bets. We want to win you money today. We've been trying to give you money, starting from Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. Now we're going to give you money with Branham Sports. I have five NFL totals that you're going to want to play. Team totals, here are the five. Just alphabetical order. Knock them out here real quick. I like Arizona over 6.5 wins. I think they can get to as many as 8. I think they're a lock for 7. They were 3-5 last year in 8 Kyler Murray starts. They added a top weapon for him, Marvin Harrison Jr. Gannon defensive side gets rave reviews. I mean, D'Amico talks highly of Jonathan Gannon. I think Arizona over 6.5 wins is easy money.
Okay, I'd have to look at their complete schedule. They were obviously a different team. We saw that when they played the Texans. When we saw the schedule early on, we didn't know if Kyler was going to play. Thought it'd be a huge advantage if he didn't play. He did play and made it quite a ball game because he played really well. So I think there's a good legitimate chance they go over 6. I think it's a safe bet.
6.5.
Yeah, the Cardinals were, I think, a better team than a lot of people realized last year. Like, once Kyler got back, I'm not saying they were the team that started off 9-0 like 3 years ago, but they were a team that would have hovered around 8-9, 9-8 had Kyler been there all year. So over 6.5, I would definitely fire on that.
We think Arizona's better this year than last year, right?
I agree. Yeah,
Yeah,
you add
still at
Marvin
James
Harrison,
Conner,
how
right?
can they not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 8 starts for Kyler Murray. If you just double that, you'd still be 1 game shy. But if you double that, that's 6. And they're better. And they would have 1 extra game. So give me Arizona over 6.5. I like that play a lot. Next up, Dallas Cowboys. 10.5 games. Under 10.5 on Dallas. I do think they're a 10-win team. I think they can get to 10 wins. But I think that's their ceiling. I think they're a 10-win ceiling regular season team. If I had to pick that they were 1 above that or 1 below that, I'm going down. I think they're a 10-win team. I think 9 wins is in play. I don't see them getting to 11 wins. I also think this division is better than it was a year ago.
That's the biggest thing.
Philadelphia had a down year. They fired their offensive coordinator. They started hot and were awful down the stretch. The Giants had their starting – they were playing the little Da Vinci guy. Tommy DeVito was their quarterback for a good chunk of the year. I don't think Daniel Jones is all that good, but he's better than Tommy DeVito. You also helped him offensively. Like Neighbors is there now. I don't think the Giants are anywhere as poor as they were a year ago, and I think the Commanders are way better than they were.
That's the big one to
I don't
me.
think that they're going to get to like an 8 or 9 wins, but the Commanders will be a tougher team to beat this year than they were last year. Cowboys under 10.5.
I'm big on Cowboys under 10.5. I saw it get down to like 9.5, but I'm definitely taking the under on that one.
Next, how you feel about this one? Am I losing my mind
No, I
here?
would fire on the under.
All
I
right.
think when we did that segment a while back about teams that could go from first to the worst. Now, I don't think Cowboys are falling to worst, but they had nothing in the offseason. I mean, and CD spent the whole
Cook's
training
rolling
camp
over in his grave.
and CD spent the whole training camp, not practicing. He could be rusty. Maybe he's in danger for a hamstring pull trying to ramp things up.
That's a reach.
Hey, as a fantasy player, I'm concerned about these guys who sit out, man. These hamstring injuries are no joke. So, I mean, okay, even throwing that aside, they added nothing.
Yeah.
I think they take a step back. I see them as a 9-8 football team.
I think they can get to 10 wins. 11? I don't think you can get to 11.
I don't see it. I don't see
10
11.
maybe. 11's not in play for them. Next up, Denver. Over 5.5. I think Denver's better this year than they were last year. They won 8 games last year. They won 8 games, and my over-under here's 5.5. They think they've upgraded at quarterback. It's year 2 of Sean Payton. This is actually my favorite play. Denver over 5.5.
I've seen this a lot. I've seen a lot of people that believe that Denver is going to have a good season. I think it all rests on Bo Nix. If Bo Nix can just be decent, I think that this team can win more than 6 games, 6.5 games.
Over for Denver. Brian, am I losing my mind here? You like Denver over 5.5? Are you telling Branham here?
I don't think it's a bad bet. I would not place money on this myself. I see the logic, and it's 100% right, but I'm not firing off on Sean Payton with the rookie. I would sit this one out.
You're losing opportunity cost. That's your problem, not mine.
I'll watch you make money on this one and be sad about
I'm
it.
Going
but
5-0.
I'd pass.
Colts over 8.5. Over 8.5 for the Colts. They had 9 wins last year with Gardner Minshew as their starting quarterback. Do I think Anthony Richardson's going to be accurate throwing the football? No. Do I think he's a bigger weapon in that offense than Gardner Minshew? Of course. Taylor also missed 7 games. Jonathan Taylor missed 7 games. They had Gardner Minshew starting most of the year. Jonathan Taylor missed 7 games. Zach Moss was their leading rusher last year. The Colts get to 9 wins minimum. This is another easy over. Over 8.5 for the Colts.
Yeah, I see it. I see that just because Taylor's going to be healthy, just because of the fact that the rest of that roster is so good. Even if Richardson's bad, they've got a really good offensive-minded coach that's not going to make him throw it too much, and you've got 2 guys that can really run the football. I think that they are going – we've talked about the Texans and their road to winning the division. I think the Colts are going to be competition for them, so I definitely think that they can win. What's the number?
For the Colts, it's 8.5.
8.5. I think they can win 9 games.
Yeah, I see them as a 9-8 football team. Like, I don't believe really in Anthony Richardson at this point, but I do believe in Shane Steichen. So we saw last year, especially in that Texans game, how well he was able to mold their offense to his skill set, his running ability. I think that's enough to get him to 9 wins. I would fire on the over.
Last one. Branham's best bets. Go 5-0 with me. Chargers under 8.5. Herbert missed some games last year, but even whenever he was playing, they were 5-8 in games that he started. He'd have to win all 4 of those games to get to 9 wins. They're also going to be worse this year. He lost 2. There was 2 players last year in that offense that went over 1,000 total yards. They're both gone.
Eckler
Keenan
and
Allen was thank you. Keenan Allen was over 1,000 total yards. Austin Eckler was over 1,000 total yards. Both of them are gone. They have nothing for yes, they drafted Ladd, but he's a rookie. They have nothing for Herbert. I think Harbaugh is going to win there, but I think it's going to take a minute establishing what he wants to do. Chargers under 8.5.
Yeah, I think that this is a marathon, not a sprint, and just putting Harbaugh in the coach's seat is a step in the right direction. I think it's going to take some time. I think, the kid from TCU's got really bad hands. They lost 2 receivers in Williams and Allen. They lost Eckler, as you mentioned. They drafted offensive line help, yes, but I just don't think there's enough there for them to get to that kind of win total this year.
My gut initial reaction is to trust Harbaugh, but I can't do it given the offensive skill players around Justin Herbert. I mean, you lose Keenan, you lose Mike Williams, you lose Eckler, even though he wasn't great as a runner in the last year. But they got nothing at wide receiver. I mean, Joel mentioned Quentin Johnson. He's a bust. He's terrible. I mean, their best receiver is what, Joshua Palmer?
Probably.
I don't even really believe in Ladd McConkey that much. I know he was a workout warrior at the Combine, but his production profile at Georgia wasn't basically nothing. I can't bet in year one, given the just basically nothing at the skill positions they've given Justin Herbert. So I see them as a 6-7 win football team, and I'd bet the under.
Hop on the Branham train. Arizona over 6.5, Dallas under 10.5, Denver over 5.5, Indy over 8.5, and the Chargers under 8.5. All right, what are you voting for car wreck of the day? What are you nominating car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Your car wrecks of the day. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hey, sports bettors, we just talked about the games that I liked, the overs that I liked on these team totals. I'm here to tell you about my favorite sports book and where I'm playing these. That's BetUS.com, sportsbook and casino. Football's back, as you know. It's time to get in on the action. And there's only one sports book and casino that I endorse, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer. 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. Not just your first, not just your second, your first 3. A 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sports books simply do not offer. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses. Plus, they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, we love that. Parlays, we love that. Live betting, that's always fun. Odds boost and prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with some knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions all on these major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started at BetUS.com, BetUS.com, or give them a call at 1-800-MyBetUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
A mixed market on Wall Street today as the Dow advanced to a new all-time high, overcoming yesterday's losses. The S&P and NASDAQ were in positive territory for much of the day, but NVIDIA slumped almost 7%, and that eventually dragged down the NASDAQ by 39 points to 17,516, and the S&P by a fraction to 5591. The Dow, for its account, new all-time high at 41,335. That was up more than 243 points on the day. Interest rates edged up on some stronger than expected data out this morning. Jobless claims held steady while the yield on the 10-year note climbed to 3.86%. Tomorrow we'll get the Fed's preferred inflation gauge included in the consumer spending and personal income data due out at 8:30 tomorrow morning. The dollar firmed up. Disruptions from Libyan oil production pushing oil back up $1.47 right to $76 a barrel. Gold up $16.50 to $25.54 the ounce as we head into that key inflation report that could affect the Fed's decision on interest rates in the middle of September.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
This is Hunter Brown's music. Diesel, they call him. Hunter Brown goes toe-to-toe with the team that destroyed his ERA, Kansas City Royals. First time they met up, Hunter Brown's worst outing of his baseball life. Now, Kansas City's cheating at home, the Fountains. I think it has something to do with the Fountains. So it'll be fun to see how Hunter Brown fares against the Royals for the second time this season. What are we expecting from Hunter Brown tonight?
I expect a big performance from Hunter Brown. Remember when he talked about the Rangers and he said there was a little extra tonight? I felt it. I wanted to do well. And when he kind of gets that little extra, he seems to perform very, very well, and he's been on quite a roll. I really believe that Hunter Brown is going to give you 7 innings tonight. I think he's going to give up 2 runs.
I'll definitely take that.
Yeah, I'll take it. I would go under. He's only done the 7 inning things twice this year, and Kansas City's lineup is pretty good, even on the road. Although they're way worse on the road than they are at home. His start against Kansas City earlier this year, we were broadcasting on East River 9 this day, back on April 11th. He went 2/3 of an inning, gave up 9 runs on 11 hits.
And I believe the 11 hits in 1 inning was a Major League Baseball record, right?
That's right, yeah.
Wasn't?
Yeah, I believe it was.
So I think he'll be better than that tonight.
Yeah,
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have a little extra juice. I think he's going to be fired up, and I think he's going to pitch well.
I just hope it doesn't negatively impact him, that extra juice.
It could.
Yeah. All right, do your breaking news sounder.
Dum, bum, bum.
I like Blankers better. Brandon Ayuk has come to terms on a deal with the San Francisco 49ers. They have completed a contract, according to Rapp and Garofalo from NFL.com. Niners, Brandon Ayuk, come to terms on a 4-year, $120 million extension with $76 million in guarantees. It was indeed $30 million a year that Ayuk was looking to attain, and he attains it.
Wow, this has been a long and winding road.
Talks, right?
To get to this point. But yeah, I mean, everybody was saying that there were deals in place, and then he suddenly then didn't want to play in Pittsburgh. He didn't want to play in New England. I thought this morning when Cleveland restructured Deshaun's contract and cleared money that maybe he had a second thought about Cleveland, and the possibility was there that he could still be traded to the Browns and still play this season for somebody. But, I mean, Lynch, as testy as he got at his press conferences talking about it, seemed that they wanted to get a deal done, and they did. And I think he's a big cog in that offense. I think they really need him to be a Super Bowl contending team. Good on them for getting him.
I just don't think he's a $30 million receiver. He joins the class. He's the 6th $30 million receiver. He's tied for 5th. Jefferson, 35. CeeDee Lamb, 34. A.J. Brown, 32. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 30 and change. Tyreek Hill, 30. And now Ayuk, 30. Ayuk's not in that tier. Yeah. They had to overpay to end this standoff. I don't think he's a $30 million receiver. I also think the Deebo Samuel's days are now numbered. I think this very well could be Deebo's final. No, not this year. I think this is his final year in San Fran. Yeah, I think that they move on.
I think this is the boomer bust year for the Niners in a lot of ways, because you're going to eventually have to pay Purdy too. I think you're right. I think Ayuk is a better player at this point than Deebo. I think the rubber's going to hit the road on a lot of tough decisions at the end of the year. So they are all in, go for it mode. No matter Jerry Jones and the Cowboys saying that, this is the year for the Niners to just throw everything at a championship.
You think Ayuk's better than Deebo?
I do.
Yeah, I would say so.
I think it's really close.
As a receiver, I would say.
As a
receiver, Deebo's a better overall football
player. You're playing football. You know what I mean? Like, you're playing football.
Yeah, but what Deebo does with the running game doesn't age as well as what Ayuk does.
No, I'm talking about just for this year. Like, if I had to keep those guys for 4 years, I'm also with you guys, and I'm taking Ayuk. Mm-hmm. Now, who do I think is a better football player currently today? I still give the slight edge to Deebo.
I think the versatility with Deebo gives him value.
He does get hurt a lot. That's something that...
he takes a beating. I think his versatility is amazing, that he can play running back and wide receiver, but I don't think he's a better running back. I mean, a better wide receiver than Ayuk.
No, he's not a better wide receiver, but, I mean, again, you're playing football. Like, you're trying to move the football.
Yeah, I think the part of the main reason his value is so great with his contract is because he does 2 things really well for them. I think as a receiver, I think Ayuk's better, and long-term, I think Ayuk's better.
Sure, yeah, I agree with both of those things. I think Deebo's still a better football player today. All right, let's get to car wreck of the day. All right. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
I got a couple things from the Chicago White Sox. The first thing is that they scanned the stadium at the start of the game yesterday late afternoon, and basically were joking around that there were 17 people in the ballpark. They weren't far off. There was no one at this game, and then to make matters worse, early in the game, they had to throw down. They had to throw down after the last warm-up pitch for the White Sox, and the catcher threw the ball down to the second baseman, who was not looking, and it hit him in the nose, and he had to leave the game. And everybody was like,
"For Lenyn Sosa, between innings on the throw down to second, was not paying attention, and the ball hits him right in the nose." I hope the brim of the cap, because you can tell it's bent. I hope that ate most of it. I don't think so.
Steve Stone, I don't think so.
He took it right in the beak from Chucky Robinson.
It was a little lob, though. It was a little lob. Like, it wasn't a seed.
Still can't feel great.
No, but it would have hurt worse if it was like, hey, I'm gunning it down to second base. Like, it was a little soft toss, which is probably why I didn't see it, because it was up in the air.
Maybe.
I would rather wear that than a seed down to second.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
or what that Orioles catcher wore a few weeks ago and still played the rest of the game.
He played the game, 8 innings of the game with a fractured orbital bone.
Yeah, exactly.
Brutal. I texted Brendan a little bit today to wish him, my best and all the condolences that he's having to live through this year as the director of broadcasting for the Chicago White Sox. Poor guy. Poor guy. I want to nominate Capri Sun for moving from a pouch to a bottle. Although the texters are saying they're still going to keep the pouch, too. It's too much confusion. You got to do one or you got to do the other. And it's the pouch. It should only be the pouch.
Get off your lawn? Is that what you're saying?
Stupid Capri Sun.
I'll quickly nominate the people who were super mad at Joe Espada for pulling Alex Bregman yesterday.
It's a good call.
Good call.
It's a good call. Texter wants to nominate me for calling Drake Mayo so bad. It's not that bad. It's a vowel.
His coach is named Mayo.
It's a vowel.
Easy to mix up.
It's one letter. It's one vowel. Plus, he looks kind of Mayo-y. Doesn't Drake May look a little Mayo-y?
He looks a little Will
He looks a
Levis-y,
little
right.
Mayo-y. Like, if you stacked up quarterbacks in the NFL and I was like, pick out 3 Mayo-y quarterbacks, he would be pretty Mayo.
Okay.
Who's more Mayo than Drake May? Probably Will Levis.
Yes, Will Levis for sure.
Who else? Probably Drake May.
Zach Wilson's pretty Mayo-y.
Yeah, starting
Ooh,
quarterbacks.
boy.
Not bust.
He'll
All
be a
right.
starter in the Arena League.
What's winning?
I think Brian nailed it.
All right. People that were blaming Espada for pulling out Bregman. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's blank. I'm Branham. Hall of Fame coming up at 7. Space Cowboys at 92.5 at 7:05. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Goodbye.